What if the gods you thought were mere myths were actually your neighbors, plotting their next move from their thrones in the shadows? A tale of betrayal, power, and divine mischief lurks in the sands of time, where the line between mortal folly and celestial manipulation blurs into a dizzying whirlpool of chaos. The ancient Egyptians had it right. The afterlife wasn't just a destination, it was a battleground for souls and gods, a twisted game of chess where the pieces were as likely to stab each other in the back as they were to follow the rules. Khepri, the scarab god, rolls the sun across the sky, but what happens when he's not alone? What if Ra's golden chariot is a ruse, a cover for a cosmic coup? Intrigued? You should be. These are not just stories, they're warnings, riddles wrapped in hieroglyphs, waiting for the curious to tear through layers of deceit. The scales of Ma'at don't balance themselves. You think your office politics are cutthroat? Try competing with deities whose appetites for vengeance stretch across eons. Set, the god of chaos, plots as casually as one might sip a lukewarm cup of coffee. Who's the real villain here? Is it Set, or his brothers, Osiris, the eternal victim, and Horus, the avenger with a vendetta? Each twist of fate sends shockwaves that ripple through history, leaving pharaohs trembling in their tombs. Secrets buried in the valley of the king's pulse with life, waiting for someone foolish enough to disturb their slumber. And let's not forget the enigmatic Isis, whose beauty and cunning could bring nations to their knees, or raise a dead husband from the grave. The stakes? Nothing less than the very fabric of existence. Why does Anubis, the jackal-headed guide to the underworld, have a penchant for riddles? Because the dead whisper too. They have tales that could shake the living to their very core. Every coffin hides a countless number of mysteries, like a game show without a host, where only the brave, or the utterly mad, dare to play. And what of the Book of the Dead? A bestseller in its heyday, ridiculed now but filled with charms and spells that could flip fate on its head. Have you ever thought about what it means to fight for your soul in a land where every grain of sand is a witness? Every tomb is a story left unfinished, every pyramid a silent scream echoing across millennia. This isn't just mythology, it's a perilous dance with power, a deadly game of survival where gods and mortals collide. Can you hear the whispers? Can you feel the pull of the ancient? Your heart races, adrenaline surges, and the taste of ancient dust fills your mouth. Each secret beckons, each story a thread drawing you deeper into the labyrinthine web of Egyptian mythology. The truth is out there, darker than the Nile at midnight, and more intoxicating than the finest wine. Are you ready to answer the call? Or will you remain forever blind to the shadows lurking just beyond the veil? The moon hung heavy in the sky, a ghostly pearl, the shimmering surface reflecting off the Nile like 1,000 watchful eyes. Shadows danced in the flickering torchlight, twisting and curling, whispering tales of gods and pharaohs, of life woven intricately with death. I stood there, heart pounding, as the air thickened with a palpable tension, a silence so oppressive it felt like an incantation, a prayer, a warning. It was here, in this moment, that the weight of Egyptian mythology pressed down on me, ancient and relentless. Ankhet, a priestess with sorrow etched into her brow, clutched her amulet, a worn piece of lapis lazuli, dulled by time, yet vibrant with legacy. She felt the weight of her lineage, the voices of her ancestors echoing in her ears. You must choose, they urged, their whispers swirling like the river's currents, pulling her into an abyss of expectation. Beneath the ripples of her heart raced a conflict, a yearning to serve the goddess Isis, to bring beauty and healing to the world, and yet, a gnawing fear that her own life was an offering on the altar of the divine. She trembled, she was a vessel of hope and despair, all entwined in a fragile existence. And there was Khepri, the scarab god of the dawn, a flicker of rebellion nestled deep within the confines of his divine nature. He was both the architect of light and the harbinger of darkness, rolling the sun across the horizon yet wrestling with his own shadows. I am the luminary, he murmured to himself, though the words felt hollow, echoing back like the soft lapping of the Nile against the shore. A universe of pressure bore down on him, the expectations of the gods, the spiraling cosmos, and the haunting memory of his twin, a broken spirit lost in the void. He grappled with a fragile faith, each heartbeat a reminder of his imperfections, his desire to be more than a puppet on celestial strings. And then there was the pharaoh, a child of the gods, yet burdened by the weight of mortality. In the midst of a grand ceremony, he felt the eyes of his people drilling into his soul, demanding divinity from flesh and blood. He could almost taste the incense, heavy with the sweetness of myrrh, but it choked him, a reminder that even gold-plated crowns could not shield against the sting of doubt. "I am Ra's chosen," he proclaimed to the crowd, yet inside, a tempest roared, a primal scream for authenticity amidst the facade. How could he lead when he felt so lost? How could he face the judgment of the gods and the whispers of the dead? As the night unfurled, the winds carried the scent of impending change, rustling through the papyrus reeds like a foreboding omen. Ankhet stepped forward, her breath hitching, the essence of life and death swirling in the air around her. "We are the echoes of our past," she cried, her voice trembling yet resonating with the power of her ancestors. "We are not mere shadows, we are the dreams of those who came before." Her eyes sparkled with fervor, but beneath that passion lay a vulnerability, the fear of being consumed by the very myths she revered. Khepri clenched his fists as if to hold the universe within his grasp. "But what is a dream when it fades?" he roared, that age-old question escaping his lips like an anguished howl. The stars blinked in response, distant and indifferent, reminding him that for every dawn, a dusk must follow. "Can we truly escape the cycle?" he pondered, his heart racing, feeling the pulse of time slipping like sand through his fingers. The pharaoh, standing atop the dais, felt the weight of their gaze, a collective heartbeat pounding against the fabric of his soul. "I am the sun," he shouted, though the words felt more like a plea than a declaration, reverberating against the stone walls of the temple. He could hear the whispers of the crowd morphing into a cacophony of doubt, a haunting echo that threatened to drown him. Their eyes, filled with hope yet tinged with desperation, bore into him, demanding a miracle. "Help us," they cried, a raw plea that ignited a fire in his chest, yet it was laced with the bitter taste of despair. The air thickened, a charged silence wrapping around them, drawing them closer to the precipice of revelation. Ankhet, Khepri, and the pharaoh, each a fragment of a greater whole, their destinies woven together by the threads of myth and reality. The ancient stories pulsed like a heartbeat, a rhythm that quickened with each breath, urging them toward a confrontation with the very essence of what it meant to be human in a world ruled by gods. "Time is a ghost," Ankhet whispered, her voice breaking the silence, a relentless specter that haunts our choices. She glanced into the darkness, where the shadows twisted and merged, foretelling the inevitable clash between the divine and the mortal. "But we have the power to shape our own myths." A shiver ran through Khepri, igniting a spark of rebellion. "Then let us make them worthy of our stories," he declared, defiance coursing through him like wildfire. "Let our fears become our strength, our flaws the canvas upon which we paint our truth." And as the Nile flowed on, carrying the weight of their lives and the tumult of their dreams, the moon bore witness, a witness to their struggles, their doubts, and their hopes. The air crackled with anticipation, charged with the possibility of transformation, yet tinged with the inevitability of fate. Time hung suspended, an eternal moment suspended between what was and what could be. Shadows flickered, revealing glimpses of unseen forces at play, gods watching from the periphery, the whispers of the dead guiding their steps. They stood on the precipice of their own creation, the essence of humanity intertwining with the divine, a tapestry woven with echoes of dreams and nightmares. In that charged silence, the stage was set for revelations yet to come, for the hearts of mortals to collide with the will of the gods, and for the past to rise from its crypt, wrapping its fingers around their throats, demanding to be heard. The night deepened, and with it, the stories of the ancients swirled around them, a continuous flow of emotion and tension, an unending cycle of creation and destruction, an intricate dance of life's fragile beauty against the backdrop of the cosmos. The air crackled with tension, thick as the shadows that clung to the crumbling walls of the ancient temple. A scream pierced the silence, raw, unfiltered. The echo danced through the empty hall, filling every crevice with despair. I stumbled back, my heart racing, the rhythm of panic thrumming in my ears. There, at the altar, knelt Selene, her fingers trembling over a shard of glass, shards of her shattered past glinting like stars in the dim light. Each piece held a memory, her laughter, her fears, her failures, fragments of a life unraveled in a world draped in chaos. "Make it stop," she cried, voice breaking, eyes wild, searching for something beyond the pain. I could feel it, the weight of her anguish clinging to me like a second skin. I wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the ledge of despair, but I too was ensnared in the web of our creation, a myth born from chaos where order had once thrived, now nothing but a flickering candle in a storm. And then there was Orion, standing in the shadows, a ghost of his former self. His chest heaved as if the very air he breathed was poisoned. Selene, he shouted, the name slipping from his lips like a prayer and a curse. He bore the burden of her choices, the sins carved into his skin like scars. They had danced on the precipice of love, but now, they were two ships lost in a tempest, tethered to the chaos that surrounded them. Orion, you don't understand. Selene's voice cracked like thunder, illuminating the darkness around us. I thought I could control it. The power, it's intoxicating. But it's unraveling me. I could see it, the flicker of madness in her eyes, like the glow of a dying star. It filled the cavernous space with an eerie glow, casting long shadows that whispered secrets of despair. The walls seemed to pulse with their pain, each heartbeat a reminder of the chaos that had seeped into the very fabric of our lives. I remembered the legends, the creation myths echoing through history, tales of gods and monsters, of worlds born from chaos and shattered by ambition. They told us of the balance of light and dark, but standing there, I realized we were merely the aftershocks, the echoes of a cataclysm long forgotten. Can't you see? Orion's voice trembled, the urgency clawing at his throat. You're not a god, Selene. You're just a person, fragile, like the rest of us. But her eyes, once pools of warmth, were now tempestuous seas. Fragile? I'm stronger than you think. I can bend the chaos to my will. The glass shard glinted ominously, reflecting the storm of emotion swirling between us. I wanted to scream, to shake them both, to make them see the truth hidden beneath their bravado. The chaos was not something to be wielded, it was a beast, waiting to be unleashed, a hunger that would devour everything in its path. Yet here they were, caught in a cycle of hope and despair, as if the universe itself was watching, a silent spectator to their tragic performance. And then it happened. The ground trembled beneath us, a deep rumble that resonated through my bones. Selene's grip tightened around the glass, her face a mask of determination and fear. I'll show you, she cried, and in that instant, the world shifted. Shadows twisted, the air thickened, and reality itself felt like it was tearing apart at the seams. I saw flashes of light and darkness, memories colliding, my own fears dancing with their madness, swirling like a tempest. I could feel the cold grip of the void reaching for me, promising oblivion. I remembered the stories they told me as a child, how creation emerged from chaos, how order was forged in the fires of destruction. But in this moment, all I could see was Selene, her silhouette framed against the chaos, a figure of both beauty and terror. You have to trust me, she yelled, but trust was a fragile thing, easily shattered. Orion stepped forward, his eyes dark with sorrow and desperation. Selene, please, don't do this. But she was lost, consumed by her need to conquer the chaos, and I felt myself slipping, swept away in the tide. Time warped around us, stretching like a rubber band, taut against the impending snap. My mind raced with visions of cities crumbling, of shadows creeping over the earth, of countless lives tangled in the chaos born from one desperate act. No! I shouted, but the sound was swallowed by the roar of chaos, leaving only silence behind. Stay with me. Selene's voice faltered, a ghost of its former strength. I saw the tears streaming down her face, the realization hitting her like a thunderbolt. She was not a goddess, she was a woman, terrified of her own power, standing on the edge of a chasm. And then, like a dam breaking, everything collapsed. The glass shard slipped from her fingers, falling as if in slow motion, each fragment whispering the shattered dreams of her heart. The world held its breath. Time hung suspended. In that moment, I understood the truth of creation myths. The darkness was not something to be feared, but embraced. The chaos was not an enemy, it was the very essence of life itself, a reminder that even in our deepest despair, we could find the strength to rise, to transform, to reclaim the light. But the shadows loomed large, and the storm was only beginning. As the echoes of Selene's scream faded, I felt the weight of the world pressing in. The chaos was not done with us yet. It watched, it waited, and we were but players in a story that had yet to unfold. The clock ticked ominously, each second a heartbeat, a countdown to the chaos that would follow. The night was young, and the myth of our creation was only just beginning. The sun hung low, a bleeding ember in a churning sky, casting crimson shadows across the ancient stones of Heliopolis. The air crackled with an electric tension, a storm of creation and destruction brewing just beneath the surface, as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling. I stood among the ruins, each corner whispering untold secrets, the echoes of a divine conflict lingering in the air, thick with the scent of incense and something far more ancient, the hint of fear. I remember the moment vividly. The sky split open with a crack that rattled my bones, the sound like the breaking of worlds. My heart raced as I grasped the cool stone of the temple, my sanctuary and prison all at once. The gods were battling once more, the Ennead, 9, yet somehow always more than that. They were jealousy and love, war and peace, fate and freedom, each one a reflection of the chaos swirling in my own soul. In the shadow of their clash, I felt impossibly small, like a single grain of sand lost to an unfathomable desert. Then there was Nefertari, fierce and unyielding, her heart a fortress against the tide of despair. Her hands trembled with rage as she faced Ra, the ever-bright sun god, who burned with a fury that threatened to consume the very heavens. "You abandoned us," she cried, her voice a battle cry that sliced through the chaos. "You turned your back when we needed you most." I could feel the heat radiating from her, scorching the air between us as if her words were arrows dipped in molten gold. Ra, with his blazing eyes, glared back, his face a mask of wrath and sorrow. "I did what I had to do." The darkness was creeping, and his voice cracked, revealing the vulnerability beneath the godly veneer. "I tried to protect you." But who was he to protect? What man could carry the weight of so many souls? I felt the tension rise, thick and choking, as the space between them shimmered with unspoken truths. In that moment, I was transfixed. The love and fear intertwined, a tapestry of raw emotion that pulled me deeper into their strife. I knew their pain, I knew the ache of betrayal. It wrapped itself around my heart, constricting with every heartbeat. I remember the nights I lay awake, haunted by ghosts of my own making, the shadows creeping through my mind like clock hands, ticking closer to an inevitable reckoning. The gods were battling for supremacy, but I fought for a place to belong. Thoth, the scribe, watched silently from the shadows, his quill poised above Papyrus, the weight of their fates resting heavily upon his frail shoulders. "Words can't heal what's broken," he murmured to himself, a bitter smile ghosting his lips. "But they can twist the knife." I felt that knife, sharp and glistening, embedded in my own heart. Was I merely a spectator, a soul caught between gods who played with the lives of mortals as if we were pieces on a board? With a sudden rush, the confrontation erupted. Nefertari lunged, her fury igniting the air like fire to dry wood, and Ra retaliated with blinding light, a celestial battle that danced like ghosts in the twilight. The colors felt alive, swirling around me, and I closed my eyes, letting the chaos wash over, engulfing me in its wild embrace. I could hear the laughter of the gods, the mocking tones of Set, who thrived on discord, and the gentle whispers of Ma'at, who sought balance amidst the storm. In that tangled web of creation and destruction, I glimpsed my own despair reflected in their godly faces. Their struggles were mine, their passions echoing in the hollow chambers of my heart. I wanted to scream, to shatter the silence that wrapped around me like a shroud. But fear held my tongue, a prisoner of uncertainty. I remember looking up, searching the heavens for answers, finding only the darkness that lived in the spaces between stars. The temple walls trembled, the ground shook beneath my feet, as if the very earth was lamenting the loss of something sacred. A part of me wanted to flee, to escape the weight of their existence, but another part was tethered, anchored by the inexplicable bonds of kinship and desperation. In that moment, I was both lost and found, a reflection of their divine chaos. As Ra's light began to dim, replaced by shadows that whispered of ancient curses, Nefertari stood defiant, her silhouette framed against the dying sun. "You think power is enough to silence us," she spat, her words laced with defiance. "We are the storms, the fires, the tides that will not be tamed." And with that, the air grew heavy with the promise of retribution, the cosmos itself holding its breath. I felt the weight of their confrontation suffusing my own soul, a tempest of fear and hope that churned within me. I was a child of chaos, the blood of gods coursing through my veins, trembling with the knowledge that the lines between mortal and divine had blurred long ago. Time slipped through my fingers like grains of sand, leaving behind only the echoes of a conflict that had begun long before I took my first breath. Everything I had ever feared and longed for converged in that moment, and I felt it, a pulse, a heartbeat, a connection that stretched beyond the barriers of existence. The gods fought for purity, for legacy, but I craved understanding, a glimpse into the depths of their flawed humanity. Their battles were not just of power, they were cries of anguish, echoes of despair that resonated in my bones. I remember the silence that followed, a haunting stillness that settled like dust upon the temple floor. It held the promise of something terrible, something beautiful. The gods, entwined in their struggle, seemed to pause, even the winds held their breath. And in that moment, I understood. I was part of this cycle, forever spinning in the dance of the divine. The realization sent a shiver down my spine. No matter how I fought against it, their fates were inexorably linked to mine. As the shadows thickened, I could sense the finality approaching, like an unseen clock ticking down to oblivion. I stood, breathless, an unwilling witness to the birth and death of worlds, caught in the crossfire between gods who knew not the depths of their own despair. The confrontation was but a prelude, a haunting whisper that promised more to come, an endless loop of creation and destruction echoing through the endless void. I could only wait, heart pounding, as the night descended, and the shadows began their eternal dance. A scream pierces the stillness of a moonless night, a shattered silence that echoes off the ancient stones of Hermopolis. The air crackles with tension, thick and palpable, as if the very cosmos holds its breath. In the shadows, two figures stand locked in a desperate struggle, one fighting to cling to the last vestiges of sanity, the other consumed by the primal chaos of the Ogdoad, the 8 primordial forces that swirl like a tempest in the veil of existence. I remember the moment vividly, the stench of sweat mingling with the dust of the earth beneath our feet. It clung to me, an unwelcome reminder of my humanity, as I watched Aset, my sister, my anchor, wrestling with her own demons. Her eyes flashed with an intensity that made my heart race, a wildness that both frightened and fascinated me. "You can't control them!" I shouted, my voice cracking, desperation spilling over like the brittle edges of a broken glass. She turned to me, and for one haunting second, I saw the truth of her soul reflected in her gaze, a truth so profound it threatened to unravel everything I thought I knew. I remember the whispers of the past curling around us, like the smoke from incense burning in the temples, seeping into our skin, binding us to the legends of creation. Thoth, the god of wisdom, and Ma'at, the goddess of truth, they were just echoes now, shadows of what had once pulsed with life. But the Ogdoad was here, a presence that crawled beneath our skin, a reminder of the chaos that lay in wait. As we stood at the brink, I could feel the forces thrumming, waiting for a moment of weakness, a crack in the armor of our resolve. "Why do you keep fighting it?" Aset's voice trembled, raw and full of longing. "They are part of us." Her words hung heavy in the air, a challenge wrapped in vulnerability. I watched her, caught in the storm of her emotions, fear and desire dancing like fireflies in her heart. But I knew that surrender meant losing ourselves to something far darker than the shadows that haunted us. "Because," I replied, each word a stone thrown into the abyss, "if we give in, we become them." My chest tightened, the weight of my own fear rising like bile. The Ogdoad was not simply chaos, it was the whisper of creation, the pulse of the universe, a cacophony of forces that could tear apart the very fabric of reality. I could feel it, thrumming just beneath the surface, an electric connection that begged to be released. Outside, the world was still, the temples loomed like ancient sentinels, their stone faces worn but resolute. I thought of the priests who wandered through the streets, their robes a stark contrast against the bleakness of the night. They spoke of balance, of harmony, of the thousands of years that had shaped our existence. But in that moment, with the storm of the Ogdoad raging inside us, all I could see was the chasm between us and the abyss. Aset lunged forward, her hands trembling with fury and fear. "What if you're wrong?" she cried, and I could see the raw, unfiltered anguish in her eyes. "What if this is the path to freedom?" Her words sliced through the air, sharp and deadly, a promise wrapped in uncertainty. I could almost hear the beings of chaos whispering to her, wrapping her in their embrace, pulling her closer to surrender. But I couldn't let her go. "Don't let them take you." The words erupted from my throat, desperate and aching, a plea for her to remember who she was. I reached for her, fingers brushing against hers, feeling the warmth of her skin against the coldness of the dark. For a heartbeat, we were united, tethered by blood and love, but then the shadows flickered and twisted, and I felt the bond begin to fray. The air thickened with an icy chill, and I caught a glimpse of the figures beyond the veil, the twisted forms of the Ogdoad, Kek, the darkness, and Nun, the primordial waters, swirling together in a dance that defied comprehension. They laughed, their voices a symphony of madness, and I could feel the echoes of creation pulsating through my veins. "Join us," they beckoned, a haunting lullaby that promised both power and destruction. "No!" I screamed, but even my voice was drowned in their revelry. I saw Aset's resolve waver, the flicker of doubt in her eyes. Memories flared like fireworks, playing together as children, the laughter, the warmth of the sun on our skin, the stories of the gods that had filled our nights with dreams. "Remember us. Remember who we are." Each plea was a thread, weaving the tapestry of our shared history, pulling her back from the brink. For a moment, time stood still, suspended in the chaos of our hearts. I felt the weight of eternity pressing down, the fear that we might be lost forever in the throes of the Ogdoad's embrace. The moment stretched, agonizingly long, and in that breathless pause, I reached deep into the core of my being, pulling forth every ounce of love, every shred of hope. "I will not lose you to the void." And as I spoke, something shifted. The shadows recoiled, the laughter fading to a whisper that curled into the corners of the night. Aset blinked, confusion mingling with clarity, and for a fleeting moment, I saw the flicker of recognition in her eyes. But the storm was still raging, the Ogdoad thrumming with an insatiable desire to consume us whole. I could feel it, the cosmic pull of forces greater than our understanding, and the realization struck me like a lightning bolt: we were just players in a grand design, mere mortals standing against the tide of eternity. "Choose," I begged, my voice breaking, desperation clawing at my throat. "Choose who you want to be in this moment." The words hung heavy, a challenge and a plea, the weight of our shared fate resting on the fragile bridge between us. And as the darkness pulsed and shivered around us, I felt the heart of the Ogdoad begin to tremble, a heartbeat matching our own, an echo of chaos and creation bathed in the light of possibility. The air crackled with tension, the kind that clings to your skin like a second layer of dread. In the dim light of the hall, shadows danced like phantoms on the walls, each flicker a reminder of the chaos that loomed just beyond the threshold. I stood there, breath shallow, heart racing in my chest like a desperate prisoner. In front of me, a man was pacing, hands balled into fists, his face a storm of anger and despair. "Do you understand what's at stake?" His voice shook, a raw blend of desperation and fury. "Do you think Ma'at will save us? Do you think justice will come?" I remember the way the words crashed against the stone walls, echoing like a funeral dirge. Justice. Order. Truth. All those lofty ideals felt like ghosts in that moment, whispers of a past that felt more like a dream than a reality we could grasp. His eyes, dark and restless, searched mine, demanding an answer that I wasn't sure I had. "Where is the truth, Amun?" I shot back, the frustration bubbling up inside me, fierce and unyielding. "Where is the order when the scales have tipped, when those who should protect us bend the rules until they break?" I remember a time when justice was more than just a word. The memory of laughter flickered, bittersweet. A time when children ran through the sunlit streets, their joy as innocent as the morning dew. But that world felt like a crumbling facade now, and I was drowning in the weight of what we had lost. "Amun," I whispered, stepping closer, my voice thick with unshed tears. "You can't expect Ma'at to save us. She's a distant star, not our savior." He paused, the heat of his anger giving way to something softer, more vulnerable. "Then what do we do?" "Just watch as everything falls apart." The light in his eyes dimmed, and in that moment, I felt the crushing weight of despair that hung between us. The clock ticked, each second a reminder of our helplessness, our fleeting time. I could almost hear the echoes of the past, memories swirling like a tempest, the laughter of children replaced by the wailing of mothers and the clang of metal against metal. The city outside was a battleground, the cries of the innocent rising to the heavens, a haunting chorus that would not, or could not, be silenced. Rhea, a new voice cut through the tension, sharp and sudden. It was Nefru, her presence as fierce as a lioness. We are the ones who must bring the truth to light. We can't wait for the gods to intervene. Nefru stepped forward, her determination igniting something within me, a flicker of hope, however reluctant. She was flawed, a warrior who wore her scars like badges of honor, yet at times, her fierce loyalty blinded her to the very real dangers that loomed ahead. Hope is a fragile thing, I said softly, my heart aching. It can break so easily. Then let's shatter the chains that bind us, she replied, eyes alight with fierce determination. Let's carve our own path to justice, even if it means defying the very order that has held us captive. I felt a thrill at her words, a reckless abandon that coursed through my veins. Oh, how I longed to break free, to pull down the walls that surrounded us, to scream into the night that we would not be silenced. But beneath that exhilaration lay a deep-seated fear, a whispering dread of the unknown. I remember standing there, caught between my friends, my heartbeat sinking with the chaos of the city beyond. The streets were twisted shadows, a labyrinth of despair, yet within that darkness, was there a hint of light? Amun's expression shifted, an ember of resolve igniting in his chest as he took a step toward Nefru. Then we fight, he breathed, his voice low but firm. For truth. For order. For justice. Even if we stand alone. But we're not alone, I interjected, the words spilling from my lips like a lifeline. We have each other, and together we can light a fire that will burn bright enough to chase away the shadows. Outside, the sounds of the city crescendoed, a cacophony of rage and determination mixed with despair. I could feel the weight of the world pressing down on us, but as I looked into their eyes, I saw the glimmer of something more, possibility. I could almost hear the whispers of Ma'at herself, threading through the chaos like a melody that refused to die. Justice was not a distant star, it was in our hearts, a flickering flame waiting to be kindled. Nefru, I said, voice steady, lead us. Show us the way. With a nod, she turned, a warrior ready to face the unknown. Amun fell into step beside her, his body tense but resolute. Unruly emotion surged within me, a tide of fear and hope battling for control, but one thing was certain, we would not stand idly by. Together, we stepped into the night, shadows stretching before us like fingers reaching for the horizon. The city awaited us, alive with the pulse of unrest, the air electric with an energy that crackled like the first spark of a flame. This was just the beginning, a prelude to the chaos that awaited, but as we ventured forth, I felt the weight of Ma'at guiding us. The order we sought was not out there, but within us, a fierce resolve that would not be extinguished. The truth was ours to uncover, not just for ourselves, but for every soul yearning for justice in a world that had forsaken them. In that moment, standing against the dark, I remembered. I remembered that we were more than whispers in the night. We were a force, a storm gathering strength, and the heavens themselves would tremble at our resolve. And so we marched, the shadows falling behind us, the journey illuminating the path ahead, but what lay there was still a mystery, the truth wrapped in layers of uncertainty. We were ready to face whatever came, the weight of the world on our shoulders, the fire of justice burning bright in our hearts. The air hung thick, heavy with the scent of sweat and incense, a charged silence wrapping around the temple like a shroud. Shadows flickered, dancing under the flickering light of torches, casting grotesque shapes on the courtyard walls. I stood in the center, heart racing, as the thrumming of drums pulsed through my veins. We were waiting. Waiting for Ra to descend, for the sun god to bless our meager offerings, our desperate prayers, our trembling hopes. The sun hung low in the sky, a fiery orb now sinking, as if teasing us, daring us to question its power. In that moment, I saw Amunet, her hands trembling, eyes glistening with unshed tears. She clutched her amulet, a chipped piece of turquoise, as if it could anchor her in this storm of uncertainty. I remember how she'd always been the strong one, guiding the villagers with her wisdom and fierce spirit. But today, cracks marred her facade. The drought had stripped our lands bare, and each day the sun beat down mercilessly, leaving only parched earth and hollow dreams. "We need this," she whispered, her voice breaking. "If Ra doesn't answer, what do we have left?" Beside her, Khepri shifted uneasily, his face a mask of doubt. The weight of his father's legacy bore down on him, the priest of Ra, tasked with the eternal duty of keeping the faith alive. But the cracks were widening, and we all felt it, the whispers of discontent among the villagers, the murmurs of betrayal against our gods. "What if Ra has turned his back on us?" he muttered, almost to himself, and I felt his words pierce the silence like a dagger. An icy certainty settled in my bones. The sun could be a cruel god, after all. I remember the stories, the tales passed down through generations of how Ra sailed through the heavens, how he fought back the forces of chaos every night, his solar bark blazing a trail against the darkness. But those tales felt distant now, like shimmering mirages in a dry desert of despair. I had grown up on those stories, woven into dreams. Now they felt like chains binding us to a fate we could no longer control. The world outside the temple was dying, and we were trapped in our faith like moths in a candle's flame, drawn to the light yet fearing the inevitable burn. Amunet's gaze shifted upwards, searching the heavens as if she could summon Ra from the celestial expanse. "He must see us," she murmured, voice trembling with a mix of hope and fear. "We've sacrificed so much." I could feel her desperation clawing at my chest, raw and searing. It was a fire that ignited my own heart, pitting my loyalty against the gnawing doubt that had begun to take root. The villagers were restless, their eyes turning towards the priesthood, their faith crumbling like the parched earth beneath our feet. Would Khepri's rituals be enough to bring Ra back to us? Or were we merely shouting into the void, our cries swallowed by the merciless sun? Then, a flicker, a moment suspended in time. The temple doors creaked open, revealing a figure draped in golden linen, skin glowing like the sun itself. It was Khepri, stepping forward with a confidence that belied the storm brewing within him. He raised his arms, his voice rising above the drumbeats, a chant spilling forth, words echoing against the temple walls. "O Ra, hear us! We are your children, lost in this darkness." Each syllable resonated, vibrating with the power of ancient prayers. But I saw the tremor in his hands, the flicker of fear in his eyes. Could he truly summon the god who had grown silent? As the sun dipped lower, the shadows deepened, swallowing hope along with the light. A chill crept through the air, palpable and electric, as if the cosmos itself held its breath. Amunet closed her eyes, and I could see the battle within her. She was torn between faith and despair, each heartbeat echoing louder than the last. "If he doesn't come," she whispered, "what will we do?" Her voice cracked, and I felt my heart splinter. Khepri's chant faltered, lost in the void. The drums thudded on, relentless, a heartbeat of a dying world. "Ra," he shouted, anger and desperation mingling in his voice, the layers of his composure peeling away to reveal a raw vulnerability. "Do not forsake us. We have given everything." The courtyard trembled with his outburst, a desperate plea that reverberated through the silence that followed, thick and heavy like a looming storm. Then came the flicker, a shimmer that ignited a primal longing in our hearts. The sky darkened, clouds swirling like a tempest, a low rumble breaking the tension. "Look!" Amunet gasped, her voice a thread of hope. I followed her gaze, eyes wide as the clouds began to part. A narrow beam of light pierced through, illuminating Khepri's figure in a ghostly glow, but the warmth was fleeting, a cruel tease. Uncertainty gripped me, squeezing my chest until it hurt. This can't be the answer, I thought, the fear of false hope gnawing at my resolve. The light flickered, and just as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished, leaving us in deepening shadows. Khepri fell silent, his shoulders sagging as if the weight of the world had crushed him. I wanted to reach out, to tell him that it was not his fault. But how could I, when the abyss loomed so close? Amunet turned away, her fists clenched, tears streaming down her cheeks as the final vestiges of hope slipped from our fingers like sand in an hourglass. And then the drums stopped. A chilling silence enveloped us, the kind that seeps into your bones and chills your very soul. I remember feeling the world shift beneath me, the ground trembling not from an earthquake, but from the collective despair of a people abandoned by their god. I looked at Amunit and Khepri, their faces lost in anguish and uncertainty, reflections of my own turmoil. In that moment, the air crackled with a truth both terrifying and liberating: we were utterly alone. The sun hung cruelly in the sky, a distant orb that cared little for our plight. The stories of old faded into nothingness, drowning in the weight of our reality. What would we do now? In that silence, we stood on the precipice, hearts pounding, shadows closing in, and no answers in sight. Desperation gnawed at my insides, an insidious whisper that urged me to take one last step into the unknown, to confront the dark and uncertain cosmos that lay ahead. As the darkness deepened and the shadows grew long, we stood together, three souls bound by fear, hope, and a desperate wish for the return of Ra. The air trembled with the weight of our unspoken dreams, and I could almost hear the distant echo of ancient hymns, intertwining with the pulse of our hearts, a haunting melody that promised both despair and salvation. The story continued, one heartbeat at a time, a relentless rhythm echoing through the halls of time, pulling us deeper into the void. The night was thick with silence, a cloak that stifled the air, wrapping everything in shadow. In that moment, as the moon hung low, a pale eye surveying the world below, my heart raced like a caged bird, desperate to escape. I stood at the precipice of the graveyard, where the air held whispers of lives long extinguished, of dreams shattered beneath the weight of time. It was here, among the crumbling stones and creeping vines, that I felt the pull of Osiris, the haunting spectre of the god of the afterlife and resurrection. "Do you hear them?" Elena's voice trembled, quaking like the branches swaying in the evening breeze. She was there, clenching her fists, her knuckles white against the encroaching night. Fear flickered in her eyes, and it shot through me like a dagger, sharp and unforgiving. Her brother, Tariq, had been gone too long. I could still remember the day he vanished, a single heartbeat echoing in the absence of his laughter. "I remember," I whispered, the words slipping from my lips like smoke. I remembered him, his crooked smile, the way he used to tease Elena about her dreams of becoming a priestess, her unwavering devotion to the gods that had abandoned us. I couldn't bring myself to tell her that sometimes, at night, I'd hear his voice too, a soft echo of a time when we believed our lives were ours to shape. But that belief felt shattered now, like glass scattered across a forgotten floor. As we moved deeper into the graveyard, the graves loomed like sentinels, each one holding secrets darker than the night itself. I fought the urge to turn back, but fate had already set its course. The air shimmered with a tension that pressed against my chest, a warning that something was about to unfold. "Tariq!" Elena called, her voice ringing like a bell, sharp and desperate. Each syllable hung in the air, heavy with hope and dread. The earth shivered beneath our feet, and in that fleeting moment, I could swear I felt the heartbeat of the dead, a rhythmic pulse reminding us of the thin veil between our world and the one Osiris ruled. And then, a rustle, an unnatural sound that cut through the tension like a knife. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. Shadows danced across the stones, twisting and curling like whispers of the past. I turned to Elena, her eyes wide, reflecting the terror that coursed through us both. In that darkened space, I could feel the weight of Osiris's presence, the watchful eye of a god who held the keys to life and death. I thought of the stories, the myths that spoke of him as both a savior and a judge, a whispered promise of resurrection that felt more like a curse than a blessing. What if Tariq had not simply been lost? What if he had been taken? "Don't be afraid," I said, though my heart hammered in opposition. I wasn't sure who I was trying to reassure her or me. "We'll find him." The words felt hollow, like a fragile shell that might crack under the weight of truth. And then came the visions. Memories flooded my mind, Tariq in the marketplace, bartering with a merchant, his laughter mingling with the scents of spices and fresh bread. I remembered the time he snuck into the temple, believing he could charm the gods with his boyish charm. Yet here we stood, in a graveyard where the only charm was the kind that soothed the dead. Somewhere in the darkness, a figure emerged, shrouded in shadows, draped in the tattered remains of a once sacred cloth. It was a priest of Osiris, or perhaps a manifestation of him. Eyes like burning coals fixed on us, and in that gaze, I felt the weight of centuries, the burden of souls who had tread this path before. "Elena," I hissed, panic seeping through my veins. "We shouldn't be here." But it was too late. The figure beckoned, and against every instinct, we moved toward it. The air crackled with energy, a storm of emotion swirling around us, fear, longing, and a glimmer of hope that danced tantalizingly just out of reach. "Your brother," the figure rasped, voice as ancient as the stones beneath our feet. "He seeks the truth, but the truth is a double-edged sword." Elena gasped, her fingers brushing against the cold stone of a nearby grave. "What truth?" Her voice trembled, and I could see the fight within her wavering, a candle flickering in a tempest. "The truth of resurrection," the figure replied, a smile that did not reach its eyes. "Osiris offers life, but at a price. Are you willing to pay?" I could feel Elena's heart race beside me, the pulse quickening with the weight of the choice before us. "What must we do?" she asked, awe and fear intertwined. The figure stepped closer, shrouded in darkness, and from its depths, a glimmer of something bright, the gleam of hope or the glint of despair. To awaken the dead, one must understand that life is but a fleeting shadow. I shuddered at the thought. I remembered the stories of Osiris, how he had been torn apart, scattered across the land. And yet, he had returned, whole and renewed. But what of the pieces left behind? What of the souls tethered to this earth, longing for release, yet bound by the chains of unresolved grief? "Are you prepared," the figure continued, "to face the ghosts of your past? To confront what you fear the most?" Each word felt like a blade, slicing through the fabric of reality. The shadows around us grew heavier, and I could feel the weight of our decision pressing down, a choice between the comfort of the known and the chaos of the unknown. Elena's hand trembled as she reached for mine, and I could see the flicker of determination in her eyes. "I'm not afraid," she said, though I could see the cracks beginning to surface. "Not if it means finding him." But was she? I wasn't sure if she understood the depths of what we faced, the haunting screams of the souls trapped in between. As the moon dipped behind a cloud, plunging us into darkness, I felt the air shift around us, a foreboding whisper that danced among the graves. Osiris was watching, his presence felt in the very marrow of the earth. The confrontation loomed like a storm on the horizon, and I could feel the electricity in the air, the promise of resurrection, the allure of power, and the haunting reminder of all that we would lose. "Prepare yourself," the figure murmured, drawing closer still. "For the journey to the afterlife begins now." The words hung in the air, a promise and a curse, and in that moment, I understood. We stood not just on the edge of a graveyard but at the precipice of our very souls. What awaited us was not merely the resurrection of a brother, but the resurrection of our own haunted pasts, the reckoning of what we had left behind. And then came the moment, the shifting sands of time and fate, spiraling toward an unknown conclusion that held the weight of the universe within its grasp. It was then that I knew, the night was far from over, and we were just beginning to unravel the tapestry of our lives woven with the threads of Osiris's dark promise. The air was thick with a tension that crackled like the charged atmosphere before a storm. Beneath the vast, star-studded sky, a lone figure stood at the edge of the Nile, silhouetted against the moonlight that danced upon the water. A heartbeat echoed in the stillness, quickening, pounding like a war drum. The figure, Isis, gazed into the depths, the silver surface reflecting fragments of her soul, fragmented yet potent. What was she? A goddess, a mother, a protector of magic. But here, now, she felt the weight of a world unraveling, the stakes set high as shadows danced in wicked anticipation. Nearby, a rustle in the reeds, the tension slashed through the air. Was it a whisper of the wind or the shiver of fate? Two souls approached, their own burdens heavy enough to crush the very ground beneath them. Seti, the young priest, with his heart as frail as glass, struggled to reconcile his faith with the dark secrets that haunted him. Each step forward was a battle against the self-loathing gnawing in his gut, each breath a reminder of the betrayal he bore. He was drawn to the goddess, yet terrified of the truth that lay in her radiant presence. Behind him, Aset, the fierce warrior, moved with the grace of a prowling panther, her past a tapestry woven with threads of courage and regret. Her heart had been hardened in battle, yet tonight it quivered beneath the weight of her fear, the fear that she could lose the one thing worth fighting for. The moment she stepped into the clearing, her gaze locked onto Seti, and the world faded. She could feel the space between them crackling with an unspoken grief, a shared burden that was both a balm and a curse. I remember when the whispers of the gods were just tales told by firelight. Seti's voice trembled, breaking the silence. Now, they haunt my dreams, twisting my thoughts into knots that choke me. He clenched his fists, feeling the pulse of desperation throbbing in his veins. Each prayer falls on deaf ears. What good is faith if the gods remain silent? The moon seemed to swirl above, casting eerie shadows as Isis stepped closer, her presence a warm embrace amidst the chaos. You question the divine, Seti, but you must know that the gods feel your anguish. Her voice was both comforting and filled with an echo of pain. She was a mother, after all. But what did it mean to protect when the very fabric of magic was fraying? Aset's heart pounded in sync with the whispers of the night. You think we are alone in this? You think you can bear the weight of our fears? Her voice was fierce yet cracked, betraying the vulnerability that lay just beneath the surface. There's nothing left for us but to fight, to claim back what is ours. But how do we fight when our very essence feels like dust in the wind? The river gurgled, mocking their despair as it wound through time and memory. The cosmos above twinkled, indifferent to their strife. A shiver of understanding passed between the three of them, a silent acknowledgement of the abyss they faced. Seti's heart raced, and he felt his mind unraveling like the threads of a tapestry pulled too tight. Isis, hear me. I've seen things, dark rituals, the abuse of power. The magic once sacred is now a tool for the twisted. How can we stand against such evil? Do you believe the heart of magic can be silenced? Isis's voice cut through the air like a knife, laced with both sorrow and fire. It is born of love, of loss, of sacrifice. Even in shadows, it breathes. We must remember that to wield magic is to bear its weight. Her eyes shimmered with unearthly light, yet behind that gaze lay an unfathomable sorrow. She knew the burden of loss too well, the ache of being a protector when all you want is to shield what you love from the abyss. As Seti and Aset exchanged glances, the air thickened with the weight of their shared determination. Aset stepped forward, her fists clenched, her breath coming in shallow gasps. Then we fight, not for ourselves but for those who cannot. We will reclaim the essence of magic. And in that moment, she felt a flicker of hope ignite, a fire that had long been buried under layers of despair. Together, Seti whispered, and the question hung in the air, heavy with possibility, fraught with fear. Together, Aset vowed, her voice steady as she reached for his hand, fingers intertwining, a bond forged in the crucible of desperation. The warmth of their connection ignited something deep within Seti, a flicker of belief that perhaps, just perhaps, they could stand against the tide. But the darkness was already stirring. A low growl erupted from the shadows, a grotesque creature emerging from the reeds, a manifestation of their worst fears, a spectre born from doubt and despair. It lunged, fangs bared, eyes gleaming with malice. Isis stepped in front of them, her form radiating an ethereal light, yet her heart trembled. You must confront your fears, she cried, voice echoing through the night, a desperate plea that wrapped itself around them like a shroud. The creature snarled, a twisted reflection of their own insecurities, and for a moment, time faltered. Seti's mind spiraled as he faced the beast, every doubt creasing his brow. Aset's heart raced, a battlefield of emotions warring within her. And in that heartbeat of silence, when every second felt like an eternity, they realized that the fight wasn't just against the creature, it was a fight for their very souls. Isis, with her heart laid bare, stood between them and the abyss, a beacon in the dark. Remember, she urged, her voice a trembling thread of hope, magic is born from love, from pain, from the light you carry within. Together, you will ignite the spark that can light the way. And in that moment of fear and fury, with shadows swirling like a storm around them, they took a stand, three souls intertwined, vibrating with the pulse of the universe, a testament to the power of belief in the face of despair. Time bent, reality shifted, and they felt the stirrings of something fierce awaken within, a force potent enough to challenge even the darkest of nightmares. As the creature lunged, a scream echoed through the night, a rallying cry that shattered the stillness, and the battle began. But the outcome was uncertain. Shadows danced, and the heart of magic pulsed with a fierce intensity, the essence of life and death hanging in the balance. The confrontation loomed, but the night was alive with emotion, fear, hope, sorrow, and love intertwined, a tapestry waiting to unfold, a story still echoing in the cosmos, never truly ending, but forever beginning anew. The wind howled like a wounded animal through the barren expanse of the desert, a cruel symphony of chaos that rattled the bones of the earth. Each gust was a reminder of the god of chaos, a deity as capricious and unpredictable as the shifting sands. I stood amidst the dunes, heart pounding, adrenaline surging through my veins as if trying to outrun the tempest brewing in the sky above me. Lightning flickered, sinister whispers woven through the dark clouds, each flash casting grotesque shadows that danced behind the jagged rocks. My hands trembled as I clutched the small stone amulet around my neck, the only protection against the madness that swirled around me. Then there was Jorah, her breath shallow and rapid, eyes wide like a hunted doe. I could feel her anxiety wrapping itself around me like a choking vine. "They're coming," she whispered, every word laced with desperation. I wanted to tell her it would be okay, that hope was still a flickering flame in the suffocating darkness, but the truth was heavier than the silence that followed. The chaos was not just outside, it had burrowed itself deep within us, twisting our minds and hearts into a knot so tight, it threatened to strangle the very air we breathed. "Remember the last time we faced them?" I said, an attempt to reach into the depths of her fear. "We survived." "Barely," she shot back, the tremor in her voice echoing the storm brewing within the horizon. I wanted to see her as brave, but the flickering ember of doubt in her eyes betrayed her. It mirrored the tempest in my own heart, the memories of our last confrontation, of the lives shattered like glass, splintering under the weight of chaos. Across the dunes, Cade stood, the embodiment of defiance wrapped in a cloak of shadows and scars. He was a tempest all his own, a man forged in the fires of loss. I could see him gripping the hilt of his sword, knuckles white, as if it was the only thing tethering him to sanity. "This time," he said, voice low and gravelly, "we strike first." There was a madness in his eyes, a flicker of something dark and hungry that sent chills racing down my spine. He had been consumed by his need for vengeance, and I feared what that would make him. The ground shook, an ominous warning that resonated through me, the very earth shuddering at the thought of what was to come. I could taste the ozone in the air, feel the anticipation, a tight coil ready to snap. They were coming, and this time, there would be no retreat, no escape from the chaos that awaited us. I remember the dreams that haunted my sleep. Vivid images of a swirling vortex, shadows writhing like tortured souls, and a laughter that echoed through the valleys of my mind. It was the god of chaos, mocking us, daring us to confront it. Each night, I awoke drenched in sweat, heart racing like a drumbeat echoing through the silence of the night. And now, standing in the desert, I could feel the weight of those dreams bearing down on me, an oppressive reminder of our fate. "Jorah, we can't run," Cade said, his voice slicing through the tension like a knife. "We have to face this." Her gaze flickered between us, uncertainty clouding her features. "And if we fail?" she asked, the fear spilling over like a broken dam. "What if chaos consumes us? What if it doesn't?" I countered, the desperation creeping into my voice. "What if we finally end this?" But even as I spoke those words, doubt gnawed at me, a relentless beast clawing at the edges of my resolve. The memories of our past, each scar we bore, each life lost, wrapped around me, a tightening noose. I remember the sound of screams, the taste of blood in the air, the way hope had slipped through our fingers like sand. Did we truly believe we could stand against the storm? The wind picked up, swirling grains of sand around us in a dizzying dance. The world felt unsteady, as if the very ground beneath our feet was about to give way. Cade took a step forward, unyielding in his determination. "We are not just fighting for ourselves," he said, voice rising above the chaos. "We fight for those who cannot. For the lives stolen in the night." His words sparked something within me, a flicker of a flame against the encroaching darkness. I could see it in Jorah's eyes, too, a shift, a glimmer of understanding that warred with her fear. We were bound by more than just our own survival, we were part of a larger tapestry woven with threads of sacrifice and rebellion. Each life we touched, each heart we saved, rippled through the fabric of existence, defying the chaos that sought to consume us. But the storm was drawing closer, and I could feel the weight of time slipping away. It was a relentless tide, a clock ticking down to an inevitable confrontation. I couldn't shake the sensation that something, or someone, was watching us from the shadows, waiting for the moment to strike. "Get ready," I said, my voice steadier now, infused with the urgency of the moment. "This is it." As the first figures broke through the haze, emerging from the swirling sands like phantoms, a cold dread washed over me. Their faces were hidden beneath hoods, their intentions cloaked in darkness. But I could feel the chaos radiating from them, a palpable energy that throbbed in the air. And just like that, the world exploded into chaos. The fight began, a brutal ballet of violence and fury, each movement raw and visceral. I could hear the clash of steel, the cries of desperation mingling with the laughter of the god that danced above us. It was madness, a chaotic symphony that resonated within my very soul. But amidst the chaos, I felt a flicker of something beautiful, a connection, a bond forged in the fires of our shared struggles. Jorah's hand found mine, Cade's fierce spirit beside me, and together we fought against the tide. With each swing of the sword, each desperate breath, we carved our defiance into the heart of chaos. And I remembered the stories of old, of heroes standing against insurmountable odds, of love and hope intertwined in the darkest of nights. But the storm raged on, relentless and unforgiving, and I knew this was just the beginning. The confrontation was far from over. The god of chaos laughed, a sound that echoed in the distance, a chilling reminder that chaos was never truly defeated. As the dust settled around us, we stood on the edge of an abyss, a precipice where fear and courage collided, where the future hung in the balance. And I could feel it, the weight of desperation and hope thrumming in my veins, a haunting melody that would carry us forward into the unknown. Each heartbeat echoed the promise of what was to come, the tension unfurling like the sands beneath our feet. The desert was alive with anticipation, and as we took our next step, I could sense the darkness closing in, a reminder that chaos was not just a force outside us, but the very essence of what it meant to be alive. A low growl echoed through the darkened chambers of the palace, reverberating like thunder in the hearts of the men who dared to tread here. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and fear, mingling with the acrid smell of burning incense. Shadows danced on the walls, flickering like ghosts of the past, as three figures stood poised at the precipice of their destinies. They could hear the distant cries of the people, the wails of a kingdom teetering on the edge of despair. It was the night of the judgment, and the weight of it clung to them like a shroud. I remember the moment. I remember the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, the way the very stones seemed to tremble in anticipation. Horus watched from his perch high above, his golden eyes glimmering with an intensity that made me shiver. The falcon god of kingship, his spirit soared above us, a silent witness to our strife. But I was no mere spectator, I was wrapped in the fabric of this night, each heartbeat a drum echoing my dread. Khepri stood to my left, fists clenched so tight his knuckles turned white. He was the defender, the unwavering shield of our people, yet doubt gnawed at him, raw and relentless. I could see it in the way his shoulders hunched, as if the weight of the world bore down on him. "What if I fail?" he whispered, his voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. The question hung heavy in the air, an uninvited guest at a cruel feast. Across from us, Hat was a tempest of emotion, a flame flickering against the encroaching darkness. She was fierce, a woman who wielded knowledge like a blade, yet her heart was a fragile thing, stitched together by hope and desperation. "We can't let fear dictate our actions," she said, her voice steady, but I saw the tremor in her fingers. She was trying to convince herself as much as she was convincing us. "The people need to believe in us. They need us." I could feel the weight of her resolve, and yet the shadows whispered doubt, curling around her like smoke. The clock ticked, an omnipotent reminder of our dwindling time, each second an echo of fate tightening its grip. The council awaited us, their faces like masks, betraying nothing yet everything. Their eyes glinted with judgment, the promise of retribution looming. I felt the echoes of the past crashing against my psyche, decisions made, lives extinguished, the blood of the innocent staining the palace floors. "Horus guide us," I muttered, though I wasn't sure if it was a plea or a curse. The falcon god was a harbinger of kingship, but he was also a harbinger of chaos. The sky outside darkened, a shroud falling over the city. I could hear the whispers of the villagers, their hopes and fears weaving into a tapestry of desperation just beyond the walls. What if they turn against us? Kefri's voice broke through my thoughts. What if this is the end? No, Sizhat snapped, her eyes fierce. If we falter, we condemn them to darkness. We must stand firm, even if we tremble. Her words were fire, igniting something within me, yet I felt the chill of uncertainty. I could almost hear the distant flap of Horus's wings, a reminder of the weight of our choices. Above us, he was both a protector and a predator, watching as we navigated the labyrinth of fate. I felt small and insignificant beneath his gaze, and scuttling beneath the vast expanse of the cosmos. What if he does not favor us? I thought, the darkness creeping in with icy fingers. The council chamber loomed ahead, its door an ancient gate to judgment. I felt my heart race, each thump resonating in my ears like a war drum. The clash of swords and the cries of the fallen echoed in my memory, ghosts of 1,000 battles fought, so many lives lost, so many destinies sealed. This is it, I said, almost a whisper, as if saying it would summon courage. Kefri took a breath, steadying himself. Together, he said, and in his voice was a thread of strength that knitted us together, however fragile it may be. Sizhat nodded, her gaze fierce. Together, we can face the storm. And with that, we pushed through the door into the council chamber, the air thickening with tension. The council sat before us, their eyes pinpricks of judgment, and I felt the weight of their expectations pressing down on my shoulders like a boulder. I could almost hear the whispers of the past, of kings and queens long gone, their fates wrapped in the same uncertainty that coiled around us now. What say you, children of the falcon? The chief counselor's voice was like ice, slicing through the silence. Do you dare to challenge the tides of fate? In that moment, all I could think of was the power of belief. The power of Horus. I remembered his fierce gaze, the way he soared through the skies, unburdened by doubt. We stand for our people. We stand for hope. The words exploded from my throat, raw and unfiltered, and I felt the energy shift like a tide turning. We shall not yield. The council's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise breaking through their stoic masks. I felt the spark of belief igniting within us, a flame roaring to life against the encroaching darkness. We were not just mere mortals, we were vessels of something greater, and in that moment, beneath the watchful eyes of the falcon god, we were alive. But the confrontation was far from over. The questions would come, the doubts would rise, and the shadows would linger. And as the council leaned in, their expression shifting from surprise to something darker, I could feel the weight of the night pressing down on my soul, the overwhelming urge to flee battling against the relentless need to stand firm. I could almost hear the distant flap of wings, Horus watching, waiting. Would we soar or would we fall? Time held its breath, a pulse in the silence, and in that haunting stillness, everything hung in the balance. The air hung thick with the scent of resin and decay, a pungent reminder that life, with all its vibrancy, was fleeting. In the heart of the tomb, shadows danced on ancient walls, flickering like the souls trapped within, yearning for release. A single torch sputtered, casting an unsteady glow as the granite sarcophagus loomed, silent, foreboding, a guardian of secrets best left buried. I remember the sound of my heart pounding, a frantic rhythm echoing through the stillness as I stood before the dark maw of death. All around me, the very essence of fear coiled tightly, wrapping around my throat, squeezing until my breaths came sharp and shallow. There was no mistaking it, the god of mummification, Anubis, was watching. And then I saw her, a silhouette against the dim light, Myra, my sister, her features twisted in anguish. "We shouldn't be here," she whispered, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. She was always the cautious one, pulling the reins on my reckless spirit, but right now, I could see the shadows of her memories playing tricks on her mind, haunting her with visions of our past. Every tick of the clock echoed the weight of time lost, memories flooding back like torrents. I remember the day we buried our mother beneath the sands of the Nile, the sun glaring down as if mocking our grief. My breath caught in my throat, the sting of loss cutting deeper than any blade. I had vowed to protect Myra, to shield her from the underworld's grasp, but here we were, teetering on the edge of its abyss. "Zav, please," Myra pleaded, her eyes wide pools of desperation. "This isn't a game. Anubis, he's real. He will take us." A chill skittered down my spine at the thought of the jackal-headed deity, the harbinger of the afterlife, weaving his dark magic and drawing souls into his eternal fold. The stories had always terrified me, but they were just whispers in the wind. The reality loomed larger than life, a truth wrapped in shadows and echoes, beckoning us into its maw. I swallowed hard, the taste of dread bitter on my tongue. "We have to know. We have to find out what happened to her." The words felt heavy, laden with the weight of unresolved questions, buried beneath the sands of time. I didn't want to admit it, but a part of me craved the thrill, the rush of confronting the very essence of death. "Knowledge is a curse," she murmured, eyes darting to the dark corners of the tomb, as if Anubis himself lurked there, waiting for our foolishness to unfold. "We might not return. You don't get to gamble with our lives." But when had I ever listened? It was the reckless abandon that thrummed through me, the same force that had drawn us into this labyrinth of loss and longing. I remembered the stories, the way our mother would tell them, her voice laced with a macabre cheerfulness. "Anubis will protect you, dear ones," she had said, the absurdity of the statement clashing with the reality of her fate. "He knows the way to the afterlife, and he will guide you safely." As if summoned by our fear, the atmosphere shifted. The air crackled, electric with an intensity that made the hair on the back of my neck stand. The shadows deepened, swirling like smoke, and it felt as if the tomb itself breathed along with us, alive with ancient secrets. "Zav!" Myra's voice sliced through the tension, sharp and urgent. Her hand gripped my arm, her fingers digging in as if to anchor me. "This is wrong. We need to leave. Now." Before I could respond, the ground trembled, the very stones groaning in protest. I felt it in my bones, a primal fear that clutched at my heart. And then I saw him. Anubis. Cloaked in darkness, his eyes glimmering like shards of obsidian, piercing through the veil of time. My breath hitched in my throat, the air around us thickening, suffocating. He stood before us, a figure both magnificent and terrifying, embodying the duality of life and death. His presence enveloped us, a swirling vortex of power and despair. I remembered the tales of his mummification rituals, the way he prepared the bodies, the weight of his judgment resting on every soul. But now, as he hovered in the stillness, it became clear, he was not just a god of the dead, but of those who dared trespass into his realm. "Why do you disturb my domain?" His voice resonated, a rumble that vibrated through the stone, crashing against my chest like the tide. I felt the heat of panic rising within me, but I forced myself forward, standing between him and Myra, my heart racing against the certainty of my own mortality. "We seek answers." The words burst from my lips, reckless and desperate. "We need to know what happened to our mother." Myra's gasp was a whisper of despair, but it spurred me on, fueled by the fire of grief and the unrelenting need for closure. I could feel the echoes of her love, a fierce, haunting lullaby that tethered me to this moment, a tether I would not sever. Anubis tilted his head, his gaze unyielding. "Seeking truth can lead you to darkness, child. Are you prepared to face it?" The weight of his question hung heavy in the air, a challenge igniting the embers of fear within me. I wanted to turn back, to flee into the safety of the known world outside the tomb. But I also wanted to know. I wanted to confront the shadows that lingered in the corners of my heart. I breathed, the words trembling on my lips. And as the shadows shifted, tightening around us, I realized I stepped not just into a tomb, but into the very essence of life, death, and everything that lies between. The confrontation had begun, and with it came the haunting, a journey not just through the darkness beyond, but through the labyrinth of my own soul. In this moment, as the darkness whispered secrets and the weight of time pressed against us, I understood that we weren't just hoping to find our mother. We were standing on the precipice of our own destinies, ready to confront the ghosts of our past, and the eternal shadows that would guide us. And Anubis was here, watching, waiting, the keeper of the gates. The lines between life and death blurred, and I felt myself teetering on the edge, the abyss calling, echoing with the promise of truth, a truth that might shatter everything I thought I knew. I remember the silence, thick and suffocating, sealing the air like a tomb. It draped over the realm of the Duat, the Egyptian underworld, where shadows twisted like wraiths and the scent of damp earth lingered like a memory. There, beneath the weight of eternity, the unspeakable was alive, crackling in the darkness like a storm waiting to break. I could hear it, a heartbeat, echoing, relentless. It wasn't just mine, it was the pulse of the dead, thrumming in time with the chaos swirling around me. Run! A voice, shrill with terror, cut through the stillness, and I saw her, Nefertari, her eyes wide, shimmering with unshed tears, her heart shattering like glass beneath the pressure of the underworld's gaze. She had always been the light, the laughter, the one who chased shadows with a smile, but here, in this labyrinth of despair, she was nothing more than a fragile ghost caught in the grip of a nightmare. Her face was pale, a haunting reflection of the souls that drifted aimlessly in the Duat, their whispers weaving tales of anguish and longing. "Don't look back," she screamed. But how could I not? The darkness behind us was alive, a swirling mass of torment and fear. I felt its cold fingers reaching for us, snatching at the edges of our souls. I was tethered to another, Amir, my brother, a fierce warrior with a heart of stone, now reduced to a quivering child before the unknown. He had always fought, always faced down the enemy with a laugh and a blade, but here, he was lost, his bravado stripped bare, leaving only the man beneath, the man who feared what lay beyond the veil of life. "Nefertari," he cried, his voice trembling, thick with desperation. "We can't leave them." The echoes of the damned rose around us, a cacophony of sorrow. I could see them now, those lost souls, flickering like candle flames caught in a tempest, their faces twisted in agony. They reached for us with bony hands, their mouths opening in silent screams, begging for salvation. I remembered the stories of the Duat, where the heart was weighed against a feather, where the dead faced judgment. But what if, the thought called around my mind like a serpent, what if we all failed? "Keep moving!" Nefertari shouted again. Her voice sliced through the darkness, igniting a spark of determination in me. We stumbled over ancient stones, the cold biting at our feet, the shadows closing in like a predator. Time twisted here, it was no longer linear. I felt as if I was caught in a dream, racing toward some unseen truth, the cosmos swirling around us, indifferent to our plight. I remember the first time I heard the tales of the Duat, the endless expanse where the sun god Ra fought his nightly battle against the serpent Apep. The stories had felt distant, mythic, painted in the hues of childhood wonder. But now? Now each tale bore the weight of reality, heavy as a leaden sky. "Amir!" I shouted, catching a glimpse of his face. His eyes were wild, darting between shadows, searching for something, someone. "Listen to her. We have to go." But he hesitated, rooted in place, the pull of the past gripping him. I felt the echoes of nostalgia wash over me as I remembered his laughter, his warmth, the times we had run together in the sun, oblivious to the darkness that awaited us. "Do you hear them?" he whispered, dread creeping into his voice. "They're calling for help." Yes, they were. I could hear it, too, their cries clawing at the edges of my soul. They were the echoes of lives unlived, dreams unfulfilled. My heart ached, torn between loyalty and survival. What did it mean to save the living if we lost ourselves in the process? Nefertari grasped my arm, her grip a lifeline, her eyes fierce with resolve. "We can't save them all, Amir. We have to save ourselves." Her breath came in shaky gasps, but there was a fire in her spirit, a light flickering against the encroaching dark. But Amir was stubborn, a warrior even in the depths of despair. "What if we can? What if we can help them cross?" His voice was a broken plea, a desperate clutch at hope, but hope felt like a distant star, too far, too cold. I could feel the weight of their gazes upon us, the souls of the damned, their eyes reflecting a sorrow that gripped my heart. They were us, weren't they? Just lost souls seeking warmth, a flicker of light in the eternal night. I remember lying awake at night, haunted by the thought of what came after, the judgment, the weighing of hearts. The inevitability of fate. Listen to me, I shouted, adrenaline surging through my veins. We can't be their salvation. We have to keep moving or we'll join them. Nefertari pulled Amir away, her voice a shimmering beacon amid the darkness. Come on. We'll find another way. And in that moment, I saw it, the flicker of hope in her eyes, the unyielding determination that had always drawn me to her. The shadows lunged at us, and I felt the chill seep into my bones, the darkness clawing at our ankles like a beast hungry for its prey. We sprinted, our feet pounding against the stone, each step a rebellion against despair. The air thickened, suffocating, a palpable dread wrapping around us like a shroud. But still, we ran. Every heartbeat echoed in my ears as we plunged deeper into the duat, the air heavy with the weight of memories, dreams, and fears. I thought of the stars above, the vastness of the cosmos, and how tiny we were in this grand tapestry of existence. I remember that feeling of insignificance, but now, in this underworld, it was raw and visceral, a truth that wrapped around my throat like a noose. Together? Amir's voice rang out, bolstered by a sudden burst of courage. We were bound by blood, by the past, by our shared fear of the abyss, and I could feel our souls intertwining, a lifeline in the vast sea of darkness. But as we pressed on, the weight of the duat pressed upon us too, a suffocating blanket threatening to snuff out our flickering flames. And then, amid the chaos, I caught a glimpse of something, a flicker of light, a promise of hope. Over there! I gasped, pointing toward the glimmer that danced like a distant star, teasing us with the possibility of salvation. But the shadows surged, a wave of darkness clawing at our heels, a predator closing in. Go! Nefertari shouted. I'll hold them back. No. Amir's voice cracked in despair, the sheer agony of losing her striking him like a dagger. But she was resolute, her spirit a blazing fire that refused to bow. You must survive. I love you both. Now go. Tears streamed down my face, burning like molten silver, but I knew we had to keep moving. With a final glance, we ran toward the light, the tension building, heartbeats thrumming in sync with the chaotic melody of despair and hope. I remember the taste of fear and love, the bitter sweetness of sacrifice. And as we surged forward, the shadows clawing at our backs, I felt the universe shift, the stars above aligning in a cruel twist of fate. The duat was a relentless beast, but so were we. And in that moment, amid the swirling chaos, we were alive, and I knew, somewhere in that terrifying abyss, we would find our way. Our story was far from over, it was only beginning. And even as the darkness threatened to consume us whole, I felt the flicker of hope ignite anew, a promise that we would fight to see the dawn. The air trembled as the clock struck midnight, the chime echoing through the desolate streets like a ghostly wail. I could taste the dread in my mouth, sharp and metallic, the kind that conjures visions of ancestors calling from the void. Shadows danced in the flickering lamplight, twisting into grotesque shapes, and I felt the weight of 1,000 eyes upon my back, watching, waiting. Beneath my skin, my heart raced, thumping as if trying to escape the confines of my chest. This was no ordinary night. Lena stood in the center of the cracked cobblestone square, her eyes wide, reflecting the silver glow of the moon, a haunting lantern illuminating her despair. I can't go back, she whispered, voice trembling like the branches of a withered tree. The desperation in her tone sliced through the heavy silence, an unrelenting reminder of the darkness that awaited her. I could see the shadows of her past clawing at her, each mistake, each regret, shrouded in the whispers of the dead. I remembered when she was vibrant, laughter spilling from her lips like sunlight, but those days felt eons away. Now, the world felt heavy with ghosts. The Book of the Dead, its pages rumored to hold the secrets of the afterlife, had become a prison for her memories. Please, I can't, not again, she pleaded, her voice breaking, a fragile thread pulled taut. I felt her pain deep within me, reverberating like a drum, shaking the very foundation of my being, echoing the screams of those who hadn't found peace. And there was Ethan, my brother, pacing restlessly, his haunted eyes darting toward the shadows like a hunted animal. He'd always been the protector, but now? Now he was the one in need of saving. The familiar scent of smoke lingered around him, a reminder of the fire that consumed our childhood home, the inferno that left us scarred and searching. "We need to leave this place," he urged, his voice laced with urgency, a split-second decision waiting to be made between flight and fight. But what lay ahead? The Book of the Dead, an artifact of ancient wisdom, held the answers we desperately sought, yet it threatened to pull us into its abyss. It was said to guide souls, but what if it ensnared ours instead? I remember Lena's breath hitched as she clutched her chest. I remember nights spent dreaming of what lies beyond. I thought I could outrun them. Her eyes glazed over, memories flickering like candle flames, illuminating the corners of her mind. But they followed me, didn't they? The silence grew thick, suffocating. Each second felt like an eternity, stretching out like the shadows that entwined around us. I could feel the weight of Lena's history wrapping tighter, a shroud of despair that pulled her deeper into a chasm of solitude. What if the answers we seek are worse than the silence? Ethan asked, his voice cracking, a threadbare whisper that felt as fragile as the light between us. What if we are meant to be lost? The air thickened with dread, as if the city itself were holding its breath, waiting for a revelation. I stepped closer, reaching out, my fingers brushing against Lena's shoulder, trying to anchor her in this moment. "You are not alone," I urged, though I felt the tremor of my own uncertainty lurking beneath my words. "We face the darkness together, just like before." But even as I spoke, I couldn't shake the feeling that the ground beneath us was shifting, that the very fabric of reality was fraying at the edges. The clock continued to toll, each chime battering against my mind, reminders of time slipping away, a countdown to an inevitable confrontation. The Book of the Dead lay hidden in the shadows of the ancient library, its whispers weaving through the air like seductive tendrils, beckoning us closer. What if it shows us the way? I thought, though doubt gnawed at me like a persistent rodent. Or what if it reveals the truths we're unprepared to face? Lena's eyes darkened as if an abyss had opened within. "Truth," she spat out, bitterness twisting around her tongue. "Do we even know what that means anymore?" Her words felt like daggers, piercing the air, each syllable echoing the turmoil within her. Truth is a ghost, a fleeting shadow that slips through our fingers. Ethan inhaled sharply, the weight of her words striking him like a physical blow. "Or perhaps it's the only thing worth fighting for," he countered, his fists clenching in defiance. "The past is a prison, but we hold the key." But as he spoke, I felt the ground tremble beneath our feet, an ominous rumble reverberating through the air, as if the city itself was awakening from a long slumber. The shadows thickened, creeping closer, reaching out like skeletal fingers, grasping for our souls. The library loomed ahead, its Gothic architecture a monument to despair, a vault that stored secrets long buried. "We must move, now!" I shouted, urgency coursing through my veins, though every step forward felt like wading through treacle. The air was electric with tension, each breath laden with the weight of inevitability. Inside the library, silence swallowed us whole, the darkness pressing against our skin, a palpable force. The scent of ancient parchment and decay twisted together, a reminder of all those who had come before us, seeking answers, only to vanish into the void. Lena stepped forward, her fingers brushing against the spine of the book. "This is where it ends," she whispered. The words hung in the air, heavy with finality. The truth loomed over us like a guillotine, and I could feel the shadows closing in, wrapping around my heart, squeezing tighter and tighter. "Are we ready?" I asked, though my own voice trembled with uncertainty, the question echoing in the hollow chamber of our souls. "I don't know," Lena replied, her voice barely above a whisper, the flicker of hope extinguished. The clock ticked on, its relentless rhythm driving us to the brink of madness. I could hear the whispers of the dead, a symphony of sorrow and longing, a cacophony of voices lost in the dark. The weight of their burdens pressed upon us, and the air grew thick with despair. But in that moment, we were alive, tangled in the web of our fears, our hopes, our shattered dreams. The confrontation with the book would either shatter us further or reveal the possibility of resurrection. As Lena opened the ancient tome, the pages fluttered, revealing a kaleidoscope of lives lived, love lost, and moments frozen in time. Our fate lay within the ink, etched into the very fabric of existence. And as we stood there, teetering on the precipice of the unknown, I realized that this was not merely a search for answers. This was an exploration of the human heart, the bonds that tether us to life, and the terrifying beauty of the afterlife waiting just beyond the veil. Each heartbeat echoed in the silence, a reminder that our story was far from over. We were part of something vast, a cosmic dance between shadows and light, between the living and the dead, and in that moment, we were truly alive. The whispers intensified, a tempest of voices swirling around us, as if the universe itself were watching, waiting for our next move. The confrontation awaited, the truth hung in the balance, and we were poised on the edge of eternity. The night swallowed the land whole, a curtain of darkness draped over the city like a shroud, thick and suffocating. In the heart of the streets, where shadows danced with the flicker of dying torches, blood flowed like a river. I can hear the whispers of death curling through the air, each breath a gasp for life. The moon, a ghostly orb, hung high above, watching the spiraling chaos below with a knowing gaze. My heart races, a relentless drumbeat against the terror that grips us all. Osiris lay beneath the earth, cold and silent, a regal corpse wrapped in the arms of the afterlife. His absence echoed in the cries of the living, piercing through the veil of night. I remember the way the air trembled when the news broke, how it felt as though the sky itself had cracked open, spilling stars like tears. A god dead. The very fabric of existence torn asunder. And there stood Isis, a figure of strength wrapped in grief, her eyes pools of determination and despair. I can see her now, the flicker of firelight dancing on her skin, illuminating the anguish etched into her brow. I will find him, she vowed, her voice fierce yet hollow, filled with the weight of a promise made to a love long lost. But how does one reclaim a soul from the abyss? How does one summon the dead? The night grew heavy with anticipation, the shadows lengthening as she set forth on her quest. I remember her hands trembling as she gathered the remnants of his shattered being, pieces of a once great king scattered like autumn leaves. Each fragment held a memory, an echo of laughter, of joy, a time before the darkness. But all she could feel was the void he left, the chasm that widened with every breath she took. Then there was Seth, the usurper, lurking in the corners of my mind, the embodiment of betrayal wrapped in a cloak of darkness. His laughter, a chilling melody that sent shudders down my spine. I can recall the darkness in his eyes, the way he reveled in his power, intoxicated by the chaos he'd sown. You think love can conquer death, he sneered, his voice a serpent's hiss. It only feeds it. I felt the tension crackle in the air, an electric pulse that thrummed beneath the surface. Seth's shadow loomed large, taunting Isis even as she clawed her way through the depths of despair. A confrontation was imminent, a clash of wills that would shake the heavens and the earth. Each heartbeat in the silence echoed like a countdown to catastrophe. As Isis ventured deeper into the labyrinth of the afterlife, her footsteps softened, muffled against the dense fog of sorrow. I remember the coldness of the air, a chill that sank into my bones, whispering secrets of the dead. The landscape twisted and warped, like a dream turned nightmare, ghostly figures flitting in and out of view, remnants of souls caught between worlds. Osiris, she called, her voice raw, filled with an urgency that clawed at the silence. Where are you? But the darkness swallowed her words, the shadows tightening around her like a noose. I can feel her desperation, a raw and palpable thing, clawing at her heart. Every corner she turned only led her deeper into the abyss, into the embrace of the unknown. I remember, she whispered, her voice trembling like a candle's flame. I remember our laughter. I remember the way the stars felt like home. But memories are cruel, flickering specters that haunt the living. Seth's laughter echoed, mocking the very essence of her hope. You cannot resurrect what is lost, he taunted, his form flickering in and out of the shadows, a mirage of malevolence. What is dead. Embrace the darkness. Yet despite the suffocating despair, love whispered in the cracks of her heart, a gentle reminder that she was not alone. I felt the warmth of her resolve, the fire igniting in her veins as she clung to the memory of their shared dreams. I will not let you fade, she cried, her voice rising above the cacophony of despair. I refuse to let you go. The air thickened with tension, a palpable force that pulled at the seams of existence. I felt it in my bones as the confrontation reached its apex, a battle not of swords, but of wills and the very essence of life and death. The atmosphere crackled, charged with energy, as if the universe held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. And then, in a flash of light that split the darkness, Osiris emerged. The air shimmered with unearthly brilliance as the god of the afterlife stood before her, a figure of ethereal beauty and breathtaking sorrow. His eyes, once vibrant with life, now held the weight of eternity. "Isis," he breathed, his voice a haunting melody that echoed through the vastness. "You came for me." With that single glance, the world shifted. Time itself paused to witness the reunion, the fragile thread of love woven through the tapestry of despair. I could feel their connection, raw and powerful, a force that transcended the boundaries of life and death. "I remember," she gasped, her hands reaching for him, trembling with both fear and unyielding love. But Seth, the embodiment of chaos, laughed, a sound that echoed through the void. "Foolish, aren't you?" he jeered, stepping forward to disrupt the fragile moment. "Love cannot conquer death. It only invites despair." But he was wrong. Love is a force that dances in the shadows, a flicker of light even in the deepest darkness. And as Osiris took a step toward Isis, a spark ignited, the air trembled with the promise of resurrection. The ground beneath them shook as the very fabric of reality threatened to unravel. It was a moment suspended in time, a heartbeat racing toward the brink of destiny. I remember watching, breathless, as the confrontation escalated. The echoes of their emotions reverberated through the air, a symphony of longing and fury. The shadows pressed in, wrapping around them, but the light of their love began to break through, piercing the darkness like a spear of hope. And as the world hung in the balance, an unspoken truth loomed large. The cycle of death and rebirth was a dance they could not escape, a rhythm that pulsed through the very core of existence. The fight was not over. The myth of Osiris had only just begun, teetering on the edge of oblivion, waiting for the final act to unfold. In that moment, the night whispered, the stars shimmered, and the heart of the universe beat louder, echoing the promise of resurrection, of love defiant against the void. The shadows still loomed, but light flickered, and somewhere between life and death, their story hung in the balance, waiting for the dawn. The moon hung high, a silver coin against the tapestry of night, casting shadows that danced in the flickering torchlight. In the heart of the city, amidst the cacophony of the marketplace winding down, a scream pierced the air, raw, visceral, echoing off the stone walls like a lament from the depths of the earth. I remember the first time I heard it. It was as if the universe itself had cracked open, spilling forth the agony of a broken heart. Isis stood there, a spectre cloaked in darkness, her breath hitching in her throat as she watched her lover's lifeblood seep into the ground. Osiris, her radiant sun, lay sprawled beneath the weight of betrayal, the darkness pooling around him like an omen. "I would trade eternity for just one more heartbeat with you," she whispered, her voice trembling, a cauldron of anguish bubbling over. Her heart thudded in rhythm with the distant drums of mourning, echoing the violence that had shattered her world. The face of Set loomed in her mind, a cruel wraith with eyes like molten gold. He had taken everything from her, a thief in the night, and left nothing but ashes in his wake. "You think you can bury my love," she hissed into the void, the air around her electric with fury. "You think you can steal my joy and walk away unscathed?" Her hands clenched, knuckles white as the rage coursed through her veins, a torrent of vengeance waiting to erupt. I remember the warmth of their laughter, the way Osiris would cradle her close, his breath a gentle wind against her skin. Those moments felt like dreams, ethereal and fragile. Now, they lay shattered, each memory a shard of glass that cut deeper with every recollection. The city, once a haven, transformed into a labyrinth of despair, each alley whispering tales of heartbreak. "I will not be silenced," she vowed, the words spilling forth with a fierce determination that ignited something ancient within her, the magic they had shared, the bond that transcended the mortal realm. Her brother, Thoth, with his keen intellect and wisdom wrapped in shadow, watched from the distance, caught between loyalty and dread. "Isis, you tread a path lined with bones," he cautioned, the weight of his words heavy as the promise of the storm. "This is not retribution, it is self-destruction." But she could see the flicker of fear in his eyes, the way he imagined her battle-worn spirit crumbling to dust. I remember the stories of gods who fell for love, she countered, her voice a fierce whisper. I remember how they rose again, stronger. Thoth's thought spiraled, racing as fast as the heartbeat in his chest. He had seen vengeance spiral into madness, watched as the innocent became the victim of the very wrath they sought to unleash. But revenge is a double-edged sword, he warned, his breath shaky, as if the air itself trembled with the impending doom. You risk becoming the monster you seek to destroy. He felt helpless, a mere observer to this tempest, as he grasped at straws to pull her back from the precipice. Isis's eyes blazed with an otherworldly fire, a fierce inferno that lit the darkest corners of her soul. I will become whatever I need to be. For him. Each word was a hammer striking an anvil, forging her resolve in the furnace of grief. Shadows loomed, twisting around her like a cloak, whispering promises of power and darkness. She would summon the ancient magic of her ancestors, invoke the spirits that roamed the twilight. The echoes of the past sang to her, a haunting melody that promised both fortune and despair. I remember, she murmured, the soft touch of his hand. The weight of her memories threatened to crush her. I remember the warmth of his laughter, the light in his eyes. Each recollection cut deeper, a reminder of what had been lost, of futures that had crumbled to dust. And I will not let this rest. The words hung in the air, heavy with unyielding conviction, a promise made not just to herself but to the very essence of love that pulsed through her veins. As she summoned the magic, the shadows thickened, coiling around her like a serpent, whispering dark secrets of power that ignited her ambition. The air crackled, charged with an electric energy that beckoned her forward. The scent of jasmine and sandalwood filled the air, drawing her deeper into a trance, where love and vengeance intertwined like vines choking the life from a tree. Time stretched, warped, each heartbeat echoed like a war drum, pulsating with the rhythm of 1,000 prophecies. And then, there he was. Set, a silhouette against the moonlight, mocking and malevolent. The predator, cloaked in arrogance, a grin playing on his lips, a sinister promise of chaos and ruin. Come to settle the score, sister, he taunted, his voice dripping with venom. You think you can challenge me? In that moment, the world narrowed, laser-focused on the confrontation that had been brewing, a tempest gathered into a single moment. The ground trembled beneath her feet, and the universe held its breath. You took everything from me, she spat, fury igniting her magic, swirling around her like a tempest. Now, I will take back what is rightfully mine. The shadows danced, eager to obey her call, beckoning forth the magic that coursed through her veins like molten fire. Let's see if you can withstand the storm. Set's laughter echoed, a chilling melody that sent shivers down her spine, but she stood resolute, a warrior fueled by love, magic, and the cold, hard edge of revenge. The city breathed with her, a living entity wrapped in silence, the anticipation thick enough to slice through. And in that heartbeat, everything hung in the balance, love, loss, and the darkness that loomed ahead. In that moment, a flicker of doubt crept in. Was vengeance worth the price? But as she looked into Set's mocking eyes, she felt the weight of her love for Osiris surge through her like a tidal wave. I will not let you win, she whispered, her voice trembling with a fierce resolve. The stage was set, and the players were in motion. Love and revenge danced on the precipice of chaos, both exhilarating and terrifying. And as the first sparks of magic ignited, illuminating the night with an ethereal glow, the world shifted. Time became elastic, stretched between the past and the impending conflict, a fragile thread waiting to snap. The battle for love had begun, a maelstrom of emotions, magic, and unresolved grief swirling into a tempest that promised neither victory nor defeat but an endless cycle of rebirth and ruin. The sun hung low in the sky, blood-red and ominous, casting elongated shadows across the dirt of the marketplace. Merchants shouted, desperation cloaked their voices as they hawked wares that dripped with the sweat of labor. But amidst the chaos, a silence fell like a shroud when the dark procession emerged. I could feel the heat of their anger, simmering just below the surface, boiling, ready to erupt. They marched, fierce-eyed and resolute, carrying banners that snapped in the wind like the wings of caged birds yearning for freedom. They were priests, warriors, and citizens alike, all united in a chorus of defiance against the god-king looming over them. His name was Pharaoh Khufu, a titan forged from the very dust of the sands, and in their eyes burned a mixture of reverence and hatred. I remember the moment he appeared, his chariot gliding forward, indifference radiating from him like the scorching sun. The golden anchor upon his chest gleamed, its brilliance a cruel mockery to those whose dry throats cried out for water, whose bodies ached under the weight of the day. "I am a god," he declared, his voice thundering, echoing into the depths of their fear. In that moment, I saw the flicker of doubt cross the face of Nefertari, the high priestess, whose heart teetered on a precipice of devotion and rebellion. Her hands, usually steady and protective, trembled as she clutched the sacred scrolls. The air hummed with tension, the streets pulsed like a living thing, a heartbeat quickening in anticipation of the clash to come. She was torn, bound by duty to the pharaoh, yet haunted by whispers of the starving children and the laborers whose cries she could no longer ignore. "Pharaoh, the people," she started, but her voice faltered, swallowed by the roar of the crowd. And then there was Amir, a soldier once proud and fierce, now just a shell of a man whose spirit had been crushed under the weight of his loyalty. His memory swirled like dust in the air, glorious battles fought in the name of the pharaoh, the glory once bestowed upon him. But what was glory to a man who watched his own kin suffer? As he clenched his fists, the ringing of the metal armor felt like chains wrapping tighter around him, binding him to a fate he could no longer accept. "I remember," he murmured, as if to conjure strength from the past, the valor that had once coursed through his veins. "I remember the laughter of my children, the warmth of the sun on my face, untouched by fear." The ground trembled beneath their feet, not from the earth but from the storm brewing within their hearts, a tempest of conflict, despair, and a flicker of hope. Nefertari stepped forward, her voice breaking through the noise, raw and urgent. "He is not a god among us. He is a man, just as we are." The words fell like stones into the silence, and for a heartbeat, the world held its breath. Khufu's eyes flared, and a sinister smile spread across his face, thin as a blade. "You would question me, priestess? I am the sun that rises, the river that flows. Without me, you are nothing." But the people surged forward, emboldened by her words. They were no longer mere shadows in the dust, they were a chorus of pain and longing, and their chant filled the air like an incantation. "We are the blood, the bone, the spirit of this land. We rise." Time warped around them, the golden hour stretching like a taut string ready to snap. I could hear the cosmos shift in their cries, and in the midst of their fury, I remembered the stories told in hushed whispers, the tales of gods who walked among men, and the pharaohs who claimed divine right. The weight of history hung heavily over them, a tapestry of bloodshed and reverence, woven with the threads of betrayal and courage. Amir, caught in the storm of his own heart, turned to Nefertari, desperation sparking behind his tired eyes. "What if we are wrong? What if we rise only to be crushed beneath his heel?" But her gaze held a fierce determination, a light shining through the shadows of doubt. "What is a life lived in chains? Would you rather bow to a false sun, or be burned by the truth?" The crowd roared again, a cacophony of voices rising like a phoenix from the ashes of oppression. It was a raw, primal sound that reverberated through the very core of existence, echoing in the chambers of the gods. I could feel the pulse of their collective heart, a heartbeat that screamed for justice, for liberation from the divine yoke of a man who claimed to be more than mortal. And then, as if the universe itself had conspired to witness this clash, the sky darkened, clouds swirling in a chaotic dance above their heads. I felt the air crackle with electricity, a storm was coming. A storm of change, a tempest of rebellion that threatened to consume them all. Nefertari raised her arms, a beacon of hope against the gathering darkness, and with a voice both tremulous and fierce, she shouted, "We are not mere subjects. We are the guardians of this land's soul." The cry of defiance resonated in every heart, igniting a fire that burned hotter than the sun itself. A surge of energy pulsed through the crowd, raw and untamed, like the first strike of lightning in an electric storm. But Khufu, the God King, stood defiant, his expression a mask of fury and disdain. "You dare challenge me? You will pay for this insolence." And with that, the ground beneath them became a battlefield, the cries of the people rising to meet the challenge of the pharaoh, a confrontation that would shake the very foundations of existence. In that moment, I felt the weight of centuries bearing down upon them. Time twisted and turned, the past and future colliding in a whirlwind of emotion. The air hummed with anticipation, and I could almost hear the whispers of the ancestors, urging them to fight, to rise, to claim their destiny. As the tension reached its zenith, the world held its breath, an unspoken promise of change, a glimpse into the cosmic dance of fate unfolding before them. I could see it in their eyes, the fear, the courage, the heartache, and the promise of something more. And as the storm approached, a reckoning loomed on the horizon, waiting for the moment to strike. A crescent moon hung low in the velvet sky, its silver light spilling like spilled wine across the darkened streets of Thebes. The air was thick with the scent of burnt offerings, mingling with the desperate whispers of the crowd. I remember the moment. My heart was a drum, pounding in my chest as I stood frozen, feet rooted to the ground. Shadows flickered across the faces around me, each one a mask of fear and longing, and in that moment, I felt the weight of 1,000 gods watching, weighing the souls of men. Miriam was pressed against the wall, her breath shallow. Fear radiated from her as she clutched a small clay amulet to her chest, its surface warm from her skin. She had always believed in the power of Horus, the falcon-headed god who soared above the city, ruling the skies with a fierce gaze. But tonight, as the priests called for sacrifice, the very air crackled with something darker, something that cast doubt upon her faith. "What if he doesn't listen?" she whispered, her voice a fragile thread threatening to snap. I wanted to tell her that our gods, those celestial beings who danced across the night, were not made of dreams, but of flesh and blood, of kings and queens who had once walked in the dust of this very ground. But my own heart was heavy with uncertainty, a storm brewing within me as I looked toward the temple. The great edifice loomed, its stones ancient and weathered, a monument to the powers that had shaped our lives. It stood as a reminder of kingship, a heavy crown worn by those who thought themselves gods among men. Did they truly understand the price of their power? A low rumble echoed from the temple, and the crowd surged like a tide, pulling me along. I caught sight of David, my brother, standing tall against the throng, his face set in grim determination. His spirit, once a wild flame, now flickered with doubt, a candle fighting against the winds of change. "We cannot bow to fear," he shouted, his voice slicing through the murmur of panic. "Horus will protect us." But even as he spoke, the uncertainty clawed at his insides, tightening like a noose. I wanted to reach out, to remind him of the endless nights we spent dreaming of glory, of the sky painted with the colors of our ambition. But the truth lingered like a ghost between us, a reminder of our father's fate, an executioner's blade that had claimed his life under the same moonlight. I remembered the day it happened, how the sun seemed to dim, how shadows grew longer, darker. I could still hear the whispers, the rumors that had spread like wildfire through the streets, consuming everything in their path. He was too ambitious, they said. Too proud. Did they know that ambition was the very essence of life, a pulse that thrummed within us all? Now, as the priests began their incantations, I felt a chill scuttle down my spine like the skittering of a rat through the alleys. The rhythmic chanting echoed, a haunting melody that echoed in the hollow spaces of my mind. I sought strength in the familiar faces around me, but they were all losing hope, their eyes reflecting the flickering flames of the torches. The shadows seemed to pulse with a life of their own, weaving tales of despair and dread. "Do you remember the stories they told us?" Miriam's voice broke through my thoughts, a fragile plea. The tales of Horus, the one who avenged his father, who rose through the storm. Her eyes were wide, searching for belief, for something tangible to hold on to. What if he doesn't come? What if we are left alone in this darkness? A knot twisted in my stomach. I wanted to believe. I wanted to be the hero, to stand against the night and declare that our faith was stronger than fear. But doubt clung to me like shadows, and the blood-soaked history of our land echoed in my ears, a haunting reminder that kings had risen and fallen, and the skies had witnessed it all. "Look!" David's voice rang out, cutting through the oppressive silence. He pointed toward the temple, where the high priest raised a dagger, its blade glinting wickedly in the moonlight. The crowd inhaled collectively, a sharp gasp that felt like a knife piercing the night. "Do you hear them? The cries of the past? They demand justice. Justice." The word hung heavy in the air, a weight that threatened to crush. I wanted to scream, to shout that justice was a double-edged sword, one that could just as easily sever the hands that wielded it. The priest's chant rose in urgency, wrapping around us like a snake, squeezing tighter. I could feel Miriam's hand tighten around mine, her fear wrapping around my heart like ivy, choking the breath from my lungs. We have to do something. We can't just stand here. Her voice was a desperate whisper, pleading for a glimmer of hope. But what could we do? It felt as if the very cosmos conspired against us, the stars twinkling mockingly in the distance. I remembered the tales of Horus, of kings who transformed into gods and the sacrifices that had paved their way. But at what cost? I could see it now, the line blurring between reverence and madness, faith and despair. Justice is a cruel mistress, I murmured, my voice barely above a breath. And it demands a price we may not be willing to pay. As I spoke, the dagger fell, piercing the air with a finality that echoed like thunder. A gasp rippled through the crowd, and the world seemed to shatter in that moment, fragments of hope and terror swirling together like a tempest. I felt the earth shake beneath my feet, the sky darkening as the weight of history bore down upon us. I clutched Miriam's hand, our fingers intertwined like roots, caught in a storm. David's eyes met mine, filled with a mixture of rage and despair, as we stood on the cusp of everything we feared and everything we had ever dreamed. The darkness pressed in, but somewhere, hidden in our hearts, a flicker of rebellion sparked to life. Could we rise from this? Could we break the chains of fate and forge a new path? The question spun through my mind, a whirlpool of uncertainty, pulling us deeper into the abyss. I felt the weight of the night heavy upon me, but deep within, a flicker, a promise, remained, urging me to believe that even in the darkest of times, the stars could guide us home. The chant rose and fell, a haunting melody that wrapped around us, binding us to the past while whispering promises of a future unwritten. The air was electric, charged with a fury that demanded release, and as I stood there, heart racing, I felt the pulse of the cosmos echoing within me, igniting a fire I thought long extinguished. And as the shadows deepened, I knew that whatever came next, it would not end here. The story was far from over, the confrontation was only beginning, swirling like smoke in the wind, beckoning us into the unknown. The air is thick with the scent of burnt incense, a pungent reminder that something sacred is unraveling just beyond the threshold of the temple. I stand outside, heart pounding, my hands trembling against the cool stone walls, feeling the reverberation of distant chants like the pulsing heartbeat of a great beast. Inside, shadows dance, flickering against the flickering candles, the whispered prayers clawing at the silence, thick as fog. The temple looms, a fortress of faith, yet within its hallowed halls, anguish festers, as faith battles doubt, and devotion wrestles with despair. I remember the first time I entered this place of worship, where every corner holds a story, every stone a prayer. It was a time when belief enveloped me like a warm embrace, when the flickering light of the candles felt like the laughter of the divine. But standing here now, I feel the chill of uncertainty creep along my spine, a menacing reminder of the skepticism that has seeped into my bones like winter's frost. Beside me, Mara stands, her eyes reflecting the flickering flames inside, betraying a storm of emotions as she clutches a worn-out prayer book. Her fingers trace the frayed edges, a lifeline to the past. She's a storm, she's a tempest, a whirlwind of hope and pain, battling her own demons, her faith fraying at the seams. I remember how she used to believe with such fierce abandon, how her laughter would ripple through the temple like a hymn, but now, the laughter hangs like a ghost in the air, a specter of what once was. "Do you think it matters?" she whispers, her voice a fragile thread woven with doubt. "Do our prayers even reach him anymore?" The question hangs, heavy and dark, a fear that gnaws at the edges of her spirit. I can see it in her eyes, a flicker of pain, a desperate hunger for connection, yet the fear of abandonment looms larger than any deity. Before I can answer, the temple doors swing open, and we are thrust into a flood of sound, voices raised in fervent prayer, the deep timbre of the priests echoing off the ancient stones, a cacophony that pierces my heart. Each word is a plea, each chant a battle cry against the chaos of the world outside. Yet, the truth gnaws at me, the temple, once a refuge, feels like a cage, its walls closing in, suffocating the very faith it was built to uphold. And there's Eli, the third of our trio, standing at the altar, his silhouette stark against the backdrop of flickering candles. He's a wanderer, a poet lost in his own verses, a man who wears his heart on his sleeve, yet carries the weight of the world on his shoulders. His words, once a balm for our aching souls, now falter on his lips, tangled in the web of despair he weaves. He stares into the void, searching for something, God, answers, solace, but the emptiness reflects back, mocking him in its silence. "I can't do this anymore," he mutters, his voice barely above a whisper, a confession laced with desperation. What if he's not listening? The question hangs in the air, raw and visceral, a wound laid bare. I see it in his eyes, the flicker of doubt that has become a companion, clinging like a shadow. And in that moment, time bends, the world around us blurs into an indistinct haze of sound and color. I remember the weight of expectation, the longing for divine intervention that once felt so certain. But now, it's all tainted by the reality that belief is not a shield against the storms of life. The chants escalate, tremors of hope igniting the air, yet it feels like a cruel joke, an echo in a hollow chamber. I look at Mara, her face etched with uncertainty, and I realize that we are all standing on the precipice of a great chasm, our faith teetering, our hearts trembling on the edge of belief and betrayal. Maybe it doesn't matter if he's listening, I find myself saying, my voice steadying with conviction I don't quite feel. Maybe what matters is that we believe together, even when it feels impossible. The words spill out, desperate and raw, a plea to hold on to the flickering flame of hope amid the encroaching darkness. But as I say it, I feel the weight of the unspoken fears pressing against my chest. Can belief survive in a world where suffering is omnipresent, where the sacred is overshadowed by doubt? I want to believe fiercely, to grasp the light and banish the shadows, but the truth gnaws at my insides, a relentless reminder of our fragility. The air thickens with tension, an electric charge pulsating through the room. I glance back at Eli, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, a storm brewing beneath the surface. I used to think the temple was a fortress, he breathes, but now it feels like a prison. The vulnerability in his voice sends shivers down my spine, the raw honesty both terrifying and liberating. As the chants rise to a fever pitch, I feel the pull of the ancient walls, their history whispering secrets that echo through time. I remember the stories of those who came before us, their hopes and fears etched into the stone, their faith a tapestry woven from the threads of struggle and triumph. We are but the latest chapters in an endless tale, our own stories woven into the fabric of this sacred place. Maybe we need to redefine what worship means, I suggest, my heart racing, the thought igniting a flicker of hope. Maybe it's not about the temple, but about how we hold on to each other in the chaos. The words tumble out, raw and unrefined, like a prayer of its own. Mara's eyes meet mine, a flicker of understanding sparking between us. Together, she whispers, a mantra, a lifeline. Eli nods, the weight of despair momentarily lifted as the threads of connection weave their way back into the fabric of our shared belief. The chants continue, a crescendo of hope rising around us, and for a fleeting moment, the shadows recede, and the light feels within reach. But as the temple walls echo our resolve, I can't shake the feeling that this is just the beginning, a fragile flicker of faith igniting against the encroaching darkness, a reminder that the importance of temple worship is not in the structure itself, but in the hearts that gather within its embrace, fighting together against the tides of doubt. And as we step deeper into the storm of emotions, the world outside fades, and we find ourselves suspended in this moment, a tapestry of faith, fear, and longing. The flickering flames cast our shadows long upon the stone floor, a reminder that we are not alone, trapped in a dance between belief and disbelief, forever spinning in this haunting waltz of the human spirit. The sun hung low in a crimson sky, a molten disk threatening to plummet into the horizon. A figure stood on the edge of the Nile, silhouetted against the fiery backdrop. It was Nefer, his heart pounding like a drum echoing through an empty temple. The air crackled, heavy with an unspeakable tension as shadows danced around him, whispering ancient secrets. Fear gripped his throat, it was as if the very cosmos held its breath, waiting for the first note of a long-forgotten symphony. I remember, Nefer's voice cracked, barely a whisper lost in the wind. The day the world was born, and the day it almost drowned. Memories of chaos and creation surged through him like a tide, crushing and lifting all at once. he recalled the swirling darkness from which Ra had emerged, a radiant force wrapped in the essence of life and death. The sun god, fierce and unyielding, had ignited the heavens and painted the earth with warmth, yet with that brilliance came shadows deep enough to swallow whole civilizations. From the corner of his eye, he saw her, Kia, the embodiment of beauty, now stained with despair. Her hands trembled as she clutched a pendant, a gift from the god who breathed light into the world. Nefer, she called, her voice breaking like shattered glass, the darkness is rising again. I can feel it in my bones. Her eyes, once bright with defiance, glistened with a terror that mirrored his own. I remember, he repeated, and the words were like a prayer. They echoed in the hollow of his chest, a desperate attempt to connect to the past when their world thrived beneath Ra's fierce gaze. But that warmth was slipping away, leaving behind a chill that settled into the marrow of his bones. The stories say Ra battled Apep, the serpent, in the depths of the night, but what they don't tell you is how fear can twist even the most sacred bonds. Kia turned, her gaze piercing through the encroaching darkness. What about us, Nefer? What if the serpent is more than a myth? What if it's inside us? The weight of her words wrapped around his heart like a vice. He had fought many battles, against famine, against drought, against the very essence of despair, but this fight was different. This was a war against the self, against the shadows that festered in the corners of their souls, threatening to consume them. I remember, his voice resonated like the last echo of a bell tolling in a forgotten temple. The air thickened, charged with the memories of battles fought and lost, of lives extinguished too soon. When Ra vanished for just a moment, the earth trembled. We are not so different, Kia, we are born of chaos. The shadows around him seemed to nod in agreement, whispering tales of ancient grief and cosmic fury. In the distance, the river roared, a serpent of water weaving through the land, carrying with it the remnants of dreams drowned in sorrow. You think the world began with a spark? Nefer asked, voice trembling. It began with despair. Light and darkness are not opposites, they are intertwined, a dance of creation and destruction. His thoughts spiraled like the swirling eddies of the Nile, seeking a thread of hope amidst the chaos. Kia stepped closer, her breath warm against the chill that enveloped them. So what do we do? She asked, her voice barely a whisper, heavy with uncertainty. How do we fight something that lives within us? By daring to remember, Nefer replied, the conviction in his voice igniting a flicker of hope. We must face the shadows, Kia. We must confront the fears that bind us, like the sails of a ship caught in a tempest. The air shifted, the darkness swirling as if it understood the challenge. From the depths, a growl rumbled, a sound that vibrated through the very fabric of reality, a warning that sent shivers down their spines. They could not run from Apep, he was the very essence of their dread, the echo of their heartbreak. I remember, Nefer's heart thudded painfully in his chest, each beat an urgent call to action. When Ra fought Apep, he did not do it alone. He called upon the gods, the very fabric of creation, and together they formed a unity that shattered the darkness. Kia's eyes widened, enlightenment mingled with fear. You mean we need to gather others? Draw strength from those who still believe. Yes. Nefer's voice rose, emboldened by the idea. Every soul who has witnessed Ra's light, every heart that has trembled in the presence of shadows, they must stand with us. Our battle is not just against fear, it's against the isolation that cripples us. The sky darkened further as if the very heavens were eavesdropping on their plight. The wind howled, carrying with it the echoes of those who had fought before them, the ancestors who had faced the serpent, who had tasted the bitterness of despair and emerged, scarred but alive. Kia took a step back, the realization dawning on her. But what if they don't come? What if we are alone? Then we fight alone, Nefer said, determination coursing through him. For Ra, for ourselves, we will not let the darkness claim us without a fight. We are shaped by the very voids we fear. We are stardust, and in our light, we can burn away the shadows. As the shadows rioted, the tension reached a boiling point, a moment suspended in time before the inevitable clash. I could feel it, the pulse of the universe thundering in my ears, the breath of creation hovering just beyond my reach. This was a moment of reckoning, a prelude to chaos, a heartbeat away from confrontation. The night unfurled around them, raw and alive, as Nefer and Kia stood shoulder to shoulder, resolute in their vulnerability yet fierce in their determination. Together, they would face the abyss, for even in darkness, there was the promise of dawn. And therein lay the glimmer of hope, the unyielding belief that perhaps, just perhaps, they were not meant to face the shadows alone. In that fragile stillness, the world held its breath, and a new creation began to stir. The air hung thick with anticipation, a cacophony of hushed whispers and soaring melodies, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, bleeding crimson into the softening sky. I stood amidst the thrumming pulse of the festival, the warmth of bodies pressed against me, vibrating with the beat of drums that seemed to echo the very rhythm of my heart. The shadows danced, with flickering flames casting ghostly silhouettes, and I could feel the weight of the moment, pressing down like a shroud. I remember the moment he stepped onto the platform, the very embodiment of raw desire draped in the opulence of deep indigo robes. Rummy, a musician, his fingers stained with the sweat of passion and the sorrow of dreams deferred. His eyes, dark and smoldering, locked onto mine, and I felt the jolt of electricity, the unspeakable pull of connection, a thread spun from the divine, tethering us together in a world that felt both impossibly vast and achingly small. "Play for me," I whispered, breathless, barely recognizing my own voice amidst the clamor. The crowd swirled around us, drunk on the festival's fervor, but for a moment, it was just him and me, suspended in time. And then he played. Each strum of his lute sent ripples through my soul, a haunting melody that wrapped around my heart, knotting it in a vice of longing. I could feel the warmth of him radiating through the notes, a tantalizing promise of love and lust, of music and madness. But beneath that rhythm thrummed a darker undercurrent, a shadow that lurked behind the joyous facade. I remember the night I first met him, stolen glances across the crowded market, laughter shared over cups of spiced wine, the way he moved, a fluid dance of grace and chaos. But it wasn't just him who haunted my thoughts. In the back of my mind, always, was my sister, Malia, her laughter like a song, her spirit a breath of wildflowers and sunbeams. But now, a spectre of despair loomed over her, the bitter taste of loss hanging in the air like a dark cloud. She had loved once too, and that love had torn her apart, leaving scars etched deep within her heart, scars I couldn't heal but could only witness. "Rummy," I said, my voice trembling. "What if she never finds love again?" His eyes softened, and I could see the conflict swirling within him, the fear of vulnerability held at bay by the desire to reach deeper. "We cannot control love," he murmured, his fingers pausing on the strings. "It finds us when we least expect it, when we're most afraid." But fear was a familiar companion. Every note he played resonated with the sorrow of unfulfilled dreams, of unspoken words clinging to the edges of our souls. I could feel Malia's presence, a ghostly whisper in the wind, reminding me of everything she had lost. What we desired so desperately could slip through our fingers like grains of sand, leaving us empty and desolate. The crowd surged, drowning out our conversation, and I was pulled back into the rhythm of the night. The drums pounded like a heartbeat, the air thick with incense and the sweet scent of ripe fruits. Yet, amidst this revelry, my heart was heavy, burdened by the weight of my sister's grief. A figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in darkness. It was a woman, her voice like silk, whispering secrets of love and loss. I heard them murmur, a name that hung in the air like a promise. The goddess of love, music, and fertility, she was the embodiment of all that we yearned for but could never grasp. I felt her gaze pierce through the fabric of the night, reaching into the depths of my soul, unearthing long-buried fears. "You want love, don't you?" she asked, her voice echoing in my mind. "You want to save her?" "Yes," I breathed, desperation tinging my words. But how could I? How could I conjure something so elusive, something that had slipped through my fingers time and time again? The crowd surged again, laughter and music enveloping us, but a chill settled in my bones, a creeping unease. Malia's laughter echoed in the recesses of my mind, a haunting melody that twisted into something dark and aching. In the depths of my heart, I knew that love was a gamble, a game played with the highest stakes. Each choice spun a web of possibility, yet every thread felt frayed and fragile. Choice is an illusion, Rummy said suddenly, his eyes piercing through the haze of my thoughts. Sometimes, we must confront the gods themselves. The word settled like lead in my stomach, heavy and foreboding. What choice could I make that would lead us to salvation? The festival swirled around us, a symphony of desire and despair, and I felt the world spin on its axis, the very fabric of reality trembling beneath the weight of our hearts. The flames flickered, casting shadows that danced to the beat of the drums, and I was swept into the chaos, where love and fear entwined like serpents, each seeking to consume the other. I felt Rummy's hand brush against mine, a tether in the storm, grounding me as I braced for the unknown. The night stretched endlessly, each moment a heartbeat echoing through time. I could feel the specter of Malia watching, the shadows of what could have been wrapping around us like a shroud. Love, music, and fertility, the words hung in the air like a spell, a promise, a curse. And as the night deepened, the music swelled, a haunting crescendo that pulled me closer to the edge of the abyss. I could hear the whispers of the past, the laughter of dreams long forgotten, and I closed my eyes, surrendering to the symphony that enveloped us. In the throes of the festival, I felt the delicate balance of joy and sorrow, the intertwining of light and dark. The world around me faded, and for a fleeting moment, I was lost, caught in the web of emotion that spun through the air, a soul adrift in a sea of longing, where love was both a salve and a dagger, and the promise of Atha loomed above, vibrant and terrifying. And then, like a bolt of lightning, everything shattered, the tension coiled tight until it snapped, releasing a wave of energy that surged through the crowd. In the clamor, I found myself standing at the crossroads of fate, the embodiment of love, music, and the eternal struggle for connection. But the night was far from over. The moon hung low over the city, a spectral eye blinking in the darkness as shadows loomed like restless spirits, whispering secrets of long-forgotten lore. I stood in the middle of the market square, a pulse throbbing in my ears, thrumming like a heartbeat. The air crackled with tension, a foreboding silence that felt too heavy to breathe. Thoth was near. I could feel him lurking in the corners of my mind, a presence both comforting and terrifying. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a figure darting through the shadows, panic etched on their face. "Kaya!" I called, desperation spilling from my lips. She turned to me, eyes wide as if haunted by ghosts of her own making. Her hands trembled, ink staining her fingers, a terrible insignia of her obsession, of the words that poured from her soul as if they were blood. "I can't stop it," she gasped, the weight of her confession hitting me like a stone in my gut. "The scrolls, they're calling me." I felt the icy fingers of fear grip my heart. Kaya was a scribe, devoted to the ancient art of writing, each stroke a prayer, each letter a heartbeat. But now, the words had turned against her. The scrolls were alive, whispering truths that twisted her mind into knots. She had been chosen by Thoth, yet that gift felt like a curse, a burden too heavy for her fragile frame. "Kaya, listen," I said, inching closer, my voice a fragile thread in the thickening gloom. "You need to let go. The wisdom isn't worth your soul." A flicker of doubt crossed her face, and I knew the battle was far from over. The shadows danced around her, mocking, taunting. They were the remnants of all those who had come before her, lost to the seductive embrace of knowledge. Her gaze shifted to a distant alley, where a figure lingered, cloaked in darkness, a man whose mere presence sent shivers racing down my spine. I recognized him, a servant of Thoth, his face a mask of solemnity, eyes like black holes pulling at the edges of reality. "You have to decide, Kaya," he said, his voice smooth as silk yet laced with menace. "Once you delve into the scrolls, there's no turning back." I watched her lips form words, but they were torn, fraying like an old tapestry. "But what if the knowledge can save us?" A tremor rippled through me. In that moment, I remembered a time when curiosity sparked joy, when the promise of wisdom was a gentle kiss, not a dagger poised to strike. Wisdom isn't always salvation, Kaya. Sometimes it's a trap. Her breath hitched, I could practically see the war raging behind her eyes. I reached out, wanting to drag her back from the brink, yet we were both teetering on that precarious edge. The atmosphere thickened, time itself bleeding like an old wound, and the shadows pressed in tighter, eager to swallow us whole. Then came the sound, the thin, wailing cry of a soul lost to the dark. It echoed through the square, reverberating in the marrow of my bones. A reminder of what lay ahead. I looked at the alley once more, where one of the lost souls emerged, Yarok, a scholar who had surrendered himself entirely to Thoth's insatiable thirst for knowledge. His eyes were sunken, skin pale as parchment, and when he spoke, it was as if the very essence of his humanity had been stripped away. "Kaya," he rasped, the name a bitter invocation. "You'll never be the same. To write is to bleed." The words wrapped around me, squeezing tightly like a vice. The price of wisdom was steep, and I could feel the weight of expectation pressing against my chest. I had spent years in pursuit of Thoth's teachings, but what had I truly gained? My own existence felt like an echo, repeating the same desperate questions without answers. In the quest for knowledge, I had lost myself. Kaya glanced between us, her brow furrowed in confusion and fear. "But I have to understand. I have to know." "Knowledge can be a prison," I whispered, the words slipping from my lips like shadows. "One you can't escape." The air hummed with a dark energy, each heartbeat a reminder of the choices laid bare. I could see the flicker of hope mixing with despair in her eyes, and it shattered me into fragments. What would happen if she embraced the darkness? If she took Thoth's hand and spiraled into a realm where wisdom twisted into madness? Yarok stepped closer, the shadows swirling around him like a cloak of despair. "You don't understand, girl. He'll take your dreams, your memories, everything." A chill raced through me, and I caught a glimpse of my past, of dreams lost in the pages of dusty books, of laughter that felt like distant thunder. I thought of the moments spent in the flickering candlelight, scribbling fervently, thinking I was chasing the divine. But those moments had morphed into a cruel jest, a dance with ghosts. Kaya trembled, the ink on her fingers smudged, a testament to her turmoil. "I can't let him win. I can't. Let him go, Kaya," I shouted, the desperation clawing at my throat. "This isn't just about you. It's about all of us. The world doesn't need another sacrifice." But the shadows whispered, seductive and sweet, beckoning her with promises of enlightenment. I could see her wavering, teetering on the precipice of a decision that could shatter everything. The clock ticked in the background, each second a reminder of our mortality, of the fragile line we walked between knowledge and oblivion. "Kaya!" Yarok's voice was a haunting echo, a reminder of what could be lost. "You have to choose now. Don't let the ink consume you." She was caught, suspended in a moment that felt like eternity, heart racing, each breath a struggle against the gravity of fate. I reached for her, fingers brushing against hers, the warmth of connection igniting a spark. "Fight, Kaya! Fight the shadows! You hold the pen. You write your fate." In that moment, the world around us seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the decision that would reverberate through time. The shadows shifted, and the air grew thick, laden with an unspeakable tension. As I looked into her eyes, I knew Thoth was watching, a silent observer of this fragile scene, waiting to see who would emerge victorious from the battle of wills. Time twisted, reality blurred, and the weight of every choice loomed like a specter ready to strike. What would she choose? Would she succumb to the dark allure of wisdom, or would she rise against it, refusing to be another ghost lost to the pages of history? The answer hung in the air, electric and alive, and I held my breath, my heart echoing the silent plea for hope. The air hung thick, a suffocating curtain of heat and dust, as I stood on the edge of the great city of Thebes, the roaring heart of ancient Egypt. Shadows stretched long in the fierce midday sun, and I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, a rhythm ancient and relentless, whispering secrets only the stones remembered. Somewhere in the distance, a cat screeched, and in that moment, I caught a flash of green eyes glimmering like twin stars in a night sky, holding a universe of untold stories. I shivered. Bastet, the fierce goddess of home and motherhood, protector of the pharaohs, embodied in the lithe figure of a cat, prowled the alleyways of my mind. I remembered my sister, Rosha, who used to hold her breath in fear whenever we passed the sacred temple, clutching my arm so tightly it was as if she could tether her soul to mine. She believed the feline spirits roamed the night, watching, judging, waiting. "They'll take you if you aren't careful," she whispered, her eyes wide with the terror of a child who had glimpsed the abyss. But I only laughed, foolishly, naively. The festival of Bastet approached, spirits rising with each passing day, and the streets thrummed with eager anticipation. Yet, my heart felt heavy, caught in a tempest of dread. Rosha had vanished 2 moons ago, spirited away by whispers of a curse, a darkness that had settled over her like a shroud. Cats don't leave, I had told her when we were younger, they are guardians. How I wish I had believed those words more fiercely. I had not seen Bastit's playful grace that night in my sister's absence. Instead, I felt the chill of an omen, a shadow that loomed larger than life itself. I remembered the day she disappeared, the frantic search, the desperate calling of her name, the silence that answered. Now, as I stood alone, the cries of the market faded into a haunting melody, and an uncanny awareness enveloped me. What if the spirits of the animals, the revered and the feared, had swallowed her whole? I could feel the weight of their presence, hovering, watching. I needed to find her. In the labyrinth of Thebes, I stumbled upon Thoth, the ibis-headed god, a keeper of wisdom and secrets. He watched me from a distance, his gaze piercing like a spear. I could feel the questions between us, unspoken but vivid. In my desperation, I approached the altar, littered with offerings, small trinkets of gold, incense curling like prayers in the air. "Guide me," I whispered, a plea that echoed into the void. "Bring her back." Time stretched, a taut string ready to snap. My heart raced, a frantic drum against the silence, and just when I thought I was alone, a low growl resonated from the shadows. An enormous figure emerged, Sekhmet, the lioness goddess, her golden fur gleaming with the sheen of ancient power. She exuded ferocity, each step deliberate, each breath a testament to her dominion over wrath and healing. "Why do you summon me, child of dust?" Her voice rolled over me like thunder, both terrifying and intoxicating. "What blood have you spilled to earn my favor?" "I seek my sister," I gasped, fear wrapping around my throat like a noose. "Rosha has been taken." With a flick of her tail, she circled me, her presence a cyclone of intensity. "You tread on sacred ground. Animals are not mere vessels of flesh, they are conduits of the divine. You wish to reclaim what is lost. Do you understand the price?" What I didn't voice was that I was terrified of the truth behind her words, of the darkness looming just beyond the edge of reason. My memories of Rosha played like a film in my mind, her laughter ringing like a bell, a sound I feared I would never hear again. "I'm willing to pay," I said, my voice barely a whisper, but in that moment, the resolve flooded through me like a tide. Sekhmet's eyes narrowed, assessing. "Then you shall face the truth, child. Seek the spirits of the animals, they harbor fragments of the cosmos. They will guide you through the shadows." Before I could respond, she vanished into a haze of smoke and light, leaving me alone once more, immersed in my own anguish, a silence pressing down like a weight. I hesitated, shivers crawling along my spine. Was I ready to confront the beasts of my nightmares? As dusk fell, I wandered the streets, the world transforming around me. The evening air crackled with electric tension, a symphony of hoots and howls, an orchestra of creatures awakening, each one a fragment of the divine tapestry. I could feel the pulse of life, chaos and serenity entwined. I was not merely witnessing, but participating in a cosmic dance, the boundary between human and animal blurring. Every glance at the alleyway stirred something deep within, a sense of foreboding, a connection to something greater. I saw a stray dog, its eyes haunted, its ribs protruding like ancient ruins. It seemed to speak, a silent plea for compassion. I knelt, feeling the warmth resonate between us, a reminder of Rosha's laughter, a fragile thread pulling me closer to her essence. "Help me find her," I whispered, and in that moment, the dog leaned in, its breath warm and earthy, and for a heartbeat, I wasn't alone. The moon hung high, casting silvery light, illuminating the path ahead. I moved forward, drawn by an unseen force, a magnetic pull toward the unknown. And with each step, the shadows deepened, swirling like whispers of the forgotten. I felt the weight of every creature, every spirit, clinging to me, urging me forward into the abyss, a place where myth and reality collided, a realm shrouded in both fear and wonder. I remembered Rosh's face, the spark in her eyes, the joy she found in the simplest things, an unbroken connection to the world around her. I felt the ghosts of those lost, the echoes of the past, and I steeled myself. The confrontation loomed ahead, the clash of light and darkness waiting just beyond the veil of my own trembling heart, yet somehow, I knew I had to go on. For through the eyes of the animals, in their silent wisdom, lay the answers to my quest. And perhaps, just perhaps, Rosha wasn't as far away as I feared. I moved forward, the air thick with anticipation, each heartbeat resonating with the memory of love, a love that was fierce, unyielding, and destined to rise from the shadows. I remember the moment the sky cracked open, and the air thickened with the scent of impending rain, a foreboding promise that the Nile would swell and swallow the banks. I stood on a precipice, heart racing, as the water shimmered beneath a bruised grey sky. My sister, Amina, was there, her eyes wide, reflecting the chaos roiling within me. "What if it floods?" she whispered, though we both knew it was not just the water we feared, it was what it represented. Life and death, fertility and famine, the eternal struggle held within its current, a pulse that throbbed louder than our own. Amina, always so steady, was uncharacteristically shaken. Her hands trembled as she clutched a piece of cloth, a cheap rag from the market, an offering to the river, a plea for mercy. "It's too late for that," I said, my voice a harsh whisper that seemed to slice through the thickening air. The Nile, sacred and relentless, had its own will, and it didn't heed the desperation of the living. I remember the stories, my grandmother's voice, rich and heavy with the weight of history, echoing in my mind like an incantation. The Nile gives, the Nile takes. It is both mother and beast. I felt its pull, a strange, intoxicating lure that made my heart race and my breath catch. This river was the essence of life, yet it whispered of death, a reminder that in every bounty lay the seed of ruin. I could see the shadows gathering, not just in the clouds above but in the hearts of the people. They were restless, the farmers at the edge of the fields, the fishermen preparing their nets, each face a canvas of unspoken fear. And then there was Hassan, my childhood friend, his spirit battered by the weight of expectations. He stood apart from the crowd, a haunted look in his eyes. I could feel his turmoil as if it were my own. The pressure to provide, to keep the family afloat as the Nile's wrath threatened to claim everything they had fought to build. "I can't do this anymore," he said, his voice cracking like dry earth underfoot. "Every year it's the same. The river swells, and we pray." Pray for what? Another chance at survival. Each word shattered the silence around us, leaving jagged edges that echoed in my chest. I wanted to reach out, to comfort him, but I was trapped in my own despair, my own fear coiling tighter around my heart. I remembered the stories of our ancestors, of farmers who had danced in the rain and sung to the Nile, of a time when faith was a shield against despair. But those stories felt like ghosts now, fading echoes swallowed by the roar of the approaching current. Amina tugged at my sleeve, her voice small and insistent. "We can't let it take him. We can't let it take us." Her eyes shone with fierce determination, and for a moment, I was reminded of the power woven into the fabric of our family, the strength that flowed through our veins like the river itself. "What do we do?" I asked, desperation creeping into my tone. "What can we possibly do against the tide?" "Fight," she shouted, something raw and primal igniting in her. "We fight for every inch of land, for every breath we take. We are not just victims of the river, we are its children, its legacy." The fire in her words sent a shiver down my spine, a reminder that beneath the fear lay an ember of defiance, a spark that could ignite the darkness threatening to envelop us. The rain began to fall then, heavy and cold, each drop a reminder of the river's power, of its capacity to nurture and destroy. I felt it soak through my clothes, chilling me to the bone, but I welcomed the pain. It was a reminder that I was alive, that we were all alive, fighting against the currents of fate. The Nile rumbled, a deep and resonant growl that vibrated through my chest, urging us to stand firm, even as the shadows of doubt whispered sweet nothings of surrender. With each heartbeat, I could see the faces of the people around us, eyes wide with fear, determination etched into every line of their faces. They were not merely at the mercy of nature, they were resilient, a tapestry of stories woven together by the threads of survival. They were here, standing firm against the flood, against the weight of history that threatened to drown them. I felt a surge of purpose, a wave of conviction that washed over me, igniting something deep within. "We will gather what we can," I said, feeling the weight of their gazes, their hopes and fears resting on my shoulders. "We will build barriers, we will find ways to channel the water. Together?" The word rang out strong, a clarion call that rippled through the crowd, igniting sparks of resolve where there had been only despair. As Amina took my hand, I knew that this was our moment, not just to confront the river but to reclaim our lives, our legacy. I could see in her eyes that she understood. This was not just a fight against the flooding waters, it was a fight for our very existence, a struggle that transcended the present moment, echoing through the generations. In that electrifying silence, just before the storm broke loose, I realized that I was not just a bystander in this tale of heartache and survival. I was part of something grander, entwined with the sacred waters of the Nile, a life source that pulsed with the rhythms of our ancestors. And as the rain began to fall harder, I felt a fierce joy swell within me, a determination to defy the tide, to stand against the shadows that threatened to engulf us. The Nile raged outside, but within our hearts, a fire burned bright, a testament to the resilience that coursed through our veins. The sacred waters would not claim us so easily. We would rise, together, like the sun breaking through the darkest night. And in that moment, I knew this struggle was just beginning. The storm was coming, but so were we. The air crackled like static, a palpable tension wrapping around the crowd gathered in the fading light of dusk. An eerie hush fell, broken only by the distant echo of drums beating a primal rhythm, thump, 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 each pulse reverberating through the bones of the earth. I stood, heart hammering against my ribs, trapped in a moment that felt both eternal and fleeting. Around me, faces glistened with anticipation and fear, their eyes wide, reflecting the flickering flame of a distant torch, the light dancing like spirits yearning to escape. And then there was Myra. I could see her standing at the edge of the gathering, strands of hair whipping around her face like tendrils of smoke caught in a restless wind. She was a storm contained, a fragile vessel of fury and heartbreak. I remembered how she had once laughed freely, but that laughter now felt like a ghost haunting the edges of her smile. "Are you ready?" she'd asked me earlier, her voice barely a whisper, a thread of worry woven into her playful tone. "Ready for what?" I had replied, the doubt coiling in my gut like a serpent. The answer loomed heavy between us, unspoken. The festival of the gods was upon us, a spectacle of light and shadow, celebration and dread. Tonight, we would honor the deities that both nurtured and ravaged our land. Each ritual was a dance of contradictions, a twisted celebration of life and the ever-looming specter of death. But for Myra, it was personal. She had lost someone dear to her in the last harvest, a brother, taken too soon by the blight that swept through our village, a relentless reminder that the gods were fickle and cruel. As the drums thundered, I felt each beat resonate within me, a reminder of my own fears, my own losses. I was not untouched by grief, my story was entwined with hers. As the festival commenced, I found myself drawn to the glowing altar, a massive structure draped in garlands of thorns and wilted flowers. Beneath it, offerings lay strewn, withered fruit, trinkets once loved, and tokens of human frailty. I remember the last apple I'd bitten into before the blight, a burst of sweetness now overshadowed by the bitter taste of absence. The air thickened, charged with the weight of collective hopes and fears. I could feel the pulse of the crowd, the silent question, would the gods accept our offerings? Would they spare us from their wrath? It was an unanswerable question, and yet, we clung to it like a lifeline. We needed to believe. "Look!" Myra's voice sliced through the thickening tension. I turned to see her pointing toward the sky, where dark clouds gathered, swirling ominously, a portent of the storm that might come. "They're watching," she said, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and reverence. "They always are." I couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't just talking about the gods above, but also the ghosts of our pasts, those we had lost and those we feared to lose again. And then the first scream shattered the silence, a cry that pierced the gathering darkness. A flicker of chaos erupted as figures cloaked in shadows emerged from the flickering light, their faces obscured, their intentions unclear. The crowd recoiled, an instinctual wave of fear rippling through us. Stay together!" I shouted, but my voice felt like a whisper in a raging storm. Myra was lost to me in the chaos, her figure swallowed by the throng of terrified bodies. Panic surged, tightening my chest, and I stumbled forward, desperate to find her. Myra! The name escaped my lips, a prayer, a plea, a curse. I pushed through the mass of bodies, the chaos swelling like a tidal wave, every heartbeat resonating with fear. The shadows danced, leaping toward us, and something primal ignited within me, a fight or flight instinct clawing to the surface. I found her at the edge of the altar, the glow of the fire illuminating her face, a portrait of defiance and despair. "We have to go," I shouted, the urgency heavy in my words. But she stood, rooted in place, eyes locked on the altar, where the offerings now smoldered, flames licking hungrily at the remnants of our hopes. "They have to see," she insisted, but there was a tremor in her voice, a crack in her resolve. "They have to understand our pain." And just like that, the festival turned from homage to horror. The shadowed figures began to chant, their voices merging into a haunting melody, a symphony of the lost. I watched as the flames surged higher, brighter, engulfing the altar in a furious embrace. "Myra!" I cried out again, but she only stared, transfixed by the inferno, the embodiment of her grief, her anger, her need for clarity. In that moment, I remembered every heartbeat, every breath I had taken in her presence, every laugh shared over the mundane trivialities that now felt like drops of rain in an endless drought. I remembered the way her tears had tasted of salt and sorrow, her laughter a fragile thread holding us together as life unraveled around us. An explosion of light erupted, and I shielded my eyes, the heat searing against my skin. Something within me broke at the sight of her, standing defiantly before the blaze, a fragile figure against the consuming fire. "Myra!" I yelled, but the name felt like a prayer now, a desperate invocation to the gods we had forsaken. The dance of shadows continued, the cries of the crowd blending into a cacophony of despair. The air thickened with smoke, and I felt the weight of history pressing down, the ghosts of those who had come before us, their stories entwined in the fabric of our existence. We were bound together by fear, by loss, by the desperate need for connection, for understanding. As the flames began to consume everything we held dear, I felt it, the pull of something vast, cosmic, unfathomable, echoing through the night. The gods were watching, indeed, and tonight, we would pay the price of our devotion, our desperation, our denial. I reached out toward Myra, my hand trembling, the distance between us a chasm that felt insurmountable. And as the sky darkened, the shadows converged, and the festival spiraled into an abyss of uncertainty, I realized that the true festival was not just about the gods above, but the ghosts we carried within us, haunting echoes of the past, demanding recognition, demanding to be seen. The night stretched on, an unyielding void, and I gripped her hand tight, knowing that whatever lay ahead, despair or hope, we would face it together. The air crackled with electricity, a pulse that quickened every heartbeat. Beneath the heavy blanket of night, shadows slithered like serpents, whispering secrets only the damned could hear. And there, in the suffocating stillness, stood Ilara, her breath shallow, each inhalation a desperate plea to the heavens above. She could feel it, the weight of the world pressing against her chest, crushing, suffocating. Tonight, the moon bore witness to sins unconfessed. I remember the moment it all changed, she murmured, her voice trembling. The smell of rain on parched earth filled her nostrils, the sweet scent intermingled with the bitterness of betrayal. That night, when the truth spilled from the lips of a dying man, a truth that froze her veins and ignited a fire in her soul. She had loved him, once. But love could twist like a blade, and the whispers had come like a storm, fierce and relentless. "You have to confront him," her sister Mara had urged, eyes wide with fear and desperation. "He can't keep getting away with it." But Ilara had hesitated, trapped in a web of loyalty and doubt. "What if he's not what we think he is?" she had asked, the words falling flat against the weight of inevitability. Now, that question loomed like a specter, hanging in the air, taunting her. Somewhere, in the distance, a clock chimed, marking time with its haunting toll. Each chime echoed like a heartbeat, reminding her of the dwindling moments left before dawn could wash away the shadows. Across the city, a figure moved with purpose, Kale, the man she thought she knew. The same man who had brushed against her skin in the moonlight, whose laughter had once lit up her darkest days. But the laughter was gone. In its place was a darkness that called around him, suffocating and insatiable. They said he had made a pact, traded his soul for power, for the promise of dominance over those who had wronged him. And now, as Ilara stood on the precipice of confrontation, she felt the weight of destiny pressing against her like a storm-laden sky. "I remember the nights we spent dreaming," she whispered, the words slipping from her lips like a prayer. "When the stars felt within reach, when we thought that love could conquer all." But dreams lay shattered, and the stars now mocked her, cold and indifferent. A flicker of movement caught her eye. She spun around, heart racing. There he was, Kale, emerging from the shadows, his eyes dark pools of regret and rage. "Ilara," he breathed, the name escaping his lips like smoke from a dying fire. "You shouldn't be here." "And yet, here I am," she shot back, voice laced with defiance. "You've become a ghost, Kale." "A shadow of the man I once knew." He stepped closer, and the scent of danger wrapped around them, wrapping tight like a noose. "You don't understand," he said, desperation threading through his words. "This power, it consumes you. It's a hunger that never ceases." But Ilara didn't flinch. "You traded your soul for a moment's glory, didn't you? What will it cost you in the end?" Kale's laughter rang out, hollow and bitter, echoing through the empty streets. "Cost? It's already done. I'm beyond redemption." Those words hung in the air, heavy with finality, and Ilara felt the ground give way beneath her. "Beyond redemption," she echoed, disbelief clawing at her throat. "You think it's too late?" "Yes." The finality in his tone pierced the air like a knife, a shattering of hope that left her gasping. "And you're here to witness it." The silence that followed was deafening, a chasm between them filled with unspoken words and broken promises. In that moment, Ilara saw not just the man she loved, but the monster he had become, a reflection of her own fears, of her own heart's darkest corners. And with that realization came an overwhelming tide of anger, a fierce need for justice. "You think you're untouchable," she spat, fury igniting like wildfire in her chest. "You think your sins won't come back to you." Kale's expression shifted, the mask of indifference slipping. "What do you know of divine retribution?" "It's a cruel mistress, Ilara. It doesn't just punish, it destroys." Those words wrapped around her like chains, each syllable a reminder of the stakes. She had to fight against the tide of despair, against the whispers that told her to walk away. "I know that every action has consequences, Kale. You may think you're above it all, but the cosmos has a way of balancing the scales." His eyes narrowed, shadows flickering across his face like the dying embers of a once great fire. "And what if the scales tip in your favor? What if you're the one to pay the price?" "I'll bear whatever weight it takes," she vowed, heart pounding, blood roaring in her ears. "I won't let you drown in your darkness. Not without a fight." A silence enveloped them, the moon bathing the scene in its ghostly glow. She could feel the presence of the past pressing against her, the memory swirling like autumn leaves caught in a storm. The laughter, the love, the betrayals, each moment a thread in the tapestry they had woven together. And then, as time hung suspended between them, Kale took a step back, the shadows swallowing him whole. "You think you can save me?" he asked, voice low, trembling with unfiltered emotion. "But you can't. I'm already lost." Ilara's heart shattered, the intensity of her feelings clawing at her insides. "I remember the man you were," she whispered, each word a fragile hope breaking free. "The boy who believed in dreams, who fought for what was right. Don't let the darkness win." But he was already gone, slipping away into the night, the shadows claiming him once more. A cold wind swept through the alley, carrying with it the scent of rain and despair, leaving Ilara standing alone, heart heavy with the weight of what had been lost. She took a breath, a shuddering gasp that echoed through the stillness, and in that moment, she understood the truth of divine retribution. It wasn't just a punishment, it was a reckoning, a reminder that every action carved deep scars into the fabric of existence. And as she stepped forward into the abyss, she felt the weight of the cosmos shift, ready to bear witness to the storm that was yet to come. The clock struck midnight, and the world held its breath. A heavy silence wrapped around the street like a shroud, broken only by the distant wail of a siren, an echo of desperation. I stood there, heart pounding, my breath coming in sharp bursts. The moon hung low and ominous, a watchful eye staring down at the fractured city below. Shadows twisted and danced, each flicker a haunting reminder of the night's grip. Evelyn paced in the flickering light of a street lamp, her fingers trailing over the cool metal of a knife she kept hidden in her pocket. I could see the tension in her shoulders, the way they coiled like springs ready to snap. This wasn't just another night, this was the end of everything we thought we knew. "It's not about the sun or the moon," she whispered fiercely, her voice trembling. "It's about us. About survival." And then there was Marcus, hunched against the brick wall, eyes darting as if he could outrun the shadows. Fear gripped him like a vice, but I could see the flicker of rebellion igniting deep in his chest. He was the one who always found the light in the darkest corners, but tonight, darkness threatened to consume him. "Evelyn, calm down," he urged, his voice barely above a murmur. "We can't fight the night. It's too powerful." "Powerful?" I scoffed, but the tremor in my own voice betrayed me. "The night is a thief. It steals everything." I remembered the stories, the myths of how the sun chased the night, how day and night were not just cycles but battles, each claiming ground with fierce intensity. The ancients believed that if you watched closely, you could see the two collide, a cosmic clash that left the world trembling in its wake. But we were no gods, we were just three souls caught in a tempest, surrounded by walls that whispered secrets of despair. The cold wind wrapped around us, biting through layers of clothing, reminding me of the bitter chill of loneliness. I felt it in my bones, the haunting sensation of absence. My thoughts spiraled back to my mother's voice, soft and soothing. "The sun will always rise, sweetheart. It's what it does." But what if it didn't? What if the sun succumbed to the night, leaving us trapped in a perpetual void? I shivered at the thought. "Listen," Marcus said, urgency creeping into his tone. "The night is growing stronger. The shadows are alive with whispers, dark things lurking just out of sight." Evelyn's eyes flashed with a wild spark. "We have to confront it. We can't let fear consume us." She clenched her fists, determination radiating like heat from her skin. But even as she spoke, I saw the flicker of doubt cross her face. Was it bravery or madness that made her so resolute? I looked back at the city, its buildings towering like ancient giants, their windows dark and hollow. Each one held secrets, lives entwined in stories of heartbreak and hope. In those shadows, I could sense the weight of memories, of dreams lost to the relentless march of time. Time wasn't just a measurement, it was a predator, stalking us as we clung to fleeting moments. "Do you remember the summer nights?" I asked, my voice barely breaking through the tension. "Lying on the grass, watching the stars? We thought we could hold them, capture that light forever." Evelyn turned, her gaze softening for just a second. Those were the nights we felt invincible. But now, her voice trailed off, and the air thickened with unspoken truths. "Now we're just trying to survive," Marcus finished for her. The weight of his words settled heavily in the space between us. "But what if we can't? What if the sun never rises again?" A tremor of fear shot through me. The question hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. I wanted to scream, to shake the night itself and demand answers. But as I opened my mouth, a chilling sound broke the silence, the echo of laughter. It was high-pitched and manic, slicing through the dark like a blade. "Did you hear that?" I breathed, dread curling around my spine. The shadows deepened, twisting into grotesque shapes that seemed to mock us, taunt us with our fear. Evelyn's eyes widened, terror flashing like lightning. "We have to go. We can't stay here." But where could we go? The street stretched in every direction, a labyrinth of uncertainty. I could feel the night closing in, an invisible force tightening around my chest. "We need to confront it," I shouted, the words tearing from my throat. "We can't let it win." And just like that, the air thickened with a palpable energy, a storm brewing in the depths of our souls. We faced the shadows together, 3 hearts racing in unison as we took a step closer to uncertainty. The laughter grew louder, echoing through the night, a chorus of despair and madness. In that moment, I realized it wasn't just about the sun and the moon anymore. It was about us, our fears, our dreams, our unyielding desire to find light in a world that threatened to drown us in darkness. The battle was no longer cosmic, it was deeply personal. Evelyn's knife glinted under the moonlight, a fragile promise of hope in a sea of despair. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath our feet, the ancient rhythm of day and night, of struggle and triumph. And as the shadows lunged forward, we stood our ground, ready to fight, ready to face the darkness. But the night is relentless, and even as the sun fights to reclaim its throne, the tales of day and night continue to weave through our lives, an endless cycle of light and shadow, of hope and despair, with no clear ending in sight. The moon hung low, a ghostly eye watching over the ancient sands, casting long shadows over the crumbling stones of temples long forgotten. In the heart of it all, a woman stood, her back straight as a tall reed, but inside, a tempest raged. Isis, the eternal goddess of magic and motherhood, felt the weight of worlds pressing against her chest. She had come to this shrine to summon a power that echoed through the ages, a power forged from love and loss, from the screams of the past and the silent cries of the present. I remember the day the sun turned black, she murmured, her voice barely a whisper, but the wind carried it, pulling it into the night. She clenched her fists, dirt beneath her nails, a reminder of her connection to the earth, the very fabric of life they all clung to. They thought they could bury me. But I rise. Always. Her heart thundered with every word, each beat a monument to the resilience coursing through her veins. Yet the shadows flickered, and in their dance, they told stories of betrayal, of a sister torn between loyalty and power. Nephthys watched from the edge of the temple, her heart a cage of conflicting emotions. The night was thick with tension, her hands trembling at her sides, the cool stone behind her a silent witness to her turmoil. "What have we become, sister?" she called out, her voice catching like a thorn in the throat. Shadows whispered around her, echoing her doubts. She had always been the shadowy counterpart, the one who lingered in the corners, while Isis basked in the glow of adoration. "I am bound to you, yet I am lost." Isis turned, her eyes burning with a fierce light, a beacon through the dark. "You blame me for your chains, Nephthys? I fought for us both. For our family." Each word was a strike, electric and raw, their bond a taut string ready to snap. But deep within that fire, there was a flicker of understanding. Nephthys, the nurturer, the protector, had worn the cloak of the unseen for too long, and it was suffocating her. "Family," Nephthys hissed, her tone sharp as glass. "What is family but a curse? I helped bury Osiris, and now you ask me to help resurrect him? What kind of loyalty is that?" Her voice cracked, the undercurrents of sorrow surfacing like dark waters, threatening to engulf her. In this moment, she felt like a spectre, haunting the remnants of their fractured lineage, each breath heavy with regret. The stars twinkled above, indifferent to the sisters' strife, but the earth beneath them trembled as if aware of the impending collision. Love and betrayal coiled around their hearts like snakes, squeezing tighter with every heartbeat. In that charged silence, the air thick with unspoken words, the ancient ones watched from the shadows. Atha, the goddess of love and pleasure, felt the pull of their pain, her laughter echoing through the dark. She knew the weight of desire, the ache of wanting to be loved, yet feared. "Don't you see?" Isis's voice rose, a rallying cry that sliced through the night. "You're not just my sister, you're my other half. We are more than the roles imposed upon us. We can change the narrative." In her eyes burned the fury of 1,000 suns, passion igniting the very essence of her being. The cosmos shifted, the very fabric of existence waiting on the precipice of their decision. Nephthys faltered, her heart racing like a trapped bird. "But at what cost? I have sacrificed so much." Tears brimmed in her eyes, but she fought them back. What if it's too late? The weight of the question hung between them, a chasm threatening to swallow them whole. The moon, their silent witness, cast a soft glow, illuminating the truth that lay buried beneath. A sudden chill swept through the temple. The whispers of the past encircled them, ghostly echoes demanding to be heard. "We were born from chaos," Isis whispered, almost to herself, her voice trembling as she recalled the ancient tales that spun around her very soul, stories of gods who fell, who fought, who loved beyond the confines of mortality. "Let us not be mere shadows of a memory, Nephthys. Stand with me." In that moment, a crack formed in Nephthys' resolve. The fragmented pieces of her heart began to align, yearning to unite. Together, she breathed, each syllable a fragile thread woven into their shared destiny. "But what if it destroys us?" "Then we'll burn brightly," Isis declared, a promise made amidst the uncertainty, a vow to forge ahead even into the depths of despair. They stood as two forces colliding, the embodiment of creation and destruction, love and fear, fury and grace. Together they could summon the storms, unearth the buried truths, and awaken the spirits of their ancestors who had fought and bled for their legacy. As the sisters stood at the crossroads of fate, the shadows around them thickened, whispering secrets and lies, urging them to turn back. But the pull of their shared blood, of sisterhood, of the very essence of life, drew them closer together. The air crackled with energy, the universe holding its breath, a cosmic pause before the inevitable clash of powers. I remember who Isis sighed, the weight of the ages settling upon her shoulders. I remember the fire that forged us, the battles we fought, and the love that binds us still. "Then let's not let it end in flames," Nephthys replied, the storm brewing in her heart calming into resolve. "Let it be a rebirth." As they joined hands, the air shimmered, the darkness swirled, and the world around them shifted. They were not just women but goddesses, forces of nature, entwined in destiny, defining their roles not through myths, but through the visceral reality of their choices. Time folded in on itself, dreams and memories melded into one, pulling them toward an uncertain future. In the distance, the horizon glowed with the first hints of dawn, a promise of new beginnings, but the night still clung to the earth, shadows dancing just out of reach, waiting, watching, yearning for the next move. The future loomed, a tapestry yet unwoven, and the sisters stood on the precipice, united in their defiance against a world that sought to define them. With the cosmos as their witness, they breathed in the night, and the journey ahead shimmered with possibility. Together, they would carve their own path, and as the dawn began to break, they were ready to confront whatever darkness awaited. The weight of the night hung thick in the air, a darkness so complete it wrapped around me like a funeral shroud. A scream broke through the silence, jagged and raw, sending shivers racing down my spine. I stumbled into the heart of the chaos, my breath hitching in my throat as I caught sight of Amina, her face contorted in terror. Shadows danced around her, twisting and curling like the ancient hieroglyphs adorning the walls of the crumbling temple beside us, their secrets lost to time. "They're coming," she gasped, her eyes wild, the moonlight reflecting an unsettling glint. Of all the places to find ourselves, here, beneath the watchful gaze of the gods. I felt a pull, a tether to the ancient stories carved into stone, a whisper that spoke of love and betrayal, life and death. "We need to go," I pleaded, my heart hammering against my ribs like a caged bird desperate for freedom. But Amina wouldn't move, she was rooted to the spot, caught in a moment of collision between past and present. "They'll take me. They'll take you too." Around us, the air crackled with tension, echoing the stories of old, the once great pharaohs who walked among us, their echoes woven into the very fabric of this place. I reminded myself of the bigger picture, the triumphs and tragedies that defined our ancestors. But here, now, it felt impossibly small, and the weight of that knowledge pressed down on me, suffocating. "Why do you always do this?" I snapped, anger igniting in my chest like the dry brush of the desert. "You act as if you can change the past." My words cut through the stillness, sharp and bitter, but they fell into the abyss of her fear. Amina, with her fiery spirit and flawed pragmatism, had always been the one to reach for the stars and catch the sun, thinking the myths could somehow redeem us. But I knew better. I had watched as our hopes crumbled like the stones beneath our feet. Then there was Samir, lurking at the edge of the shadows, a reluctant witness to our unraveling. He was the quiet one, a storm contained beneath layers of laughter and charm, hiding his own demons in the folds of his smile. "We have to go," he echoed, stepping forward, his voice steady, but I could hear the tremor beneath the surface. His eyes flickered towards Amina, a silent plea. Could we save her from herself? "Please," I whispered, the word heavy with desperation. I felt like a marionette, strings tangled, helpless. "We have to leave this place. It's haunted." And it was. The air thrummed with the lives that had passed through, the tragedies that had echoed against these walls. The temple of Karnak loomed behind us, a monument to the gods, an eternal witness to our mortal follies. Its columns, vast and imposing, stood like giants, calling out to the forgotten pharaohs whose stories had been etched in time. I could almost hear them, the whispers of Isis and Osiris, the laughter of Anubis, the tragedy of lost love and betrayal. But Amina remained, locked in her own battle, a struggle against the very mythology that haunted her. "If I can just understand it, if I can just find the truth," she murmured, her voice a fragile thread weaving through the night. "Truth?" I spat, the word bitter on my tongue. "What truth lies in the bones of the dead?" The words echoed back, a chilling reminder of our own mortality, of how fleeting our existence was against the backdrop of gods and legends. The ancient stones carried the weight of centuries, and I felt it in my bones. Their stories were grotesque and beautiful, remnants of a civilization that had risen and fallen, echoing the same conflicts we face now. They had loved and lost, fought and bled, and yet here we stood, mere silhouettes against their legacy, grappling with our own shadows. Samir stepped closer, his voice barely a whisper. "What if the past holds the key?" His eyes searched mine, desperation mirrored in the depths. "What if we could rewrite our fate?" And in that moment, a part of me wanted to believe him. The myths of ancient Egypt spoke of resurrection, of life beyond death, of love that spanned eternity. But the other part, a deeper, darker whisper, reminded me that those same stories were riddled with tragedy, and mercy was often just a cruel joke played by gods indifferent to our plight. Amina's resolve was quickening, a fire igniting in her chest. "You don't understand," she breathed, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and fervor. "These gods, they were once real. They walked among us. If I can connect with them, if I can find their essence." But I could see the shadows creeping closer, hungry and relentless, much like the doubts gnawing at my own heart. "And at what cost?" I shouted, the words tearing from my throat like a desperate plea. "You're playing with forces you don't understand." Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath us, a low rumble that resonated through the air like a heartbeat, a warning. The temple seemed to breathe, its stones vibrating with an ancient energy, awakening something deep within the earth. I remember the stories," Amina said suddenly, her voice a hushed secret. "The ones they don't tell us anymore, the ones the gods wish to forget." Each word cut through the air with a bone-chilling clarity, pulling me into a vortex of emotion, a whirlwind of what could be and what should never have been. The past clawed at my consciousness, begging to be acknowledged. The legends were alive, swirling around us like a tempest, heavy with the weight of expectation and dread. And as the shadows converged, I felt the walls of the temple close in, the stories of old screaming for release. In that moment, we stood on the precipice of ourselves, teetering between the past that shaped us and the future we feared. It was a confrontation, a clash of desire and despair, of hope and regret. And as the night deepened, the echoes of the past called to us, the gods whispering sweet promises of power and tragedy, their presence suffocating yet intoxicating. I could feel the tension building, a crescendo of emotions coiling tighter with every heartbeat, every breath. We were not merely standing in the presence of ancient stone, we were entwined in a battle as old as time itself, caught in the gravitational pull of fate, flanked by shadows ready to consume us whole. And just before the darkness swallowed us, I realized, the stories we carried were not mere echoes of the past, they were alive, breathing within us, shaping our very souls. The influence of Egyptian mythology was not just a remnant of history, it was the essence of our existence, a haunting melody that would forever intertwine our fates, a relentless reminder that the gods never truly left. The air was thick with an eerie stillness, as if the universe itself held its breath. I stood in the shadow of the colossal statues of Osiris, their stone eyes watching me, weighing me. My heart screamed in my chest, a drum echoing in the void, each beat a reminder that time was slipping away. Somewhere, beyond the veil of eternity, the judgment was underway. My palms were slick with sweat, and I could almost hear the whispers of the dead, beckoning me toward the scales of Maat. "Run," a voice said, low and urgent, like the rustling of papyrus. It was my sister, Aset. Fear danced in her eyes, and it mirrored my own, a terror that gnawed at my insides. "If we don't leave now, we'll be trapped here forever." But how could I run from this moment? This reckoning? I remembered the stories she told me, tales that painted the afterlife as a glorious garden, but they had forgotten the dark corners. The truth pulsed in my veins, the heavy weight of our lives laid bare, the sins we carried like stones in our pockets. Each step toward the Hall of Judgment felt like a march toward my own funeral. "Listen," I said, my voice barely a whisper, trembling like a candle in the wind. "What if we don't pass? What if our hearts are heavier than the feather?" Aset's face twisted in anguish. "I can't do this without you. I can't face the devourer alone." Her eyes darted toward the shadows, where the monstrous Amit waited, insatiable. The thought of her jaws, the last thing I'd see if I failed, made my stomach churn. "Then we will face it together," I replied, forcing every ounce of courage into my words. The bond between us was a thin thread, frayed but unbroken. We owe it to Mother. We owe it to ourselves. I remember the last time I saw her, frail in her sickbed, her breath shallow and laborious. "You must be strong," she had whispered, her voice like the rustle of dried leaves. "Find your way to the field of reeds." The memory twisted in my heart, a sweet ache. The promise of rebirth hung like a fragile ornament in the air between us, glimmering but terrifying in its fragility. The path was lined with ethereal light, flickering like the souls of the damned, and I clenched Aset's hand tightly, feeling the warmth seep into my cold fingers. "What if we don't remember? What if the judgment erases us?" "Sure," she breathed, her voice steadying me. "We will remember. We are not alone." Together, we stepped into the hall, an immense cavern, reverberating with silence, the kind that screams in your ears. Before us stood Anubis, his jackal head held high, a guardian at the threshold. He weighed the heart against the feather, the embodiment of truth and justice, and I felt my guts twist, anxiety clawing at me. "Step forward," he commanded, his voice deep and unyielding as stone. So much hung in the balance, the fragility of our lives teetering on the cusp of fate. I moved, dragging Aset with me, my heart hammering like a blacksmith's hammer against iron, shaping our destinies. With trembling hands, I removed the amulet from around my neck, a token of my life, a life filled with laughter, with love, but also with regret. The memories flooded me, crashing like waves, the warmth of a summer's day, the laughter of children playing in the streets, the sharp pain of loss when father was taken by a fever, the sweet embrace of Aset when I returned home after long days. "Your heart," Anubis said, his voice like thunder, "what does it carry?" The echoes of my misdeeds roared in my ears, every selfish act, every lie, every moment of anger threatening to drown me. My heart was a dark labyrinth, twisting and turning, filled with shadows and regrets. "I remember," I stammered, struggling to voice the weight of my sins. "I remember the night I stole bread when the hunger clawed at my belly. I remember the times I turned away from the cries of the needy. I remember," the words tumbled out, a confession, a plea. My voice quivered, thick with the raw emotion I had buried for so long. Aset squeezed my hand tighter, grounding me, her strength a lifeline in the storm. "We can do this," she whispered fiercely, her eyes bright. "We will rise again." But the darkness of Amit's looming presence was suffocating, a beast waiting to consume what was left of us. My breath hitched, caught in my throat. Would my heart weigh heavier than the feather? Would I be condemned to wander the desert of the damned, forever lost? The scales tipped, and for a heartbeat, the world trembled. I glimpsed my heart, a pulsing thing, raw and exposed, teetering between hope and despair. Silence enveloped us, the weight of eternity pressed heavily, smothering. Then a light. A voice. A promise. "You will not be judged alone," Anubis declared, and the scales held firm. The room cracked with a shattering clarity, and time folded in on itself like an origami bird, our past, present, and future colliding in a flash of brilliance that ignited the shadows. My heart began to remember joy, laughter, love, and in that moment, I realized that judgment was not an end but a beginning. Aset's grip tightened, her presence like an anchor in a churning sea. Would we rise from the ashes like the phoenix, or be consumed by the darkness? I looked at her, and we understood. We were woven together, our fates intertwined. Together, we breathed, a mantra against the encroaching void. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. As the light swirled around us, intoxicating and terrifying, I couldn't shake the feeling that the true trial had just begun. Would the afterlife be a garden of rebirth, or a prison of our own making? In that moment, as we stood on the precipice of eternity, hope flickered like a dying flame, and the weight of our hearts hung in the balance, forever caught between judgment and rebirth, the eternal dance of light and shadow. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a portent of doom that echoed through the ancient marketplace, where the scent of spices mingled with the stench of desperation. A lone figure darted through the throng, heart racing, memories stirring like restless spirits among the stalls. It was Marcus, a scholar of arcane texts, his mind a whirlwind of Egyptian myth. The weight of a scroll clutched in his hand, a relic of the past, draped in the allure of secrets untold, made him feel both invincible and utterly fragile. I remember the first time I read about Osiris, he whispered to himself, breathless from the chase and the revelations he sought. Waking up to the smell of parchment, the ink dark and rich, like blood spilled on the altar of lost gods. His heartbeat echoed that of the distant drums, a rhythm that spoke of ancient rites and the lure of the unknown. In the shadows of the market, a woman watched him, her eyes a storm of conflicting desires. Livia was a priestess, steeped in the rituals of the old world, her soul torn between the embrace of the divine and the relentless pull of human frailty. His obsessed, she thought, an unyielding ache gripping her heart. Obsessed with a past that can never be his. Yet, as she gazed at Marcus, she felt the pull of his fervor, an intoxicating dance that drew her closer, despite the chasm of their worlds. Suddenly, the air grew heavy, thick with foreboding. The market, once vibrant and alive, fell into an unsettling silence, as if the very fabric of reality held its breath. The gods are restless, Livia thought, feeling her skin tingle with the weight of unseen eyes. A shiver ran down her spine as she recalled the stories of Set, the chaos god, who thrived in the darkness, waiting to strike when the sun dipped below the horizon. Marcus turned, sensing her presence. "Do you feel it too?" he asked, urgency pouring from his voice. "The echoes of their power? The promise of rebirth?" His eyes were wild, illuminated by the flickering torchlight, every word a thread pulling her deeper into his fervent abyss. "I feel the weight of history pressing down on us," Livia replied, her voice trembling, a melody of fear and longing. "But history has a way of consuming those who seek to capture it. The ancients were not merely stories, they were warnings." Their worlds collided, the scholar and the priestess, their hearts beating in sync, yet each haunted by the ghosts of their past. She remembered the sacrifices made by her ancestors, the incense rising like a lament in the temple, mingling with cries of the faithful. He remembered the scribes' tales of gods torn apart, only to rise again. "What if the myths are alive?" Marcus asked, his voice a low growl. "What if they are waiting for someone to awaken them?" A chill swept through the market as a shadow flickered at the edge of her vision, a figure cloaked in darkness. "You speak as if the gods care for us, Marcus." Livia's tone turned sharp, her heart pounding. "They are fickle and cruel. They play with our lives like a child with moths, lighting fires just to watch them burn." But he was unrelenting. "And what of the promise of resurrection? The cycle of life and death? You, of all people, must see the beauty in that." His desperation clung to her like a heavy cloak, suffocating yet intoxicating. "Beauty," she echoed, the word bitter on her tongue. "Tell that to the souls trapped in the realm of the dead. Tell that to those who pray for mercy in the underworld." At that moment, the marketplace erupted. A cacophony of screams, the sound of metal against flesh, a clash that drew the tension to a fever pitch. They turned as the crowd surged in panic, a tide of bodies scrambling for escape. And there, at the center, a figure emerged, eyes burning with the fire of vengeance, the embodiment of Set, resurrected in flesh. Marcus felt the air thrum with power. "This is it," he murmured, adrenaline spiking, a wild thrill coursing through him. "This is what I've been searching for." Livia seized his arm, an anchor in the storm. "No. We cannot confront him. We are but mortals." But Marcus shook off her grip, propelled by a force greater than himself. "The myths are our legacy. Don't you understand? To confront the chaos is to embrace our fate." In that moment, time fractured, the past surged into the present, weaving tales of gods and mortals, love and betrayal. The air crackled with energy, and Livia felt her heart split between fear and an inexplicable yearning to understand. The shadows around them thickened, swirling, alive with the whispers of ancient rites. Would they become mere footnotes in the chronicles of the dead, or would they rise as warriors forged in the fires of myth? "I remember," Livia whispered, every heartbeat a drum of remembrance. "I remember the stories told by candlelight, the flicker of flames dancing like spirits. If we are to fight, let it be for our lives, for our stories." And just as the dark figure lunged forward, cloaked in shadows and fury, they stood side by side, hearts thrumming to an ancient rhythm, the weight of history pressing down on them, raw and unyielding. The marketplace was no longer just a space of commerce, it pulsated with the energy of forgotten gods and the ghosts of those who had come before. The confrontation was imminent, a moment suspended in time, where the legacy of Egyptian myth entwined with Greco-Roman fear and desire, forging a path not just through the past, but into an uncertain future. With a final breath, they charged into the fray, the line between history and destiny blurring, their lives forever entangled in the tumultuous dance of creation and chaos, a symphony of life echoing into the unseen depths of time. Their story was just beginning, the shadows waiting to see how it would unfold. The air crackled with anticipation, as if the universe itself held its breath. A shadow flickered at the edge of the room, dancing in the dim light, casting a figure that felt as ancient as the pyramids. I stood there, paralyzed, heart racing, as the whispers of history filtered through the walls, a haunting symphony of longing and despair. The scent of incense curled around me, thick and suffocating, making it hard to think, harder still to breathe. It was as if the very essence of a forgotten time had seeped into the present, wrapping its tendrils around my mind, urging me to remember, to confront the ghosts of my past. I remember the first time I felt it, the pull of the gods, the weight of their stories, crashing over me like a tidal wave. I was in a trance, a ritual gone awry, surrounded by flickering candles and the murmurs of the past. My friend Lena, eyes wide with wonder, had convinced me to join her in the basement of the dilapidated old church. "There's more than this," she said, her voice trembling with excitement, more than just the clock ticking and the mundane daylight. Her belief was contagious, her fervor intoxicating, it was hard to resist the lure of the ancient. But now, in the throes of this palpable darkness, Lena was lost to me, her spirit caught between worlds. The shadows shifted, and as if summoned by my turmoil, I saw her, hollow-eyed, a spectre in a tattered dress, her hair cascading like a waterfall of midnight. She beckoned, a silent plea echoing in the chasm of my despair. "Help me," her lips moved, but the words came out as a whisper. I could feel the tear in the fabric of reality, yearning to pull me through, to unveil the mysteries that had ensnared her soul. To my right, there was Malik, a skeptic, a wall of reason against the tide of my emotion. His brow furrowed, arms crossed tight against his chest, a fortress against the chaos that threatened to consume us. "This is nonsense," he said, his voice an anchor in the storm that swirled around us. But I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a spark of curiosity battling against his resolve. What he didn't understand was that we weren't just playing with myths, we were dancing with the gods, tapping into something deep and primal that even the most rational mind could not ignore. "Tell me you don't feel it," I implored, my voice trembling. The weight of their presence, the echo of their stories. I could feel the energy swirling around us, a tempest of the past colliding with the present. The myths of Osiris and Isis, of life and death, had clawed their way back into our lives, demanding to be acknowledged. We were the modern vessels of their ancient pain, the bearers of their memories. Lena's ghost flickered closer, a glimmer of hope in her sorrowful eyes. In that moment, I felt everything, her confusion, her fear, but also her desperation. Memories flooded back to me, the night she had read the words from the dusty tome she found at a flea market, incantations that curled like smoke into the air. What if we could contact them, she had said, her voice bubbling with excitement, the thrill of the unknown igniting a fire in her chest. What if they could help us? But help had come at a price, a toll that now lay heavy in the silence between us. Are you ready to face what's waiting? Malik challenged, his skepticism morphing into a tremor of uncertainty. I felt the weight of his gaze, the gravity of his disbelief anchoring me to this moment. But Lena, she was slipping away, unraveling like a thread pulled from a tapestry. I could almost hear the heartbeat of time around us, the ticking of ancient clocks echoing in the chambers of my heart, each tick a reminder of what was at stake. The shadows grew thicker, a veil of darkness shimmering with potential. It's time, I whispered, unsure whether I spoke to Malik, to Lena, or to the gods themselves. I stepped forward into the abyss, the air thickening, wrapping around me like cold hands. I reached out, grasping for the ghostly figure hovering near, her fingers brushed against mine, and electric fear surged through me. The barriers between worlds trembled, and in that moment, I could feel the gods leaning closer, their breath heavy with stories yet untold. I remember the sensation of being both terrified and exhilarated, the dichotomy of fear and hope colliding in my chest. The room pulsed with energy, shadows twisting and writhing as if they too were caught in a dance of desperation. Can you hear them? I gasped, feeling the whispers grow louder, the echoes of the past crashing against the walls of my mind. Every heartbeat was a drumbeat, summoning the divine, an invitation to the ancient to return, to reclaim their place among us. Malik's resolve cracked, his skepticism fraying at the edges. What if you're wrong? What if they're angry? He stepped back, eyes wide, realization dawning that this was not just a game. But I felt it, the truth of our existence entwined with theirs. No, we weren't wrong, we were the conduits, the bridges connecting the ancient and the now. Let them come! I cried, my voice rising above the cacophony of fear and hope. The room ignited with energy, a fusion of light and dark, of life and death, swirling around us like a storm. The air shimmered, charged with anticipation. I could feel them, clawing at the edges of reality, yearning to be understood, to be remembered. The intensity swelled, a crescendo of emotions crashing over us, drowning us in the weight of history, of reverence. Each breath was heavy with the scent of incense, of ancient rites, of prayers long forgotten. I felt the enormity of the moment, the threads of time weaving together, binding the past to the present. And in that swirling chaos, Lena's eyes locked onto mine, her silent plea echoed in my soul, a reminder that we were not just reclaiming the past, we were reimagining our future, redefining what it meant to be alive in a world steeped in shadows and light. The clash of the divine was imminent, and in the heartbeat that followed, I understood, this was only the beginning, a doorway opening into the unknown. I remember the weight of their stories pressing against my chest, the electricity of their presence seeping into my bones. As the shadows danced and swirled, I felt it, the haunting echo of Egyptian mythology clawing its way back into our lives, intertwining with our very souls. And I knew, deep in my marrow, that we were forever changed, forever caught in the web of their power, their stories, daring us to confront the darkness, to rise anew. The moon hung low, a pale eye watching over the ancient sands where a flicker, a glint of gold, caught the light and ignited the shadows. I remember the chill that crept up my spine, the prickling sensation of something alive lurking just beyond the veil of sight. The air was thick, the scent of impending doom wafting through the night like the whispers of long-dead pharaohs. In that silence, a heartbeat echoed, a muffled drumroll of fate. Ishtar, a voice cried out, raw and desperate, cutting through the stillness like a dagger. It belonged to Enki, the god of water, the keeper of knowledge, trembling at the precipice of madness. He was a flawed titan, a seeker burdened by his own thirst for wisdom, yet drowning in the depths of despair. I am lost. I have brought ruin upon my people. His voice cracked like the parched earth beneath their feet. And then there was Aset, her very essence entwined with the Nile, a goddess of magic and motherhood, her soul a tapestry woven with threads of sorrow and defiance. You think knowledge is a gift, she spat, her eyes aflame with ancient fury. It is a curse, a burden that crushes the fragile spirit. You wield your wisdom like a weapon, but it gnaws at your insides. The gods of Egypt danced in her shadow, while the spirits of Mesopotamia whispered warnings, their words curling through the air like smoke. Aset knew the truth. She had seen the hearts of men, their desires flickering like candles in a storm, desperate, consuming. I remember the way the stars trembled as if the cosmos itself held its breath. The scene painted a chilling tableau of conflict, two beings, both flawed, both seeking, one to heal, the other to destroy. Enki's fingers curled around a shard of ancient clay, an artifact that bore witness to the Great Flood, a memory etched in time. The echoes of that calamity haunted him, specters of forgotten souls drifting through the murky waters of his mind. Aset, with her heart like a tempest, stepped forward. Your flood was not born of the heavens, but of your own making. You sought power and unleashed the wrath of Tiamat. She felt the weight of the world pressing down as if the very sand beneath them could swallow them whole. The air crackled, charged with their animosity, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. The darkness whispered, beckoning with promises and threats alike. I remember, Enki's voice wavered, recalling the ruins of a once vibrant civilization, now a graveyard of broken dreams. Cities swallowed by chaos. The cries of the innocent drowned out by the roar of the serpent. His chest heaved, and in that moment, the fear glimmered in his eyes, a fear that perhaps he was as much a monster as the chaos he sought to combat. Aset's heart ached for him, but the goddess of magic knew compassion could just as easily transform into a blade. And yet you stand before me, a coward, hiding behind your knowledge. Do you not see? The gods are fickle, and we are mere pawns in a game we do not comprehend. The moonlight seemed to dim as she hurled the truth with the force of a comet, each word a fragment of her own haunted past. Your wisdom has led to screams in the night, she continued, relentless. Your thirst for understanding has quenched the souls of many. The shadows danced closer, as if eavesdropping on their painful confessions. They were not alone. In the periphery, the forms of fallen kings and forgotten deities lingered, specters wrapped in the shroud of time, whispering tales of love, loss, and treachery. Each line of their stories crossed, intertwining like rivers, one flowing through the golden banks of Egypt, the other winding through the fertile fields of Mesopotamia. The cities of the past echoed their histories, tales of creation and destruction woven into the very fabric of existence. Enki clasped the artifact tightly, his knuckles white as he gazed into its depths, a labyrinth of fate. I sought to create order from chaos, he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper, as if confessing to the grave. But in my arrogance, I drowned the world in sorrow. Aset's breath caught, a shared understanding igniting between them. And yet, you must understand. The flood could not wash away the sins of humanity. It could only drown them deeper. The weight of her words hung heavy, a shroud of inevitability draped over their heads. Knowledge is not the answer, it is merely a reflection of our choices. Time twisted around them, a spiral of memories and dreams, linking the present to the past in a haunting dance. The clock ticked, echoing with reminders of every mistake, every act of desperation. They were ghosts, trapped in a cycle of creation and destruction, yearning for redemption. A flood of memories washed over Enki, of the temples built and crumbled, of the families torn apart by the very floods he had unleashed. I remember, the laughter of children turned to screams, he murmured, the realization crushing him beneath its weight. The shadows grew thick, swirling around them, and the winds howled as if lamenting their fates. The air vibrated with an energy that spoke of an inevitable confrontation, a coming storm that threatened to swallow them whole. And just beyond the horizon, the gods watched with bated breath, the fate of realms balanced delicately, threaded through their flawed narratives. Egyptian myths breathed through the sands of time, while Mesopotamian tales carved themselves into the soul of humanity. Each story a mirror, reflecting the darkness within and the light that flickered, ever so faintly, beneath the surface. In that moment, as the heavens held their breath, the stars began to shift, a cosmic clock ticking towards an uncertain destiny. The tension hung thick, a palpable force. What would happen when knowledge met fate? When desire collided with consequence? With hearts pounding, they stood poised on the brink, two flawed deities, poised to confront the shadows of their past. The moment stretched, and the world spun around them, forever teetering between chaos and order, between love and despair. And as I watched from the sidelines, I realized this was not just their story. It was ours. It echoed in our hearts, reverberating through the ages, a reminder of the delicate balance we all carry, teetering on the edge of our own choices. The night was thick and suffocating, a blanket of darkness draping the city of Thebes, wrapping it in secrets older than time itself. A flickering torch sputtered against the stone walls, casting shadows that danced like ghosts of the past, whispering tales of fate and destiny. I stood at the edge of the bustling marketplace, my heart pounding like a drum echoing in the silence of an impending storm. Nefertari, my sister, was there, eyes wide with fear, her breath quickening as she gripped my arm with fingers that felt like ice. She was not just afraid, she was terrified, caught in a web spun by the very fates that governed our lives. "They say the gods are angry," she murmured, her voice choked with dread. "They say they have chosen us." Chosen. The word hung heavy in the air, thickening the atmosphere as if the very cosmos was listening, waiting. I could feel the weight of destiny pressing down on us, suffocating yet intoxicating, a honeyed poison. But chosen for what? I whispered, though deep down, I feared I already knew. I remember the tales told by the elders, how the threads of our lives were woven by the fates, how every choice felt like a ripple in a vast, infinite ocean. But Nefertari was not the only one wrestling with her fate. In the shadows, lurking just out of sight, was Kame, the boy with stormy eyes and a heart full of rebellion. He was my childhood friend, my companion in mischief, and now, he was a tempest, raging against the confines of a life preordained. "I refuse to be a pawn in their game," he shouted into the night, his voice raw, echoing against the pillars standing sentinel over our lives. I watched him, torn between admiration and fear. The tension was palpable, sparking like the emerging thunderclouds that loomed above. Kame was a firebrand, bold yet reckless, a soul unbound in a world where chains were forged by the very gods we worshipped. "You think you can escape what's written?" I asked, my voice shaking. "What if we're not meant to survive this?" But he laughed, a wild, reckless laugh that sent chills racing down my spine. "What if we're meant to break free?" he replied, eyes glittering with unearned hope. His defiance felt intoxicating, yet it sent a chill of dread twisting in my stomach. For every rebellion comes with a price, and fate, like a slumbering beast, waits patiently to collect its due. As we stood there, the world around us blurred into insignificance, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and impending rain. I could feel the vibrations of the city thrumming beneath my feet, life and death coiled together in an intricate dance. The stars above were indifferent, distant watchers in a celestial void, as if they had long since given up hope in humanity's fight against fate. A sudden wind swept through the marketplace, carrying with it the cries of the lost, the echoes of souls who had danced too close to the fire, only to be burned by the flames of their own desires. I shivered, remembering the stories of the cursed, the ones who had defied the gods and were left to wander the earth, shadows of their former selves. Nefertari's grip tightened on my arm, and I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of fear that mirrored my own. "Do you believe in omens?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Do you think they watch us?" Kame scoffed, dismissing the notion with a wave of his hand. "They're just stories," he said, but even his bravado faltered for the briefest moment. I could see it in the way his lips pressed together, the way the shadows danced in his eyes. For a heartbeat, I wanted to believe him, but the shadows were closing in. The air thickened as if the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash between our desires and the cruel grip of destiny. And then it happened, a shrill scream pierced the night, shattering the fragile tension like glass. The marketplace erupted into chaos, the laughter of merchants replaced by panic. People stumbled, cries mingling with the wind, and for a moment, time stood still. My heart raced as I turned towards Nefertari, her face pale, the light in her eyes flickering like a dying flame. "What's happening?" I asked, fear clawing at my throat. But I sensed the answer before it was spoken, a dread that loomed larger than the monsters in our stories. "It's the omen," she gasped, her breath hitching. "They've come for us. They've come for you, brother." I felt the weight of the world crash down upon me, a cosmic reckoning that had been long in the making. The universe had turned its gaze upon us, and in that moment, I realized that fate was not just a tapestry of intertwining threads, it was a noose, tight and unyielding, around our necks. Kame surged forward, determined to fight against invisible chains. "We're not pawns," he yelled into the chaos, his voice carrying a fierce defiance that felt both brave and futile. But his rebellion was a spark against a consuming darkness, a candle flickering in a storm. I stumbled back, the weight of their expectations pressing on me, shoving me into the abyss of despair. "But what if we are?" I whispered, fighting tears. "What if our fates are already sealed?" As I stood there, suspended in that moment of fear and heartache, I could hear the whisper of the fates, gentle yet unyielding, threading their fingers through our lives. The stars blinked above, indifferent witnesses to our struggle. Would we bow down to this invisible force, or would we dare to challenge the very essence of who we were meant to be? In that darkness, we were left not with answers but with a question that curled around us like smoke: what does it mean to be free when the universe has already drawn your path? The answer danced tantalizingly just out of reach, leaving us suspended in fate's embrace, caught in the painful, beautiful chaos of life and destiny. The night pressed on, heavy and alive, as we caught our breath, poised on the edge of something profound and terrifying. The shadows shifted, and the storm began to gather, whispering promises and threats, wrapping our hearts in the relentless cycle of fate and destiny, a cycle that would never truly end. The wind howled, a banshee wailing over a land where sand whispered secrets to the tombs of the forgotten. I stood amidst the ruins, shadows dancing like restless spirits around me. Every crumbling stone seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of its own, echoing the cries of those long buried. There, in the silence thick with dust and despair, two figures emerged, strikingly human, heartbreakingly flawed. Nefret, her eyes glistening like obsidian, was a priestess drowning in her own faith, and Ket, a soldier with blood on his hands and a dream to escape the chains of the past. I remember the moment their lives collided, a spark igniting amidst the ashes. Nefret clutched an ancient relic, a small statue of Anubis, the jackal-headed god of the dead. "This is our salvation," she whispered, desperation coating her words. "He will guide us." But Ket, his brow furrowed with the weight of 1,000 battles, shook his head. "He's a ghost, nothing but a shadow among shadows. We need to make our own fate." A shiver ran through me, the air thick with tension, each heartbeat a countdown to something inevitable. I could feel the pulse of history around us, a current pulling at the very fabric of our existence. Nefret's voice trembled, the cracks in her faith widening. "But what if the gods turn their backs? What if we are left to wander this desolate land forever?" And there it was, the echo of uncertainty, a haunting reminder of the ancient myths that had shaped their world. Each dynasty had spun its own tale, weaving divine narratives, a tapestry of gods and mortals entwined in the dance of life and death. The pharaohs rose, their divinity proclaimed, only to crumble like dust. I could see it in Ket's eyes, the fear of being nothing more than a speck in the vastness of time, the weight of history forged in cruel irony. I remember the setting sun, blood-red against the horizon, casting eerie shadows that whispered of betrayal. The past loomed over them, an ancient spectre. Nefret lowered her gaze, haunted by dreams where gods walked among men, where she was a vessel of their will. Her faith, once a beacon, flickered like a dying flame. "What if we fail?" she murmured, her voice breaking, a fragile thread in the cacophony of her heart. Ket stepped closer, his warmth a balm against the chill. "Then we fail together. But we must try." His resolve was a fortress, but even the strongest walls have cracks. They stood at the precipice, two souls clinging to hope, aching for liberation from their own chains. The shadows loomed larger, suffocating, as if the very land conspired against them. In the distance, the pyramids loomed, their majestic forms silent witnesses to the ebb and flow of power. Each stone held the weight of an entire civilization, a promise of immortality that crumbled with every breath they took. I could feel the ghosts of pharaohs whispering through the air, tales of glory fading into despair. "Do you hear them?" Nefret asked, her voice trembling on the brink of revelation. "The gods are angry. They see us as mere mortals, insignificant against their eternal gaze. I could see the battle within her, a storm raging against the calm facade. Her fingers curled around the statue, knuckles white with desperation. Ket's pragmatism clashed with her spiritual turmoil. Angry? Or indifferent? The gods don't care about us. They have their own games to play. Each word a dagger, each sentence a slice into the tender fabric of belief. The tension hung heavy, a palpable force that threatened to shatter the fragile balance between them. Then came the night, an abyss swallowing the sun, stars flickering like dying embers. The air thrummed with the weight of impending confrontation, a reckoning that felt as old as the sands beneath their feet. Nefret, her heart racing, felt the pull of destiny. We need to summon the gods. We need to show them our pain. Ket's eyes darkened, storm clouds brewing within. And what if they answer? What if they come for our souls? The thought hung in the air, a spectre draped in shadows. But her plea unfurled like the wings of a falcon, defiant and determined. Then let them come. We will face them together. In the whispers of the night, in the rustling of ancient papyrus and stone, the past and present converged. I could see them, enveloped in the weight of their choices, the sins of their ancestors echoing through their veins. A cosmic dance of fate and free will, the gods watching from their celestial thrones, amused by the petty squabbles of mortals who dared to reach for the divine. Time seemed to stretch and fold, a fragile thing susceptible to the whims of those who dared to challenge it. The air thickened with the scent of incense, the flicker of candles casting eerie shadows that danced like spirits among the ruins. Nefret's voice rose in a chant, a desperate invocation that stirred the air, calling forth the old gods. Ket stood beside her, grounded yet terrified, caught between the weight of his past and the uncertainty of their future. The ground trembled, a low rumble that spoke of ancient power stirring from its slumber. A storm brewed in the distance, darkness swirling like a maelstrom, pulling at the very threads of their existence. I felt the pulse of the universe quickening around them, a heartbeat, a promise that something monumental was about to unfold. Can you feel it? Nefret's voice cracked, laced with fear and exhilaration. The world is shifting. The stories are alive. Ket's grip tightened on her shoulder, the friction of their fears igniting a spark, a moment of clarity amid the chaos. Then let's make our story worth telling, he declared, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. And just like that, they became the embodiment of every tale ever told, the struggle, the longing, the battle against the inevitable. The myths of Egypt surged through them, a current of hope and despair woven together. They stood on the brink of a precipice, the echoes of the past wrapping around their souls like a shroud. In the silence that followed the storm, in the stillness where dreams and nightmares merged, they faced the unknown. There were no guarantees, no promises of salvation. Only the raw, pulsing truth of existence, the unyielding force of belief crashing against the walls of doubt. And as the night deepened, I felt it, an overwhelming urge to hold my breath, to linger in the moment where everything hung suspended, teetering on the edge of fate. I remember the weight of their choices, the gravity of their hearts, the tension of their desperation. With each heartbeat, I felt them draw me deeper into their world, a world where mythology clashed with reality, where echoes of the past reverberated through the flesh of the present. No conclusions, no neat resolutions, just an infinite loop of emotion and tension, a story woven into the very fabric of existence itself. The air hung thick, saturated with an electric silence, as shadows danced like restless spirits across the ancient stone walls of the Great Pyramid. I stood there, heart racing, breath caught in my throat, the weight of centuries pressing down upon me. The pyramid loomed, a colossal sentinel against the backdrop of the night sky, its apex piercing the cosmos like a sharpened spear. I could feel the pulse of history vibrating through the stones, each block a testament to the aspirations, fears, and inconceivable dreams of those who sacrificed everything for immortality. Lucy was beside me, her eyes wide, reflecting the moonlight and the fear that gripped her heart. She trembled, every inch of her a coil of raw energy, her mind teetering on the edge of belief and skepticism. "What if it's true?" she whispered, her voice barely a breath, as if uttering the words too loudly might awaken something buried deep within the earth. She had always been the dreamer, buoyed by tales of gods and pharaohs, while I wore my cynicism like a shield, protective yet suffocating. But this was different. The air crackled with an ancient magic, a whisper of the divine dancing along my skin. I remembered the legends, the stories stitched together by time and myth, tales of Osiris and Isis, of a realm where death was merely a passage to the other side. My heart ached, a yearning for connection, for something greater than the petty concerns of our modern lives. In that moment, uncertainty twisted like a knife through my gut, and I remembered how Lucy had clung to these myths, how they had once filled her with hope. "Let's get closer," she urged, her words a soft challenge, laced with urgency. I hesitated, the instinct to flee battling against the magnetic pull of the pyramid's solemn grandeur. It felt alive, a creature made of stone, breathing time, holding secrets so vast they reverberated through the very fabric of the universe. The darkness crept closer, wrapping around us like a shroud, and I could almost hear the heartbeat of the earth beneath our feet. As we approached the entrance, the darkness yawned open, an invitation wrapped in mystery. The air grew colder, the silence deeper. I thought of the souls of those who had once tread these paths, workers, architects, dreamers, all consumed by the desire to touch the celestial, to leave their mark against the relentless passage of time. A shiver raced down my spine as I imagined their hands, rough and calloused, caressing the stones that now held our futures, and I felt small. Inside, the passageway sloped downward, and with every step, the weight of despair pressed heavier. Lucy's fingers brushed against the cold stone, as if trying to awaken its slumbering essence. "What if they are still here?" she murmured, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and reverence. "What if their spirits linger, watching us?" I shivered again, but this time, it was a thrill, a promise of something that transcended life itself. Down we went, the walls closing in around us, the air thick with dust and age. I could almost taste the memories, faded echoes of laughter and tears, of life and death twined together in an eternal dance. Lucy's hand slipped into mine, a fragile lifeline, her warmth grounding me amidst the encroaching shadows. I remembered her smile, her laughter, even the way she would roll her eyes whenever I brushed off her fascination with the supernatural. "You'll see," she'd said once, a spark of defiance igniting her gaze. "One day, it'll all make sense." And here we were, caught in the belly of a giant, a tomb that whispered of eternity. The walls shimmered faintly, almost alive, and I felt the presence of the ancients, their hopes, their despairs, and their relentless pursuit of the afterlife. I could picture them, their faces etched with determination, each stone they laid a promise to the gods, a pact with the universe itself. But what if the cost was too great? What if we were trespassing on sacred ground? I wrestled with the thought, guilt coiling around my heart like a serpent, and I felt Lucy squeeze my hand tighter as if sensing my turmoil. "It's okay," she breathed, her reassurance a balm to my fraying nerves. "We're not here to steal their secrets. We're just honoring them." Yet, as we ventured deeper, the air grew staler, more oppressive. The shadows seemed to pulse with a life of their own, taunting us, daring us to look away. I caught glimpses of flickering light, an optical illusion, a trick of the mind, or something else. My heart raced, each beat a thunderous echo against the hollow chamber. The weight of history pressed down upon us, and I found myself wondering, what if these walls held more than just the stories of the past? What if they were a gateway, a portal to the unseen, to realms we were never meant to tread? Suddenly, a low rumble reverberated through the pyramid, a growl from the depths of the earth that sent a jolt of panic racing through me. I turned to Lucy, who stood frozen, eyes wide with terror, as if she were in communion with something beyond our understanding. "We shouldn't be here," I whispered, a plea laced with desperation. But before I could pull her back, the ground trembled, the shadows twisted, and the air thickened, choking us with the weight of unseen eyes watching, judging. In that moment, everything spiraled into chaos. The walls seemed to breathe, shadows swirling into a cacophony of whispers, ancient voices calling out, beckoning us to stay, to listen, as the very fabric of time unraveled. I felt Lucy's grip slip as she stepped forward, drawn by an invisible force, the light in her eyes flickering between fear and something more, a longing, a connection to the past that transcended us both. "Lucy!" I gasped, reaching for her, but the darkness enveloped her, swallowing her whole. The pyramid pulsed ominously, and I was left in the suffocating silence, the echoes of her name hanging in the air like a ghost, a haunting reminder of what had been lost. And still, something was stirring, a presence that whispered of promises and perils, of gods and mortals intertwined. I felt it deep within me, a call that resonated with the very core of my being, urging me to step forward, to confront the shadows and the light. Clocks ticked in the distance, time folding and unfolding, and I realized, with a spine-chilling clarity, that this was just the beginning, a haunting dance between life and death, love and loss, forever echoing within the heart of the Great Pyramid. A flickering torch casts long shadows on the cracked walls of the ancient tomb, the air thick with a musty scent that clings to the throat. Silence reigns, save for the distant echo of dripping water, each droplet a heartbeat in this suffocating stillness. I stand there, heart racing, skin prickling with the weight of history pressing down on me like a leaden shroud. Around me, hieroglyphs whisper secrets of an age long past, their inscrutable shapes curling like the tendrils of smoke from a dying flame. Symbols of gods and pharaohs, of love and betrayal, pulse with life in the dim light, and I feel their stories wrap around me, suffocating and exhilarating all at once. Then there's Elara, her breath hitching as she steps closer, eyes wide like saucers reflecting the haunting glow. She has always been the brave one, the dreamer who seeks adventure in the soft embrace of the unknown. Yet, beneath that shimmering exterior lies a storm, a tempest of regrets and desires that gnaws at her every step. I remember her laughter, the way it would pierce the silence of mundane moments, but tonight it's absent, swallowed by the darkness of this place. "We shouldn't be here," she whispers, a tremor in her voice. But we are here, bound by the chains of our shared obsession, this search for truth, for a glimpse beyond the veil. I can't help but think of the gods depicted on the walls, their eyes following us like the predatory gaze of a hawk waiting to strike. What do they see? What do they think of our audacity? Next to Elara stands Lucas, always the skeptic, arms crossed defiantly, a fortress against the chill that seeps into his bones. His brow is furrowed, lips pressed into a thin line. "It's just a story," he murmurs, but the tremor in his voice betrays him. I can see it, the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the way he shivers as if sensing the weight of the dead pressing in on us. He's terrified, and I want to reach out, to bridge the chasm of fear that divides us. "It's just a story," he repeats, but it feels like a prayer, one he hopes might shield him from the abyss yawning before us. We step deeper into the tomb, the air growing heavier with each careful movement. The walls seem to pulse, the hieroglyphs shifting and throbbing, as if they are alive, breathing in the darkness. I feel my own heart quicken, caught in the rhythm of this place. Each symbol, a god, a beast, a secret, tells a story that rattles the very foundations of time. I remember the tales I heard as a child, the legends of gods who walked among men, of pharaohs who ruled with the weight of the universe on their shoulders. And I wonder, as I trace a finger over the cool stone, what whispers linger in the air, what echoes of forgotten lives still haunt this sacred space. Elara steps forward, drawn by an unseen force, her fingers dancing over the carvings, tracing the outline of a scarab. "This one means rebirth," she breathes, and in that moment, I want to believe in her magic, in the power of these symbols to transcend death. But as I glance at Lucas, I see his skepticism morph into something darker. "Or it could be a warning," he says, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking louder might shatter the fragile spell we've woven around ourselves. Suddenly, the ground trembles, a low rumble that courses through the stone beneath our feet, a heartbeat that quickens into a crescendo of chaos. Elara stumbles back, eyes wide with fear, and I reach for her, my hand finding hers, our fingers intertwining as the tomb threatens to swallow us whole. "It's a sign," she gasps, and I want to believe her, to cling to the idea that these symbols mean something more, that they can guide us through the darkness. But Lucas shakes his head, his voice rising above the cacophony of our fears. "It's just the earth shifting," he insists, but his eyes dart around, seeking an escape. The walls seem to close in, the shadows stretching, creeping, reaching for us with hungry fingers. I feel trapped, caught in a web of uncertainty, the air thick with unspoken tensions. The scarab's eyes glint with malevolence, reflecting the flickering torchlight as if taunting us, reminding us of our own fragile mortality. I remember the stories, the ones that speak of curses, of tombs left undisturbed for a reason. We shouldn't have come, I whisper, fear clawing at my throat as I pull Ilara closer. The symbols around us pulse with ancient energy, swirling like a tempest, and I can feel the dread coiling tightly in my chest. Then, in the flickering light, I catch a glimpse of something moving in the shadows, an echo of a figure long forgotten. It darts between the hieroglyphs, slipping in and out of sight, a ghostly dance that sends chills racing down my spine. Did you see that? I gasp, the words spilling from my lips like a prayer. Luca stares, frozen, terror etched onto his face as he nods, the one solid ground beneath us trembling with the weight of our collective dread. Ilara pushes forward, driven by a force I can scarcely comprehend. We have to know, she cries, her voice breaking as she ventures into the darkness, her silhouette swallowed by the abyss. I want to turn back, to flee from this cursed place, but the need to follow her overpowers my fear. Lucas's hesitation is palpable, a steel band tightening around his chest. Ilara, wait, he shouts, but the tomb reverberates with her name, echoing off the walls, summoning the past to reclaim her. In that moment, time stretches and warps, the boundaries of reality blurring like ink on damp paper. I feel the weight of history pressing down on me, the tales of those long gone intertwining with our fates. I remember, a flicker of joy, a moment of hope, a dream once cherished. But now, it's slipping away like sand through fingers, each grain a reminder of our own fragility. The shadows twist, the hieroglyphs pulse, and I know this is only the beginning. The confrontation is at hand, a reckoning with the past that will tear at the very fabric of our souls. And as we stand on the brink of unraveling, I realize with a heart-stopping clarity that the stories we tell are not just echoes, they are the very essence of who we are, whispering to us in the darkness, begging to be remembered. I reach for the torch, its flame flickering against the encroaching shadows, illuminating the path ahead. There's no turning back now. The symbols on the wall are not just history, they are our fate, and as Ilara's voice calls out from the depths of the tomb, I know we must answer. We are entwined in this moment, caught in a web of myth and memory, and the night is alive with the pulse of 1,000 stories waiting to be told. The air was thick, almost electric, as I stood on the brink of everything I had ever feared, an altar of bone and ash framed by flickering torches that struggled against the surrounding darkness. Shadows stretched and twisted, clawing at my feet, whispering indecipherable secrets that sent shivers down my spine. I could hear the rhythmic thumping of a drum in the distance, a heartbeat echoing through the night, pulling me closer to the precipice of despair. Each beat felt like a countdown. I remember the first time I saw her, the way her laughter pierced the silence of the tombs, so full of life it felt like a mockery of death itself. Her name was Isolde, a name that rolled off my tongue like honey, bitter and sweet all at once. Her spirit was a wildflower in a graveyard, blooming defiantly among the decay. But every flower in a graveyard knows its fate, it knows the hands that will come to pluck it, the breath that will fade too soon. I was the fool who thought I could shield her from the shadows lurking at the edges of our lives. Then there was Kimwasit, my brother, tethered to curses and promises like a marionette strung with threads of fate. He was a scholar, his mind a labyrinth where thoughts twisted and turned, always seeking answers in the words of ancient texts. But knowledge, I learned, can be a curse that drives men mad, and that madness had taken root in him. I could see it in the wild gleam of his eyes, the way he spoke in riddles, always staring beyond the veil, reaching for ghosts that weren't there. Death is not the end, he would whisper, and I would shudder, knowing he believed it. Tonight, under the unforgiving gaze of the moon, we stood together at the altar, souls entwined in a dance of desperation. The air crackled around us as the priest, cloaked in shadows, began to chant in a tongue older than the stars, his voice rising and falling like the tide. Osiris, he called, invoking the god of the dead, the keeper of secrets, we offer our sacrifices for rebirth. I felt Isolde's fingers slip into mine, her grip firm and warm, a stark contrast to the chill that seeped into my bones. Her eyes were wide, reflecting the flickering flames, and I was drawn into their depths. We can't do this, I rasped, fear flooding my veins. This isn't just a ritual, it's a gamble with our souls. Everything's a gamble, she replied, her voice steady, yet laced with uncertainty. But what if we could bring them back? What if we could change our fates? Change. The very thought sent a thrill through me, but it was a thrill shaded with dread. Kinwasit stepped forward, his breath shaky, and for a moment, he looked like a child again, lost and afraid. "We need this," he said, his voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. "For father, for mother, for us." I was torn, a thread stretched taut between love and fear, a puppet caught in the hands of fate. I could see the ghosts of our past dancing in the flames, shimmering figures stitched with sorrow, memories clawing for release. The scent of burning incense filled my lungs, thick and cloying, but it was the weight of all that we had lost that pressed down on my chest. A desperate yearning mixed with raw panic, the kind that comes when you realize your history is a series of dark alleys, leading nowhere good. The priest's voice rose, intoning words that felt like chains binding our hearts together in this act of madness. "Bring forth the offerings, the love that was lost, the lives that linger." And just like that, shadows shifted, and from them emerged figures I thought were long buried. I felt my heart lurch as I recognized them, our parents, faces pale and strained, eyes hollow yet pleading, angels turned to specters, caught in the web of the Osirian cycle. I could taste the fear on my tongue, metallic and bitter. "Don't," I gasped, pulling Isolde back as if I could shield her from the unraveling. But Kinwasit stepped forward, the madness in his eyes igniting like wildfire. "They deserve another chance." His voice thundered, echoing against the stone walls, drowning out reason. "We deserve to have them back." A scream caught in my throat, raw and primal. The kind of scream that shatters the silence of the deepest night. I watched as Kinwasit extended his hands, and the shadows leapt to meet him, swirling around us, alive and hungry. I could feel the energy shift, a pulsing force that surged in waves, threatening to drown us all in its darkness. Isolde's grip tightened, a lifeline in the chaos. "We can't play with the dead." Her voice cracked, desperation spilling into the air. "They are gone. Kinwasit. Let them rest." But it was too late. The air thickened, and the very fabric of reality began to tear. The shadows coiled around us, whispering promises sweet as poison, urging us to release our fears, to embrace the void. I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet, and in that moment, I knew this was a point of no return, a precipice from which there could be no escape. A flash of memory surged through me, laughter around the dinner table, stories told under starlit skies, the warmth of my mother's embrace. Each memory was a knife, carving into my soul, reminding me of everything that had been lost. I was drowning in the weight of them, the past clawing at my throat, begging me to remember. And then, in a heartbeat, it all shifted. The drumbeat crescendoed, and the shadows surged towards us, coiling like snakes, hungry for the living. "We can't hold on to the dead," I shouted, but my voice was swallowed by the chaos. I remember the moment hope turned to despair. I remember watching Kinwasit's eyes go wide as realization struck him like lightning. There was no going back. As the altar surged with life and death, I felt the world tilt, reality bending like a mirror distorted by madness. The air crackled with energy, a storm brewing with the weight of our choices. Shadows danced around us, beckoning, whispering their dark promises. We were caught in the cycle, death, fertility, rebirth, a perpetual loop that spiraled into the abyss. And as I stood there, heart pounding, soul aching, I knew every choice we made echoed through eternity, shaping our fates in ways we could never understand. In the depths of that haunting night, I felt the pull of the cosmos, an unyielding force that bound us, threading our lives into a tapestry woven with both light and darkness. Time slipped through my fingers like sand, and I was left standing at the edge of my own existence, a fragile thread in a world where death danced with life, and every heartbeat was a promise of rebirth. The moon hung low, a ghostly orb swelling behind the thick clouds, casting a silver light over the crumbling ruins where shadows danced like the phantoms of forgotten gods. I stood there, heart pounding in my chest, an echo of the past wrapping its icy fingers around my throat. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and ancient dust, every breath a reminder of lives once lived, loves once lost. I could see him, Khalil, his silhouette etched against the cracked stone, a statue in the night. But he wasn't a statue, he was flesh and blood, struggling against the tide of time and myth that threatened to consume us both. "Khalil!" I called, my voice trembling, unsure if it was fear or desperation that propelled the sound into the night. He turned, confusion mingling with something darker in his eyes, a flicker of recognition, a spark of something deeper. I remembered the way he used to smile, eyes bright with the fire of ambition, but here, surrounded by the ghosts of Osiris and Anubis, that light felt like a distant memory, haunting and elusive. "Don't you see?" His voice was a low rumble, like thunder rolling over the desert horizon. "We're caught in their web. They won't let us go." The shadows seemed to whisper in agreement, tightening their grip around us. With each passing second, a sense of dread seeped deeper into my bones. It wasn't just the weight of the past, it was the very essence of Egyptian mythology that clung to us, wrapping us in tales of resurrection, betrayal, and the eternal struggle against darkness. The stories were alive, pulsating with a sinister energy that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I could hear the echo of ancient chants, feel the presence of gods who feasted on human despair, waiting in the periphery, licking their lips, thirsting for our fear. I remembered the last time Khalil and I had laughed, the sweetness of the moment before the shadows came creeping in, how the sun had kissed our skin, how dreams of the future seemed to shimmer just within reach. Now, the sun felt like a cruel memory, one that had left us in the merciless grip of night, our dreams slipping through our fingers like sand. "They can't take us," I whispered, though the tremor in my voice betrayed my doubt. "We have to fight it." He stepped closer, his breath mingling with mine, a mixture of hope and despair, an intoxicating blend that made my heart race faster. Fight? What do we even know about fighting gods? We're nothing but pawns in their game. But there was something in his gaze, a flicker of stubborn resolve. I remembered how he had once told me about the Book of the Dead, the tales of souls navigating the afterlife, weighed down by their sins. "You must be pure of heart," he'd said, eyes alight with passion, to pass through the duat. I could see the weight of his own heart now, heavy with regrets and mistakes, threatening to drag him into the abyss. I stepped back, the cool stone biting into my skin. "Then let's be pure of heart together. Let's rewrite the story." The shadows around us shifted, restless, mirroring the tumult in our minds. There was a third figure, Amira, the one who had always danced between us, laughter ringing like bells, a light in our darkness. She had been the glue binding our dreams, but now, with her ghostly image flickering in the moonlight, it felt as if she was slipping away. Betrayal hung thick in the air, like the stench of decay, in memories of shared smiles turned into daggers of regret. "Amira!" I shouted, my heart splintering at the thought of losing her to the same shadows that threatened to consume us. "We need you." Her eyes, once vibrant like the Nile, now mirrored the depths of despair, dark pools of sorrow reflecting loss. "You think you can escape this?" Her voice was a haunting melody, each word a reminder of what we had lost. "You think a story can change fate? We are nothing but echoes, characters in a tale written long before we drew breath." I felt Khalil's hand grip my shoulder, grounding me. "No, we are more than that. We can write our own ending." But doubt clung to his words, and I could see it reflected in Amira's eyes, the weight of history pressing down upon us. Around us, the ruins began to stir, stones creaking like the bones of the dead, ancient gods watching our every move, waiting, hungry for the taste of our despair. Time stretched, a taut string ready to snap, each heartbeat echoing like the ticking of a clock in a forgotten temple. "I remember," I whispered, each word a plea, a prayer to the forgotten gods. "I remember laughter. I remember joy. I remember us." The shadows retreated slightly, as if caught off guard by the sheer force of our memories. For a fleeting moment, there was light, a thin sliver piercing through the darkness, illuminating the path forward. Khalil's hand clenched mine, the warmth igniting a spark of courage. "Let's face them." Together, he urged, voice steady now, alive with purpose. "Together," I echoed, my heart racing with the thrill of defiance. The shadows shifted, and I felt the weight of the past pressing against my chest. We were bound by the tales of the ancients, but we would not let them dictate our fate. As we faced the looming darkness, I could see the echoes of our past swirling around us, a tempest of emotion and memory. There was power in that chaos, a chance to forge a new story, one where love and resilience triumphed over despair. And in that moment, I knew the struggle was just beginning, the confrontation with our shadows only a heartbeat away. The weight of Egyptian mythology lay heavy on our shoulders, but so did the promise of something more, a fight against destiny, a chance to reclaim our voices. In the stillness before the storm, as the echoes of the past roared to life, I felt the pull of the eternal, time, memories, and dreams spiraling into the unknown, each thread weaving us deeper into the tapestry of a story still unfolding. The shadows beckoned, the ruins whispered, and we stepped forward, hearts racing, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. The air was thick with the scent of burning incense, the kind that clings to your throat, choking you with memories and prayers. I stood there, in the flickering shadows of the temple of Karnak, sweat mingling with disbelief. The walls whispered secrets, ancient hymns that once rang out vibrantly, now reduced to echoes in a dying world. I remember the urgency, the desperation in my heart as the sun dipped lower, casting long fingers of darkness across the sacred stones, an omen of what was to come. Moses, my brother, stood beside me, his fists clenched, shadows dancing across his face, fear etched in every line. We were trapped between a past alive with gods and a future gnawing at the edges of belief like a ravenous beast. "They're losing faith," he murmured, his voice a strangled whisper. "Can you feel it? The gods are slipping away like grains of sand." His eyes searched mine, pleading for a sign, an affirmation of something larger than this chaos. But I felt nothing but the weight of despair. I remember the priests, their faces twisted in confusion and anger. They moved like shadows, draped in linen, holding onto the rituals like lifeboats in a storm-tossed sea. I could see their eyes flicker with doubt, fear creeping into their hearts as offerings turned to dust, once blessed bread crumbling in their hands. Each sacrifice felt like a silent scream in the dark, a testament to a faith teetering on the brink. The sky turned dark, a shroud thrown over the world, and each heartbeat echoed like a funeral drum. I could hear the whispers of the people, soft yet insistent, voices rising in a tide of uncertainty. What if the gods are no more? I placed my hand over my heart, feeling the tremor within. The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying, like standing at the edge of a precipice. Could we really be alone in this vast universe? Moses looked at me, his expression tightening as he struggled with the weight of words unspoken. "Do you remember our mother? How she would tell us stories of Ra sailing through the night sky?" The nostalgia in his voice was a fragile thread, pulling me back to simpler times, when we believed in the magic of everyday. What if those stories are just that, stories? His voice cracked under the strain, and I could see the light in his eyes dimming. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on us, heavy as the stones of the temple. Each monument, each carved relief, stood as a testament to a civilization built on faith, now crumbling in the face of doubt. I shivered as I recalled the tales of the Pharaohs, their divine lineage, their promises of eternal life. The balance of cosmos and chaos dangled precariously over us, and we were mere mortals caught in a cosmic joke we couldn't comprehend. The flickering torches cast twisted shadows on our faces, illuminating the fear that danced in my heart. I wanted to scream, to rage against this loss, this slow decay of belief. But what voice could echo against the silence of the gods? They had grown distant, like stars fading from memory, leaving behind only the darkness. I was just a vessel of longing, and the hollowness within gnawed at me, deeper than any wound. And then she appeared, a figure cloaked in night, the embodiment of uncertainty. Nefertari, a priestess whose faith burned brighter than the sun yet flickered like a candle in the wind. Her eyes were pools of sorrow, haunted by the weight of the gods she served. "I feel them slipping," she said, her voice trembling with the intensity of her belief. "Every prayer, every chant, it echoes back to me, empty. I fear they may never return." The moon hung low in the sky, casting an ethereal glow around her, and I could see the cracks in her facade of certainty. What will happen if they leave us? My heart raced as I grasped her hands, the warmth of her skin grounding me in a reality I desperately wanted to escape. We were all searching for answers, grasping at wisps of hope like children reaching for the stars. But the truth was like a thunderstorm rumbling on the horizon, dark and foreboding. Every moment we waited felt like an eternity, a battle between what was and what could be. "We must make them listen," Moses urged, his voice fierce, filled with a passion that stung my heart. We must show them we still believe, even if it shatters us. But I could see the flicker of doubt behind his resolve, a hesitation that made me ache. Was it possible to hold on to faith when the very foundation was crumbling beneath us? I trembled at the thought, how could we fight the fading of gods, the slow, sinister decay of everything we held true? As the darkness deepened around us, I felt the weight of our ancestors pressing down, their hopes and dreams entwined with our own. The air crackled, charged with an energy that felt almost alive, a warning that whispered through the temple like a ghost returning home. I could see Nefertari's lips move in silent prayer, Moses' eyes blazing with defiance, and I stood there adrift, scared, and clinging to the remnants of faith. Time twisted around us, a relentless clock, counting down the moments until the final breath of belief dissipated into the void. I remember the chill creeping into our bones, the deep-seated dread that wrapped around our hearts like a serpent tightening its grip. This was not just the decline of ancient beliefs, it was the unraveling of our very souls, the loss of everything we had ever known. The shadows grew longer, the night darker, and I felt the world shift beneath us. We were caught in a storm, a whirlpool of doubt and despair swirling around. And as I held onto my brother and the priestess, we all understood, this was only the beginning, the first tremors of a faith in crisis, and there would be no easy way out. The gods were listening, but their silence hung heavy, a haunting melody of despair echoing through the ages, a promise that would forever remain unfulfilled. The darkness was closing in, and we were left standing on the precipice, staring into the abyss, hearts racing, souls trembling, unsure of what lay beyond. Thunder rolls across the horizon, a low growl of impending chaos. The air is thick with the scent of rain, a promise and a threat entwined. I stand on the edge of an ancient city, its crumbling stones whispering secrets of 1,000 lifetimes. The night pulses with shadows that dance like phantoms, and I can't help but feel the weight of history pressing down on me, suffocating yet intoxicating. Are you ready? The voice breaks through the silence, tremulous and raw. Myra stands beside me, her wide eyes reflecting the flickering light of the torches that line the streets. The energy crackles between us, the air thick with a tension that threatens to explode. Tonight, we confront more than just the myths of old, we confront ourselves, our fears wrapped in the silken threads of the past. I remember, she whispers, her breath catching. The stories I heard as a child, the gods and goddesses, the magic. Each word drips with longing, a haunting melody that echoes in the confines of my heart. She clutches her amulet, a silver scarab, tight against her chest, as if it might anchor her to the ground. Her fingers tremble. Do you think they can hear us? An unsettling chill washes over me, chills racing down my spine. I remember the legends, Isis, Osiris, Anubis, a web of betrayal and love, life and death, all interwoven in a tapestry of eternal rebirth. What are we, if not echoes of those that came before us, caught in their haunting dance? Then there's Theo. A few paces behind us, he stands at the edge of a crumbling wall, his silhouette dark against the orange glow of the torches. This is foolish, he mutters, his voice a jagged edge. We're chasing ghosts. They're just stories. But his eyes betray him, glinting with a flicker of fear. I know he feels it too, the pull of the ancient, the call of something greater than ourselves. Are you afraid? I ask, my voice barely a whisper, as if the night might swallow it whole. He scoffs, a bitter sound. Afraid is for children. I just won't indulge in this nonsense. Yet his hands shake, a truth revealed in the moonlight. Together, we stand on the precipice of something profound, the veil between our world and the realm of the gods wearing thin. Tonight, we will summon what lies dormant, breathe life into the myths that shaped our very beings. I can feel it, the tremor of history alive beneath our feet, a heartbeat throbbing like a war drum. Gather the offerings, Myra says, her voice steel wrapped in silk, her resolve igniting the air. She kneels, placing small tokens on the ground, tokens of hope and despair, dreams and nightmares. A feather, a shard of pottery, a photograph of lost love. With each item, she lays bare a piece of herself, a confession to the gods who may listen. The shadows swirl, and for a moment, I can almost hear the whispers of the ancients brushing against my soul. What if they don't care? Theo's voice trembles, laced with disbelief. But I see it in his eyes, the flickering flame of desperation. We are all yearning for connection, to be seen and understood, even by those long gone. Then we'll make them care, I reply, my voice steady yet filled with a tremor of its own. We'll scream our truths into the void, and if nothing else, we'll be heard. Myra's laughter rings out, sweet and haunting in the charged atmosphere. We'll be madmen, then. But beneath her laughter lies an undercurrent of fear, a fear that we may awaken something we cannot control, something that will consume us. The wind shifts, and the temperature drops. A shiver runs through my spine, a premonition. The night feels alive, the very fabric of reality quivering, waiting. I glance back at Theo, whose bravado is cracking, and I see it, the flicker of vulnerability in his eyes. You believe in this, don't you? I ask, and he hesitates, and in that moment, I know he does. Only because I want to, he admits, the truth spilling from his lips like blood from an open wound. I want to believe there's more than this mundane existence. And there it is. The raw ache that connects us, a thread woven through our hearts as tightly as the linen wrappings of mummies long gone. We yearn for meaning, for transcendence, for a glimpse beyond the veil of our ordinary lives. Then let's not be afraid, Myra says, determination igniting her spirit. Let the gods see us. Let them feel our pulse. With a collective breath, we raise our offerings high, the air around us thick with anticipation. An electric charge races across the ground, and I feel the very earth quiver beneath our feet, a warning or a beckoning, I cannot tell. The night darkens, shadows stretching, merging, swirling, a chaotic dance of fear and longing. Suddenly, a flash, a sharp crack of lightning splits the sky, illuminating us for a fleeting moment. In that instant, a vision strikes me, a glimpse of ancient faces, eyes that shine like stars, deep pools of wisdom and sorrow. They are watching. Oh, they are watching. I can feel it now, the history surging through my veins, memories long buried clawing to the surface, echoing with the cries of my ancestors. What are we doing? I gasp, panic rising like bile, choking me, drowning me in sweat and memory. Living, Myra breathes, her voice a shimmering thread of hope. We are living. And as the storm breaks, unleashing its fury, the moment stretches, suspended in time. We are all caught between the past and present, between life and death, light and shadow. The air crackles with the tension of 1,000 untold stories, and I realize that we are not merely reviving the myths, we are part of them. As the rain begins to pour, each drop feels like a whisper, a reminder that everything is cyclical, a beginning wrapped in an end, and an end tied to a beginning. We are like the gods, caught in our own narratives, our own struggles, our own flames of passion and despair. And just as my heart races, just as the storm rages with a ferocity that threatens to consume us, something shifts. A presence. A call. An invitation to step into the abyss of the unknown. The line between our reality and theirs blurs, and I can only wonder, what will we find on the other side? And in that moment, standing in the eye of the storm, I realize, the night is alive, we are alive, and the myths are not dead. They breathe with every heartbeat, with every breath we take. And I know, deep in my marrow, that this confrontation with the gods, the ancient, the forgotten, is only just beginning.